don't think he's very interested in it, but he might take to it. Let's see if we can place down some bait or something like that. Some bait actually might be able to work. Usually chicken dinners are the prime meal of a commentator here for PUBG Mobile. Will they be able to make it happen? This is a tense moment. John Allen? It looks... I think they might actually have it. They might have it. They might have the John Allen. It looks like... Oh! Did you see that? Get a close-up of that. Get a close-up of that. I think they've got him. Unbelievable scenes here at PMWC. Oh, that was close.
As an Australian, I would have caught him a lot faster.
I'm just glad we caught him, okay? This man was on a loose. We weren't able to find him yesterday during the day off, and I'm just glad we're able to set some bait to actually find him.
Absolutely, he needs to lock in just as much as our players, Seven.
They really do, because there is an alert right now going on, and that is that the players are ready. We are ready to rock and roll here at PMWC at EWC 26. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finals, baby. I'm ready.
Months of preparation, thousands of hours played, and sacrifices have led to this point. Life-changing money sits on the horizon, and a legacy that dreams are made of.
We saw it in the group stage, we saw it in the survival stage. These teams are here for a reason, and every single one of them can actually clutch it all and become our PMWC champion.
Today marks the beginning of a 3-day gauntlet that each of our teams have to navigate. Each day more intense than the last.
Barney, I think we don't have to wait. The players look really ready, and it is time for us to welcome our finalists on the Qiddiya city grid, starting with EARENA!
Esports!
FURIA!
NONGSHIM REDFORCE!
ALULA Club Esports!
TIANBA!
S2G Esports!
हेलो नमस्कार स्वागत छ केटाहरु वेलकम टु द स्ट्रीम बॉयज
Horaa Esports!
Team Flash!
GodLike Esports!
Aurora Gaming!
Aurora.
Esports!
Orangutan!
Only support here.
Ew, sorry यार गरौ त
Vitality!
कति बेला छ भाइ
And finally, 4 Thrives Esports!
कति छ
We can't emphasize enough the
Chat में मत
importance of the next
sorry
3 days.
sorry माफ कर दो केटा माफ कर दो
The greatest team
माफ कर दो यार
start as you mean to go on.
Absolutely no room for mistake. If you want to be the best team in the world, you need to prove it.
माफ कर दो यार केटा यार
The PMWC finals at EWC 2026.
see EWC 2026 गाइस chat गर्न मिलिरा छ कि नै लेट अस नो है त मलाई आई डोन्ट नो एक्ज्याक्टली यार माफ कर दियो मिलिरा छ भने अघि गलत गरिहाले
Players from all corners of the world laser focused on one thing: the title of PMWC champion. Fight smarter, adapt faster, and deliver when the pressure is at its peak. That is what it takes to keep this dream alive.
So welcome to the PMWC at EWC 2026.
Welcome to the PMWC at EWC 2026
Looking to do it here. Pushing up close to first one. With the nade! Turning the tables! And he's doing this all by himself! It's the spotlight! 1v4!
Let's put the 11th on the board. Look at the TZ. Is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the
Subscribe
Put
yourself
down to the ground.
Subscribe
Shut down 100
नर्मल मान्छेलाई आयो भने चाहिँ केटी स्ट्रिमर भएपछि गाली दिन्छ नि धेरै त्यही भएर
बेबी भन्छन्
बेबी भनेको त बच्चा भनेको
त्यस्तो मलाई नि हुटु भन्छन्
closes the gap in the shotgun stand-up, but will he win it? No!
Are you kidding me? What a finish!
खाइसके मैले त अघि उ आउनुभन्दा अगाडि 4 बजे
He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his
चिया पनि
team.
खाइसके एक लट बाँकी छ अब चिया
S2G tried to catch a couple of their players off guard, but it's S-Power, baby. You can't shut them down that easy.
You can't stop
अर्कै
S-Power.
चिज हो आज त
And you cannot
लाइटै नपुग्यो
silence
जस्तो
GodLike in this moment. Anamino for the closing play. As GodLike take this chicken dinner with ease.
That is how.
वेलकम टु द स्ट्रिम बोइज घोस्ट खाजा वाट खाजा आज यस्तो छ
आउटिङ जाँदा 2-4 वटा गल सक्नुहुन्छ
आउटिङ जाँदा 3-4 गोल जगिङ चालु अङ्क टेकिङ
See on Rondo, it is madness in the
स्योर भाइ स्योर
They thread it on up and it's finding 1 and 2.
एउटा कम्पनी हो
Charges on forward and they're cutting the rosters in half.
सरी
म आयो भने चाहिँ रोजी कार्की त आउँछु केटा
They go wide. Top's moving around the
ओके
side.
हाम्रो यति नै छ भ्याउँदैन
Needs to handle.
इन्टरटेनिङमा हुँदैन यार भाइ प्रेसिडेन्टमा हुँदैन
पिसीले नि
इस्यु फट्ला जस्तो
भ्याउँदैन
हुन्छ हौ
The run coming through from India, but it's not happening. They will not be silenced. They will not be
म एकछिन आउँदैन यार कम्मर इग्नोर गर्नलाई भाइ
a tanky underneath.
अरू थाहा भएन तर आज भ्युअरलाई राम्रो गर्नु पर्यो
रमाइलो देख्दै त्यही पढ्नु
The shots, unfortunately.
नभए के गरौँ भाइ नाच्दिम
They will
Nice.
hit the last shot. India grabs the back-to-back from day 1 to day
नाच्ने पनि यसरी हो म त
This team looks clean.
It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. Can I get you to press this button and open up the iris? Oh, with a bit of vigor. I like
रडले
it.
हानेको
I
यार
got you
डर
on
छ
this in 3, 2, 1.
मेरो आज सोल सुकिरहेछ भोइस नट अलाउड रहेको त
टियानमा राम्रो जोसमा छ केटा हो
I don't think we could have set the stage better
कोही
ourselves.
कसले लिन्छ होला
So
फर्स्ट
it's
चिकन
ironic that we were featured in that
कसले लिन्छ होला फर्स्ट चिकन
plays there blank. An incredible
Hello.
रेडी गर बेटा फर्स्ट चिकन कसले लिन्छ होला
last couple days. But it's
यार
gonna get even
अनेस्टली भन्नुपर्दा
here. The best of the best return to the lobby.
मलाई चाहिँ
This is
होरको
where dreams truly do become
रन्डो
reality.
म्याप चाहिँ अलिकति
I'm slouching, but
स्ट्रङ
hopefully
जस्तो लाग्छ
it plays on, because this
त्यही भएर
is a-
आल्को त हो र कसले लिन्छ होला फर्स्ट चिकन
always gives you the most freedom, the most chance to get a big
फर्स्ट
offer
सेकेन्ड
online.
फर्स्ट सेकेन्ड थर्ड फोर्थ
We
फिफ्थ
shut
सिक्स
them
सबै
back
हो
on
र
the survival
लिन्छ
stage.
त्यो भएन
Teams were sweating.
किन भएर
Teams
ओ
were
हेर
आज भियर प्रिन्ट गर
in
न
their boots. But it's time to get boots
First
on the
over,
ground
really,
over
Jala.
on Rondo. Very,
Really,
very soon for our
yeah,
first
really.
match of the day.
यस्ता नाथे हाने अहिले बेलुका लिन्छ
That gargantuan point total. Can someone try and repeat something similar to EARENA? Maybe not the same.
घरलाई नेपालमा बर्ड फ्लू सक्यो भने त भन्दै हो है केटा हो मायाकुरी फेरि बर्ड फ्लू छ भने चिकन नखालान् केटाहरूले
try and elevate a world record even further? Hey man, there's no better
Daddy,
stage for it.
Daddy,
No better
Bye,
crowd, no
Bye,
more
Bye,
excitement
Bye,
and anticipation.
Bonus,
Right here, right now, live from the Qiddiya City grid at PMWC and EWC 2026. 3 years of intense competition. Twice we've had brand new champions crowned, and this year we'll get another one.
क्या म त खादैन यार म त
Never gonna be the
कस्तो
same here at this rate.
देख्दाखेरि
With
कस्तो लाग्छ नि बिचरा लाग्छ नि म त्यस्तो
It is
चिनेनहरु
time
केही
to
पनि
crown
खादैन
a new victor. Who's going to be the defending champion?
हामी जनावर मार्दैनौँ मारेर खाइदिन्छ
खादैन म त
All that matters is getting those points online.
क्वालिटी यति नै हो कि कुले
क्वालिटीको लागि सरी यार भाइ यार 720 भन्दा माथि जानु अलिक गाह्रो
Rondo, let's get it started.
रोन्डो
Energy in the arena already. It's good to hear you, Paris. Let's keep that energy going throughout the day. We'll set the stage for you as we get our playing.
उड्यो केटा प्लेन उड्यो
This one. We've had some pretty good games of Rondo, mate. You touched on EARENA there. That was something to be remembered. But the consistency and the level of
मेरो
aggression.
सालोले देख्यो भने फेरि नराम्रो मान्छ यार एक्लै खाने हुनु
अनि अघि नै भनिसक्यो कति धेरै बनाएको त अरे
A big hodgepodge of talent.
मैले भने बिना चाहिँ खानु
Picking
त
over
धेरै
each other blanks.
दिनले भन्दा सालोले बढी माया गर्छ यार
Because there's going to be bodies on
गलत
the
मान्छे
ground
चाहिँ के भयो
सालसँग बिहा गर्ने हो
start dropping in. EARENA here though, teams do need to be worried. They've been taking this little odd stadium drop where they've been searching out players from different teams on their res beacon positions. Now, if you are remembering our game versus Alpha 7 just the other day on Survival Stage Day 2, they had a real tough time of it. They were able to hold out, but EARENA made their lives extremely difficult. But it wasn't just them. Let's see what EARENA can get done because a lot of teams are taking those res beacons off towards the northwest side with this plane.
अब S2G को र OG को ब्याकअप प्लेयर एकैतिर गइराख बे
Just how hot these drops going to be, how much aggression is going to come out instantly. We see that opening.
गरिसक्यो भिआइटी को
अरे अरे के हो
ओजी को गयो ओजी
Two players on a
ओजी को गयो बे
हान्छ के ओराले
VIT र TIANBA
ओराले स्काई ओरा स्काई को स्काई ओराले हान्छ भाइयो के आउ ओजी त
TIANBA को मिरु यो मान्छे सेक्सी छ यार गरा यार यो मान्छेलाई मिलाइदियो यार
हेलो सन्तोष आज के गर्दैछौ वासरुममा आएर के हो
तर हाम्रो त इन्डियन टिम सँगै पर्ने भयो क्या यार जहिले यार कहिले ओजी पर्छ कहिले GodLike पर्छ यार
A powerhouse in the survival stage and again.
ओइ टियान्बाले छौडा
Being forced out as well as Horaa.
तलको चक्कु
A few more points for themselves.
अरोरा पनि हानि राखेर
3 points for Horaa.
Top.
3 in the back pocket.
FURIA.
REDFORCE and that big
40 चक्कु
total for TIANBA already.
Oh my days, I mean,
टियान्बाले हान्न सके
गन खेल हो अघि हानेको
slashing at them. He pretty much cut through the entire
Kill feed ढिला चलिरहेको अघि हान्छ
left them
हो
I'm pretty sure he was up against guns as well, but he just brought the knife close quarters outside the pagoda. Real samurai gear on Rondo.
पुरी गर्नु
सन्तोष करेल हेलो सर वेलकम टु द स्ट्रीम सर लिटर बाइक के छ जिन्दगीमा
To proceed, it seems then for TIANBA.
कस्तो त हान्छ त ओराले आज
This is that from NONGSHIM. Going to be able to force
बक्सिङ
him
रेड
out.
फोर्टको XYG लाई गयो
Oh, that's a great
FURIA.
line, bud. Lord coming swiftly in with that one onto S2G.
हट ड्रप त दरो परिराख म्याको
Gorgeous stuff here. But for S2G, got the chat with
जस्तो
him
छ
for a
हौ
little bit.
टियान्बा
My boy was actually getting a haircut when I was talking to him, but
ओ
they were saying
About-
that they have the
After they
aggression, and that's what they're bringing here in the finals. It's what Ulf kind of lacked a little bit of.
फर्स्ट गेमको चिकन कलेज लिन्छ प्रिटी गरौँ न यार गाण्डुहरू
Over in the
के
group
बोला?
stages, they're looking to bring it again here.
भाइहरूलाई भनेको
A lot
नि
of
होइन
time to
जो
sit
इभेन्ट
those
त्यस्तो
teams,
ओर
but
बोल्ने हो
moves up and already
ठाडो बोल्ने
stand.
नि
It's
त्यसमा
Kamikaze,
म त कहिले
the
पनि
man
राम्रो
with it all
लाग्दैन
to give. One nade, one dream.
लास्ट स्लिपिन अप फेरि
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it's nice to get a chip damage on the peak.
नो नाइस
Trying to lean into it, but the
नो फियर स्काई
Karki on low HP will at least secure that one. Ralph goes in aggro though with the shotty.
निग्मा ग्यालेक्सी पनि आयो त यार केटा के हो
Full of buckshot.
#2 मा एलिमिनेट हुन्छ निग्मा ग्यालेक्सी
Okay, at least at distance is able to recall the team back into action.
हो र
We
हो
do have
र
the Western Circle. We didn't get to talk about too much. Flash already has tops in that region, so Jalting cover for that place can hold a lot of teams late game. Coming against Wit, bears them out. HP, but at distance, it's Milu once again. TIANBA up to 8 probably after this.
ढाड चिलाइरहेको छु मेरो आज भैँसी हिजो छाडा
This is the
बोल्दैछु
dream start for TIANBA. And Milu, the fact that he's got 6
CR7 छाडा बोर्डले उसको भिडियो वाचिङ
he
दिएर
was just popping off back in the games we'd seen previously. If he feeds
आफै भन्छ गोल फेरि मैले भने नि
throughout the whole day, good luck.
मैले कहिले बोले छाडा जे पाइदै
And there's no luck involved, but there is luck involved over on the lucky spin.
अरोरा माकुरीले हानिरहन हामीलाई यार दुईटा डाउन छ नि यार एउटा त फिनिसै भइसक्यो यार
PMWC, the exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set
NONGSHIM reports go
regularly in game.
नो प्लेयर पनि गयो यार ल
Make sure to try your chances just like QZC.
Oh.
And this spray down with the S12K. We are looking at 2 eliminations per
कोरी गर्नु
minute.
भएन
स्लिपी
Unreal reactions as well.
अघि पनि उ भएको थियो नि त
Coming out
ए भयो हामी चारै भइसक्यो केटाहरु
very gifted as individuals, but
के मैले के हान्दैछ अरुरा
that's the way to do it. Right? We were touching on the fact that
Nigma
we have a
Galaxy
huge pop-off game on Rondo. The extra buffer of points for the ship, quantity of additional eliminations you can garner from this battleground. It's worth its weight in gold, especially in a 3-day finals environment like this. You gotta get in there and get stuck into the thick of it, and TIANBA are doing just that.
Again, for TIANBA, their biggest success in the survival stage was the fact that they started out so incredibly hot. Where it felt like all the weight was off them a lot of times. But Milu making that 1v4 look real easy, I think that came from the fact that they had nothing to lose at that point. They were already in.
सब्स्क्राइबर 2k हिट गर्ने गोल छ केटा हो यदि नयाँ हुनुहुन्छ भनेपछि त्यति
We haven't
हेल्प
talked
गर्नु होला
about too much so far on the cast, but we do have Smash ruling this event. And not only does that mean that, yes, you can win technically, game 2, but it also means the further you are ahead, the harder it is for teams to catch up to you to also get into that Smash ruling. So we are looking for more similar results to 4 Thrives as well as Vitality in terms of how far they sent themselves ahead in those rankings to make it difficult for any team to really Smash ruling on the final day. Might be coming down to match 6.
यो प्लेयरहरुको रिकल बाँकी छ यिनी बेला तान्छ केटा
Storyline to see how that affects things going into the last day of competition. How big of a barrier that'll be. Really,
प्लेयर्सको दुईजना मरिसक्यो यार
up to the occasion for the team with
रिकल हुन्छ होला
central pipeline.
हुँदैन कसो थाहा हुन्छ
That's one for the future though, but now it's in the back of your mind. You have that context with just how much these early points matter for some of our squads. 2 sides that you touched on there, though, of course, being Vitality and 4 Thrives. They were dominant in both of their respective groups. Easily the best squads we saw when it came to how consistent they looked.
50 कति चाहियो हो बा 50 मात्रै चाहिएको बा 50 49 होला 50 पनि हैन
Away, what we thought was the upper limit. They then played their
very
group,
close to
right?
2k guys
They knocked it out by 1 point, but even that 1
बेला बेला
point
भनिराख्छु त्यो भन्दा पुरै यो भन्दै
in
भन्दै
such a short amount of games. For TIANBA, it's a little less impressive, I would say, just because you are playing with the dregs coming through from the group stage. We already did send what we assumed to be our best 10 teams forward there. Even so, TIANBA still looked very strong, and for them, it was more a case of switching it on in those moments. And they've done exactly that. It looks like all the lights are on at home right now for TIANBA. They are burning the midnight fuel.
TIANBAले आफ्नो जुन त्यो गन पावर चाहिँ जुन के भन्छ यार एउटा मोमेन्टम क्यारी फरवर्ड गरेर मोमेन्टम क्यारी फरवर्ड गरेर बल्ल आयो मिडु यार क्या मान्छे छ यार यो मान्छे यार सेक्सी जान्छ यार
It feels like it is, especially when you then factor in, but we had the one clean 1v4 he won. We then had a 1v4 attempt towards the end of survival stage that resulted in a...
नाच्छु भनेर टपमा फिनिस गर्यो
the last guy.
कहाँ आज नाच्छु
टुके पुग्यो भने नाच्छु ल म पनि
म त नाच्दैन
Unbelievable.
I think we're more astonished at that. I mean, we didn't even clock it because it's like, is he just doing this repeatedly now?
Thank you bro, thank you so much for $1. Means a lot.
तँ साँच्चै गएको हो र भनेको मलाई विश्वास चाहिँ लाग्दैन मैले गेममा देखेकै छैन त
A bit of an awkward res beacon on this one as well, down towards the lake.
तिमीलाई मेरो रातो
But
बुट
you get caught out on the bridges coming out from that area a fair few times here, Jackie, and also there will be teams playing around that spot, trying to hold teams out. Orangutan, though, nice rotate on the north side, will be able to get them further into the circle. TIANBA Vitality all on the back foot here, as well as Ulf. Aurora holding a 2-2 split.
दिदी कति मोबाइल हेरेको रे म यहाँ काम गरिरा हो के म थोडी न यतिकै बसिरा हो भन्दै थियो बाबे
स्ट्रिम शेयर गरिरा हो केटा हो मेहनत गरिरा हो अहिले धेरै
बोयफ्रेन्डसँग च्याट गर्दै छु म
Shades of stadium for EARENA, a position they'd love
Both
to play
must
towards in a final circle, but let's see if they can win
Both
out
have
versus Orangutan straight through the door, and it's easy clean-up on the opening two players. Aaron Wisgard down in a matter of seconds, back down to a duo once again.
Orangutan को फेरि फेल दियो
Leaves Orangutan just
Oh,
on one
shit.
singular player, AKO.
पाकिस्तान versus India त दौड चल्यो त केटा
Beacon. I think he might go far Bailey on this actually.
I don't think I'm
I
at
don't
Qiddiya.
think he's going to stop off early over towards the lake. Like I said before, you get a res off there, teams know it's happening, they will hold you out. So he is forced to go for the long rotate. But honestly, for Orangutan, it's not terrible because they can just swing back in from that northern side. It's fairly free.
Melo बाबुले थाहा थाया
Teams dropped off down towards the south.
हाड ओजीलाई कोले भनेको ए हाड
Pulls slightly further out as well, hedges his bets, he goes up towards the top of the north side, going to get that recall in. See Vitality on screen here as well. Just the one elim to start us off with Rosy. I mean, you said it yourself, mate, doing your little special report on Vitality. Razak and Rosy, that's been a hell of a duo. They're like the Cray twins, bro. I'm just terrified when you see them coming at you.
Yeah, you are. I mean, one of them bringing the double hammers as well. It's a bit of a nightmare, honestly, and they are always looking for a proper shootout. But it's nice to see Axel as well as Federales. I mean, Axel really astonished me. Because there had been so much talk about Rosy and Razak, and Federales has also had a massive amount of tenure throughout the entirety of PUBG. But Axel was just swinging and not missing. So that's what gives me a lot of hope. I'm very, very excited to see this team perform as this tournament goes on, just because of how good all of them have been playing individually and as a unit. Take a look at GodLike though. They're over towards that centre side. I think GodLike showed us something different from their region. Honestly, they had some great aggression. I think they did figuring things out they go along. But genuinely overall we're impressive. We're impressive. They were second best.
राणा जी माफ गर्न बन्दी मारे से हो गई
कपडामा पुच्छ बच्चा जस्तो यार यस्तो गर अनि कपडामा यस्तो गरेर
राणा जी माफ गर्नु न गल्ती मारे से हो गई
pulling further down. Couple big names amongst the dead centre of it all. GodLike, as you touched on, 4 Fribes, Vitality, Nigma Galaxy as well. Representation from Aurora, another side that could have some surprises in store for us as this one goes on.
Aurora team 62 जनालाई छ ओजी को पनि 2 जना बाँकी छ
Capability to choke in the final.
Yeah, that's fair.
That is their.
ओजीले आफ्नो एउटा रिकल गरे
Every single player on that team.
त्यही भनेको धुने मैले अनि त्यस्तो गर्छ कि यार भाइ हेर्नु न यहाँ यस्तो राम्रो राम्रो नेलहरु हेरेर हार्ड गरेको छु अनि यस्तो नेलहरुले गर्दा म धुनु पर्दा मेरो भाँचिदैन
Which is sad, but they are consistently always here. You can't really put them down too much for that. The fact they're in most of the finals, it's like that's already a big achievement. Reefers though opening up over towards Yasser from ALULA.
Thank you.
TIANBA's cut out on that eastern edge. Now there's a lot of these involved inside the circle, as well as stadium over towards that northeast side, which is open on the outer edges. It slopes down into it, so if you are EARENA, they also know this area very well. It is their drop spot, but 4 Fribes have beaten them to the punch here down towards their southwest from stadium.
Excited to see what the form of FURIA is going to be looking like in a final situation again as well. They were massively coming alive, dude. Felt like it was way better in terms of the decision making. The communication was on point. A lot of the fights we witnessed from them. Igor as well, playing so brilliantly with some individual plays. Feel like a whole new man showed up. We spoke about this big man though, and he's back on our screens again. Milu scouting around, seeing if he can get a line of sight potentially. Just playing close towards the geometry here of the cliff face. It's Ulf.
Eagle and Aiken desperate to get some every single one of them. Guys out the fraggers on side, Aiken. A lot of times playing off the back of him. Eagle very, very good at playing that anchor style. Generally is the last player to go down. Plays that survivalist very well for them as well. Yeah, you're right, FURIA looking good. Egos, I think, was a big surprise.
Yeah.
Got big names on that team like Chief. Silence also doing a lot of good work, but yeah, Egos was just really giving it for these squads. We're getting in towards our later circles with quite a lot of down teams still involved. We talked about Jaltin earlier on. It can house a ton of teams. It is uncomfortable to play in. Apartment to apartment is not always easy, and there's a lot of difficult windows and little places to pitch nades in. We can't quite get those full finishes on. So I'm curious to see how this will play out. I think it's going to be a little bit of a passive game going towards the end, but you do have to get in towards Jaltin.
Idea को पनि रहा nice one 40 ले फेरि पेली रहा and oh my god NONGSHIM REDFORCE exclusive को तीनटा पेल दियो बे
Feel the hammer crash down on top of them from NONGSHIM REDFORCE.
हिनमिन भन्ने पनि राम्रो खेल्छ यार
Starting it out well. But only one man in last, forced to bail out and try and keep their dreams alive.
Vitality को त के कुरा गर्नु म चारै पेल्नु
There's Aurora as well, clashing against EWC.
I mean, Eda tried to get in on the northeast side, which I think is, at this point, a little bit too late. They got crunched in by Vitality as well as Aurora. I think you somewhat deserve that coming into this stage of the game. Jaltin's still far on the western side, but because it's such a big amount of landmass with a lot of places to play, you do see a lot of teams confirming here early, but you sort of want to be on that end where Aurora is, Vitality, where there is those clear exit points across the road. A lot of other teams have to take something a little bit more unfortunate.
Let's go reflect it, dude.
Stepping up to the plate. He's giving himself away though, Jackie.
Yeah, this is risky, bro. IQ had to be so swift with the shotgun here. It's Joker just teasing them.
Won't be the last one, yeah.
Around on top of the rocks. So much damage already done to 4 Frights. This would be a heavy to get down. And that's how they fall in our opening game. EARENA
down but back on ball with TIANBA. Immediately finding the first as per usual. Scarface desperate against it. He's just pushing up. Aching will find another shot. Solus is down. This is looking very, very bad. But TIANBA puts up more points. Really want to so far.
It's not going to stop either. They want even more. Squeeze whatever points they can get out of this one.
Eren
had to touch
finds
a lone rock in the field and gets his head down. Turns his attention back up onto him though. Few shots and he dumps the magazine towards Milu. Someone needs to stop him back.
Immediately.
This
game, you're right, needs to be
taking
some damage here.
सुरुमा के गरे यार अब त
It's FURIA actually taking a
टप
couple of
16 टप 5 आउनु पर्छ भन्ने छैन भाइ
not letting up.
So Maro.
Just about press over the top of that bridge side. They're going to take the blue
Like
front to try and deny those sidelines. They make their way over towards the pagoda. Just about in here, Jackie. Difficult spot to play. Curious to see how it does work out. Aurora, it seems like both them and Vitality have been tossing a couple of curveballs at one another. Well, everyone does find Eagle. This piece. Still on that east
मैले माया गरेको त देख्दैनौ तिमीहरु यो आउनु भन्दा भन्दै गयो पपकर्न
He's thinking you want to try and ruin this for us on game 1. We'll at least make it.
He
can scrap through onto them.
म खाँदैन नि त एउटा बिस्ताउनी त्यसको लागि मात्र बनाऊ
Really make a move towards that recall, the zone coming in and
punch
up away from all of them. Still dead center for Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality's actually in a really good spot here. Like I said before, it does give them that capability to move out over towards that northeast side of Knees B, but it also can crunch.
Nigma Galaxy पनि राम्रो एन्ट्री पाउँछ यार
There was one player left.
Nigma Galaxy त हाल्नै पर्दैन सरी
He is over on the eastern side of Jaltin.
GodLike slow खेलिरहा
It does kind of save grace for Vitality. Because they'll hear the shots immediately if someone tries to rock over towards Darkin. A brief opportunity to reassemble and reassess how they want to play off on that eastern side. I think this has been a key factor for Federalis throughout the entire tournament as well. The action speed. He is quick with it.
It was quick and on a disgusting angle as well. So good plays. All Federalis. They turn around back onto it.
TIANBA आज 39 पोइन्टर हान्छ जस्तो छ केटा
This is an insane push from TIANBA, by the way. They are practically.
Oh my God, vitality go.
QZZ go down. I don't know how.
Gas 60 grenade आने यार.
They immediately scarpered from that south side.
Aurora को भी नहीं रहा होता बड़ा.
बाहर देखी ले उन्हें बात दिल्ली
I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down. I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down to TIANBA of all teams.
चीज ले रखा सारी कर रहे
This is
हैं
lunacy. Milu's looking for the nade as well, wants to really commit to this.
Milu मेरी जान निकाल दे. तेरी दिन सब मुक नहीं रही वो. Oh, Dendiran.
Milu priming the nades.
Oh my God, कसरी यार. Aurora ले पुश आंधी दे.
Excellent Razak still up and kicking.
Aurora TIANBA और vitality के डाउ.
Tries to crawl his way back in towards the smoke to mask his presence here. QZZ still alive. Last of a player up, probably the one you want to see as well here for TIANBA. 14 eliminations this game so far, though still decent. That is greedy. Vitality's gonna let it happen?
भन भइसी रे के कुरा
He's going to get it in. The
Vitality शेयर करना है कोई नहीं है अभी.
के भन्नु
as well. It was the nades from Aurora from all the way in the back line.
Milu मर्नु भन्नु है भाइ Milu मर्नु.
Over onto Milu. Vitality have just been caught in the middle of it all. Most aggressive game of badminton with nades being bounced over the top of their heads. Molly in round the corner, QZZ with a nade back. Who's just going for it?
थोड़ा समझ में आइरहेको
Oh ले.
Shotgun knocks them both out.
This is what I can't believe about QZZ. It's like, I've run out of grenades. You see so many players just step back and be like, that's it then. But it's like, if I can't do it with a nade, I'm just facing. I'm fully facing. Now Aurora, they're pushing up the sideline. TIANBA hold, 2 versus 4 here. It's a tough one. The opening grenade is not good, but Reaper's still going to turn damage. Top will at least find QZZ, and it seems like Milu will also go down. But 16 eliminations, a fearsome game, even going out at 11.
मैं बुझे कुले कुले का बात गलत कर रहे हैं ओए ला नो फियर डाउन
A spectacle to start here on game 1 of Rondo, and it's TIANBA that lead the charge. Now
PUBG like pello.
see if anyone else can try and mirror their success with what remains.
Flash
ओए ला स्काई
south side. They're kind of fighting for nothing on this
ओ फ्यूरिया पछाडी आयो
lead at some point.
ओरोको पछाडी छ नि त फ्यूरिया
Jiggle. Fair bit of damage.
Jiggle यार.
Bows in the back line here, lining up a grenade inside the warehouse. Hard to pop these off the wall.
Let's कसरी पछाडी आउनु भयो त्यत्रो.
Concrete inside.
16 point त लियो कि तर
अबे ढिलोले 2 हान्दी बे.
Tizzy.
Almost 1v3 दियो यार.
Straight into the barrel.
गयो पनि त आफू किल नउठाइ
Shotgun straight to the cranium. Lays him away.
Oh, सौम्य गयो मान्ने.
From Schweppes in the
Last
distance
one.
as well. Gets a
God, I didn't get one.
This is looking dire for both teams. I mean, NONGSHIM down to just the duo. GodLike with only 1 man left remaining. And ALULA.
ओरले चिकन खानु पर्छ
NS को लास्ट छ यार.
फ्यूरियाले खायो
Potential points here.
Why not? Honestly, grab them where you can. ALULA sends
Oh,
it
push
the
on the ALULA ले बे.
NONGSHIM REDFORCE has not got
GodLike
the reset
इनको
on
लाइक
one at
गर्नु
all.
पर्यो
Still
रे
priming nades upstairs.
Mighty.
It's going to have to be a
Mighty.
big hole.
Mighty.
Tizzy on the outside. Luckily, that Molotov is not on
नाइस
the
गाइस ओए ला ओरो गयो
What are we doing?
फ्ल्यास अघि 16 मा थियो यार
ALULA पनि गयो. यो सरी.
Spamming the shots.
NS पनि गयो.
It's all gone.
I feel like Tizzy just panicked.
I think so.
You just get the res in, bro. Drop the smokes, get the res in. They missed the first molly. At least challenge the res. Goodness me.
Mane पनि
You're
गयो.
going to go down to a perfectly placed Molotov here from ALULA. I mean, hats off to these guys. They currently control the entirety of the northern side to themselves. EARENA looking to put up another good point here. Aurora.
तिमी गर न म राति हान्दिन्छु.
Hearts right now. Opening up with maybe a gargantuan game. Leading them to believe it is possible once again for Aurora.
Nigma Galaxy coming out swinging as
सबको
well.
यार
Might have been a bit quiet in terms of the overall aggregate elims we've seen to this point, but we know it's a team that can deliver with some consistency late game. They've got nades as well.
म गर्दैन यार पिरियड.
The red zone forming on top of
मलाई पठाऊ
Thankfully
मेरो
for
लिंक
them,
सेयर गरिदिन्छु
मेरोमा आयो नि खोलिहाल्छ त.
make all the
अस्ति देखेन अर्जुन झुकार जोइन भएको.
आयो त मुख गरौ नोटिफिकेसन
going on, but if you flick to the elim feed, you can see dogs doing damage. The scalpels come back out for Aurora. And blank, it was 16 for TIANBA, but Aurora now on 14.
भाइ चाहिँ काम गर्न छोडी यार मलाई भन्दिम.
Aurora have been just stamping away here. Refus again does find Aru, leaving AKOP inside. Will be able to grab win. Actually didn't even grab that. Chop was able to steal it. But for OG, they live a lot longer than expected. But with 0 eliminations, they will not get a huge amount off this game other than the placement points involved. AKOP inside. Has to move soon. Denying the point.
माथि ओजीको कतिवटा डाउन भयो यार 16 मा हुँदाखेरि 2 जना बाँकी छ यार अहिलेसम्म 1 जना बाँकी छ यार
0.7 त जति जना बाँकी भ्युजमा त हराए रे
He's trying to keep himself sustained and run the clock down on this one as long as
सबैले गरेर भन्दै थियो हजुर कहाँ जानु भयो खै कहाँ हो भ्युज
that's just another point for Aurora.
हजुर कहाँ हराउनु भयो ड्याडी
He's trying to get an extra placing on this
Legal.
one, but don't
कति स्ट्रिप चलिरहन्छ रे
still more. He's mistimed it. Yeah, unfortunate.
त ब्याकएन्ड र एप लाइभ गरेर म गरिदिहाल्छु त
Bad for him.
साँझ के भयो त भाइ फरक पर्दैन
Sadly not able to rank up once again. If he'd waited a little bit longer, maybe he would have ranked up over EARENA here, who will go down. Imagine 10k, not able to weather the pressure. Impressive this tournament for a team that was kind of down on their luck last year. I don't think a lot of people had high hopes for this squad. They have come into EWC looking fairly decent. Like a lot of work's been going on for this squad. But Nigma Galaxy.
ALULA, Nigma Galaxy, Aurora, Nigma Galaxy त यार भन्छ यार लास्टमा यार
Still able to grab those points, and I do attribute some of that to Coops. He is a nuts player on side.
He's been
big.
Ready आनु है रिवाइभ गरेर
Wearing that crown with some of the plays he's
अबे ग्रेनेड मार ल
slam down on the off-angle peak behind the vehicle here.
Nice one.
Cowering one by one, they eat the bullets and they fall. Huge step up from Nigma Galaxy and enough time to fix their HP as well before any other fights are forced. The only solo
Aurora चाहिँ हुन सक्छ यार Aurora
he got just trapped in the ditch between our two teams.
Nigma Galaxy मिस गर्छ कि लास्टमा चाहिँ ओ नो 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 4v4 ब्रो फर्स्ट गेममा 4v4 गेट आउट
Instantaneous shots coming through. So we're down to Aurora. Reaper swings very wide here over towards the
फर्स्ट चाहिँ मा लास्टै टाढा छ यार
positions. An awkward angle like that could make him very worried. That's a little bit hard.
हामी साउन महिनाभरि खाँदैनौँ मासु
But at least got the info on side. Coop tries to hit the shots.
मासुको शब्द छेउछाउ पनि हिँड्दैनौँ ड्याडी
And he passes on by. Again, I do think for Nigma
मलाई कस्तो त्यो साउन महिना भएको भएर अर्कै लाग्छ कि
It's the fact that
सर्कल हो गेट आउट सर्कल मुभ नगरेर मुभ कोही पनि जाँदैन हैन
aggressive player, but Ralph and Satan, they like to take it slow, and that's great. And it works out. We do need someone else to move
यो
forward.
दुईटै मन पर्दैन मलाई
17 फिनिशेस Aurora
I do think this is the perfect setup right now for them. So
Nigma
we'll
Galaxy
move
is
forward
good.
into the
सब एक्लैले 7 हाने यार
on the game. A teaser potentially from Aurora, and we'll hold our breath for it.
Jewel
Nice.
dominate
It's unreal.
It's greatly timed.
sitting down
The shrapnel
Coops दामी
hits
पोजिसन
hard. He knows. He knows, Jackie.
यसले थाहा पाइसक्यो लोकेसन
Wants to get it behind the cover flare.
ला
They bait him out enough. That's more chip damage. Coops on half HP.
पहिला त्यही हान
Could be good.
This is annoying. This is very frustrating.
Jewel को पोजिसन लास्ट ट्रिकी छ पछिबाट 3 जना कभर दिइराछ अगाडि एकजना खेलिरा
Reposition off the back of this as well, because both the front targets have been distracted. Discombobulated in the chaos. Thought it might be a little harder for Aurora to back the circle. They also know the north side's free after that original rotate from Reefers. Ralph had to go back up that angle. But they have all the knowledge in the world going forward here. They've opened up the full library.
यो केटाले यो टुर्नामेन्टमा रिडिम गर्छ कि आफुलाई
9 किल
A lot of nades being baited out here by Coops as well. He's down to 2 nades and 1 Molotov.
Nigma Galaxy हक्छ के
Calculated from his off-angle
कति
peak.
बोलेको हो त्यहाँ गेम हेर्नु छैन एकछिन गुला बोले हप्छ हप्छ गरेर
One blessing, he's got a little bit more cover
कहाँ
to
के
try
भइरहेछ
and
थाहा
pick
छैन
off, but
तिमीलाई
no
नि
easy
मजाले
rotation.
थियो अरूरा आफ्नो टिम गइसक्यो भने टेन्सन भयो
All the 4v4 here. Utility down to nothing on side of most of these players. It will just be a dry gunfight, and honestly, on top form, I do think Aurora beats them out on that. Coops and Lord, though, deadly duo. Prime at the 2 nades. Doc is up front. Is this the docketing once again? Takes 2 nades. Just will tank them. But there's 2 more coming. And I'm not sure you'll be able to do the same on the next. They both go wide.
सागारले मार्क्स गर्नु छैन कि अब म्याक
Swing
ब्रो
back, but one player goes down the back line. It is top.
गयो
Down to 2.
पिक गर्यो
Nigma Galaxy is making this happen.
They're standing tall right now. They want to convert this one into a chicken dinner win on game one as two of Aurora's players buckle under the pressure. Ruthless falls. It's all down to the last man in Joel. They need to isolate the peak as he hits Lord Heavy, but he's gone.
He's gone. That is insane. That is insane, Jackie. I got to eat my words on that one as well. I mean, for Nigma Galaxy, what a did say though, Aurora do like to choke.
The crazy thing is, it was probably the most fitting head-to-head of two teams we could have.
Yeah.
Similar contrasted play styles, the way they split off, confident their 2v2s, the off-angle aggression. Charging in.
भएन बाटोमा नि
It's the docketing.
म अर्जुन बस्नेतलाई लिएर आथे भाइ
Absolutely come alive on that one. Yeah, wonderful stuff. Actually wonderful. I still think Aurora played that game very, very well though. I think when you watch them in those moments, they are so clean on the shots here and there. I think it's just a little bit of a stumble towards the end there where you're trying to pull yourself out of those buildings. Getting back across the road. They don't have a huge amount of space to play with. They also have the high ground, so they set up well on this one. Yeah, good stuff from Nigma Galaxy. Again, Lord and Coops though. That is a great duo. We're seeing a lot of fantastic duos be born here over at EWC and really spread their wings into these matches.
You can see them enjoying it as well. Ralph enjoying the celebration for the fans behind them. Everyone in the arena popping off with Nigma Galaxy taking game. Stay tuned for even more.
India लगेर बेच्ने हो भाइ अर्को दलाल आइसक्यो राज भाइ देख्यौ यहाँ हेर दलालै दलाल छन् सबैजना
मैले हैन गरेको यार मलाई चाहिँ बाहिर राख्दियो यार केटा हो तिमीले यस्तो कुरा गर्नु न केटा
ओके
गोली पुलिसले लान्छ तिमीहरूलाई
खाली बनाइदिए जस्तो लाग्दैछ हौ खाएको खाइ एकछिनमै खाली छैन भात खा जस्तो गरेर यस्तो गरेर खाएको खाइ हौ ओ साच्ची हिजो त्यत्रो भनेको हैन
मैले कहाँ हात हाल्नु पर्छ देखिसके भए अब तिमीले मलाई सिकाउनु पर्दैन मुला
लाइभ सकिने बेलासम्म बुढाबुढी मोटाउँछन् जस्तो छ अरे
बुढा चाहिँ मोटाउँछ भाइ बुढी त अब
दलाल
Very well, thanks.
बिल्कुल
Let's
दलाल
talk a little bit before we get into the nitty-gritty of the teams and how things are going for you guys. Let's talk a bit about how the Esports World Cup been for you so far.
दुब्लाउनु पर्छ
अब हेर्नु यसको उसमा हेर त के बसाले कहिले
So good. The castles are Notre Dame, the Pantheon.
यो चाहिँ कार्की फेरि यहाँ मैले त्यस्तै देखिन्छु
But Arena is more than good. There is, I don't know, it's my first time at the World Cup and it feels so good.
It's amazing.
Destroyed.
Let's talk a little bit about your team, S2G. Let's talk about the preparations coming
Daddy, हाम्रो टिमले जितेन
हाम्रो मरिसक्यो 6 पोइन्ट मात्र
हाम्रो होरा स्पोर्ट हो कि त्यहाँ हेर्नु न
What was the plan?
एची लेखेको
We did boot camp at the Istanbul. You know, we have gaming house at the
तर यस्तो
Istanbul.
भन्नु त भाइलाई पनि यस्तो प्रे गर्ने भनिदिनु त
China, the PMI.
यहाँ च्याटमा भएको भाइहरूले त खै खासै प्रे गरे जस्तो लागेन मलाई
I don't know. I feel we're gonna take this.
बिग्रेको
You feel like
बच्चा
we're going to get this? Well, S2G's run through the group stage was really good. Now we're in the finals. How are the team
Let me
feeling? Are
put
they
that level,
nervous?
do
Are
not.
they excited? Like, what's the vibe from the team right now?
They seeing me, my players are seeing me. Maybe we're gonna get the first place, maybe we're gonna get the sixth place. They don't know. Yeah, but I think we're gonna handle this.
It's a very strong group of finalists, isn't it? So if you
होरा स्पोर्ट लेखेको वाला हो कि ड्याडी हाम्रो टिम नेपालको
हेलो गाइस हेलो वेलकम टु द स्ट्रिम नयाँ हुनुहुन्छ भने डु द ड्रिल्स
I believe.
ड्रिल चाहिँ
I believe too. Badish, thank you so
लाइक
much for
गर्ने
joining this interview. I really appreciate
सब्स्क्राइब
it.
गर्दै सब्स्क्राइब गर्ने एउटा मेसेज छोड्ने यसो गफगफ गरौँ के छ जिन्दगीमा लान ओ यो आरु हैन आरु खाइदिए मलाई म कान्छ
लिकुन
so far, as well as what may be to come. So, of course, I have
यो पार्टी नबोलाउनु भाइ यार
here, as we have GodLike and, of course, Orangutan going to be representing from India. So, I guess I'll ask you, Alina, first.
लिकुन
you guys must have watched the survival stage. What did you think about the team's gameplay overall?
Like the previous group were too much aggressive, or maybe they were one more chance, that's why they were aggressive, and this was a survival stage. But I think TIANBA got the momentum, and the top 6 were expected, as we have decided already in the podium thing that we have a fun activity over there. And I think ALULA gave a little bit surprise, and I hope so they perform good in grand final also. But I'm hoping for TIANBA to carry forward the momentum that they have already got in survival stage.
How about you, Aru? What did you think of the survival stage?
We tried to grab as many things as we could from the playstyles and the lobby structure to get a better understanding and to be able to predict better what the structure of the finals lobby would look like. And obviously we don't really fear anyone, but yeah, there are many respectable opponents that we need to respect in game as well, as much as we should, not more, not less. So yeah, we know that
only
one last chance. It's like and yeah, that's it.
All right, so I wanted to ask a bit of a fun question, since we've got 2 fantastic teams here. I'll start with you, Aru. If you had to take a player from Amino's team and add them to your roster, who would you pick and why?
Maybe I start.
Okay. Same question to you. From Aru. What do you think about that? You think she's a good idea? You think that's fair? All right, so kind of final thoughts, kind of look at the finals as a whole here. I'll start with you, Amino. What's your expectations here for the final? Obviously, it's an amazing lineup of 16 teams, arguably one of the best lineups of all time here at PMWC. So how do you think your chances are?
I wouldn't be saying anything. I'll just prove it by performing well.
Perfect. How about you, Aru? What are you thinking?
I'm just here to play and enjoy the 18 games because I love this game. I don't want to feel any pressure or unnecessary expectations from myself. If we are going to enjoy the game inside,
gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck today.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that amazing interview there. But it does end up coming down to Aurora at the end. Even though Nigma Galaxy won, congratulations Nigma Galaxy. I gotta give this team some props because we're finally seeing the MVPs show up for the squad. But Nigma Galaxy, Hoops, what a surprise for them being able to come out with a win.
Hoops, because that's all you gotta say. I do. Confirm, yes. Yeah, my handwriting. Coops was awesome. I really love the jump that they're coming through throughout that game, right? They played on that edge side. They waited for their moment. They bided their time. And what I loved particularly here, Max, was their push onto EA was not super aggressive. All they wanted was space inside the zone. They didn't go for that full push and that full clear of the team. They're just like, hey, we want some space, we're going to take it from you, take a couple of points as well, and then wait some more. I really liked that from them.
I have an idea, but this is just pure speculation. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'm like, maybe they slow down the fight to EARENA, hoping ALULA would go for a third party, and then they can let them
Nigma Galaxy 23 points, Aurora Gaming 23 points, TIANBA 16 finishes of 0 placement point. ALULA Club 11 points, Esports
PMWC finals, baby, as 3 teams were able to get 13 or more eliminations. Aurora with the 17, TIANBA started off hot as well.
I just love the fact I'm getting so excited, so passionate here. The fact that they carried on the same momentum that they had was exceptional from them. Obviously took the hot drop seriously, which, you know, shout out, love a hot drop taken seriously, and we're able to capitalize and obviously recover the team. And this is, it's just a crazy storyline from them, from bottom to the top, and
This is very
I'm so excited to see what they can do next.
They're looking to carry that momentum that we saw out of them in survival. Something that we actually enjoyed watching that game. That TIANBA was able to do, Max.
Because they had a great hot drop, right? I think it was what, 9 eliminations after the hot drop. Absolutely mad start for these guys. And then they start losing players. They want to go for the recall, which is usually Ting Garden. But then Horaa coming out of nowhere, looking to chase down the recall player, which usually is Eagle in Ting Garden. And Eagle instantly, instant response, seeing we don't want to go out to Horaa. We're going to go for an eastern rotation, a bit out of their way. But by doing so, he gets the entire team back up, and they get 16 eliminations off the back of that. Eagle, definitely, maybe not in terms of elims, but the MVP of the game in terms of what he allowed.
Allowing the team to be able to come back, allowing the team to just be able to just be there for sport. Allow the other players to just frag out. And for anybody that had TIANBA, Nigma Galaxy, or Aurora in your predictions, congratulations, because those teams have been performing quite well. If you haven't already, make sure you check out the EWC Play app. Go put in your predictions. You can end up getting some rewards there depending on what your predictions are. And no surprise here that it is Milu from TIANBA with the MVP once again. Eliminations. This man is just non-stop right now.
You can't stop this man. He's just gonna go from better to better to better performance. Here we go, the head-to-head. 16 eliminations versus 17 of Aurora. And if I'm not mistaken, Milu had at least 8 or 9 of those.
So, you know how you just had some notes and it was just, just man, this man's just chasing that MVP at this point.
He is. He absolutely is. QZZ though, shout out to QZZ at 1v2 onto the rest of Vitality. He was wiped out by Aura like seconds later, but yeah, it's some really, really good stuff there. There's a lot more players on the team than just Milu that are really fragging out.
I mean, I was wondering going to this, are we going to get group stage TIANBA? Are we going to get survival stage TIANBA? Clearly, with its opening performance 7, it is survival stage TIANBA in the finals.
And we're hoping that that's going to be the case. If you're at TIANBA fine, you're going to be looking really happy. If you're a Fourth Rise fan, Fourth Rise, it's looking for a comeback here. Same with OG, but let's see what's going to be happening here on the second game of PMWC at EWC 26 finals.
Thank you, Seven. Great breakdown there, recap of what we saw on our screens live in Game 1.
A
little bit louder in here, but Paris, I want to know how loud can you get? Let's get some noise going!
It's a good crowd. It's a real good crowd here we got here in Paris. Supporting all their teams. I mean, the Nigma Galaxy crowd, they've been loud. We'll see if they can get louder. As Nigma Galaxy are doing fairly well here so far. It's really, really nice to see. I think, again, mad props to Coops. First of all, mad props to actually being here. The guy's done so many events.
Discord मा बस्नु रे Discord मा बस्ने हो र Discord मा बसेपछि हल्ला बढी हुन्छ के भाइ धेरै जना भयो भने
looking a little bit more reserved, I would say, in the gameplay, which is good to see. Holding those angles. I actually like where he set himself up. It became a real nuisance. The big thing was, didn't immediately go down either. And I think a lot of times that's all he needs
Aurora
to do.
Gaming 17 elimination 35-70 को damage. Hashtag 2.
Sometimes you'll play those spots and then humble. And that's bang. So he's just letting his
17 finishes निकाल्दियो यार केटाले यार.
Whilst he plays that off angle in a really, really strong and quite
Top with 7.
But we're heading
तपाईं त राम्रै हो नि.
so probably a little less action.
त्यही
A little bit more calm, chill down.
त्यही त रमाइलो नि हैन भाइ धेरै हल्ला हुन्छ यार.
Caution of
त्यत्रो
the
त
day.
हुनु नि.
Furia last game did come down to Eagle once again.
Yeah. And honestly, mate, you know, normally I think you'd favour him in kind of positions like that, where if he had to step up as a solo, it's just how late in the game it was and how strong everyone else he was up against was looking, right? Uncomfortable position to be left in, but hey, they still squeeze some extra points out of it. So it's better than it could have been. For some of our other talented squads, they're far down the standings, but like we touched on, Rondo is Rondo, and now we get something a little bit more normal. Opening playing path established.
Plane उडिसक्यो यार बुढी सरी म बिर्सिहाले.
Down the middle. Down on that eastern side, yes.
म एक राउन्ड घुमाएर ल्याउँछु.
Open here for teams to move into. Gakra a little bit harder to get towards on that western side. North George, well as South George, probably possible. It's just going to be
गाडीको लागि पर्छ क्या ये versus होराको.
just out early. I don't really ever mind the chemistry split on
के लाग्छ गाइस?
on that eastern side.
यो म्याचमा चिकन गरि लिन्छ कमेन्ट गरौँ है.
Most of the time you're not having a second team come over here, so it's just a really good position to get set up.
गरि लिन्छ होला केटा चिकन.
But man, TIANBA. We didn't talk about them too much.
Nigma Galaxy, Aurora Gaming, TIANBA राम्रो खेल्छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई यो गेम पनि
Fire in those bellies today.
क्या पम्प छ नि डिस्कर्डमा बस्नु सकिन्छ भाइ तर धेरैजना भएपछि हुँदैन कि फेरि लास्टै हल्ला हुन्छ कि अनि सबै बोल्न खोज्छ नि त सबै बोल बेसली आफ्नै मान्छे हुन्छ सबै अनि बस्नु बोलिहालिन्छ अनि अलि मजा आउँदैन जस्तो लाग्छ यतिकै गरौँ न रमाइलो गरौँ न के छ र जिन्दगीमा एकजना कोही छ भने चाहिँ म ल्याउन सक्छु डिस्कर्डमा
Obviously, a little bit worse for Vitality with a late rotate all the way down from Starboard with their instant drop from the plane.
The Discord setup गर्नुपर्छ होला हाम्रो पनि आवाज जान्छ जान्छ.
A little bit more difficult. A lot of the rotation tools will probably be removed as well, so it is going to be a long rotation for Vitality. You are correct. That might end up, or probably will end up, creating a little bit more of a passive game.
Nigma Galaxy idea को drop class हेरौँ केटा अब.
Fourth drive though, loving life. And when they get down towards Ferry Pier, the yellow's on the eastern side, there's no one around here, it's chilled out, it's peaceful. You get yourself set up nicely.
2K subscriber भएपछि डान्स गर्छु के म न त नाच्दैन त्यसै.
I think the scary thing about this one is it does eke in a little bit of soft.
मेरो नाच हेर्नलाई नि भाइ.
There isn't a possibility that this doesn't go down towards Sosnovka in the future. It still can, could even set up around Bridge. Satan on our screens. You know what
Satan फस्यो क्या यार हैन पछाडी टिम छ पुरै.
Even when they win, he usually looks like
Oh, close to.
He did like that one. That was a nice win for him.
Yeah, they were chuffed to bits.
Follow upgraded जाने वाला था.
Nice head-to-head. Two very talented squads. Lots of contrast of play styles. Nigma Galaxy proving that it was on the money today in that first game. So low on utility, but made every bit count. Can they keep it going though? You start well on Rondo. How does it look then moving in here to Erangel? Another chicken dinner, big placements.
From
there.
Nice.
I suppose a litmus test.
Billy dance
what the quality of this team's going to be looking like throughout the next 2 days here.
Kamal Act. Hello bro. Hello sir. Welcome to the stream.
हाम्रो के हुँदैछ त
हाम्रो ठिकै छ सर 6 पोइन्टले यो फर्स्ट गेममा अब अहिले नै के थाहा हुँदैन आजको दिन सक्यो भने थाहा हुन्छ के भइरहेको कहाँ सकाउँछौँ आज हामी भन्नेमा फरक पर्छ
तताएर लिएर आउने भए लिएर आउँदा हुन्छ मैले अघि फोन आउँ 4 बजे चिया पानी खाऊ कि चिया
You don't want to place yourself between those two squads or those two buildings. They're very popular in that location.
कस्तो लाग्यो त मेरो डान्स
But I don't think either of them had them badly before. They had some really cool moments, some super
पास्ट मा चाहिँ नजाऊ है भाइ त्यो
1v3s right at the end of the game.
लाइभ मा हेर्ने जे देख्यो पास्ट मा गर्दै
टाउको देखेको रहेछ अनि त्यो लादो मात्रै चाहिँ के देखाएको हो
पास्ट मा जान खोजिरहेको देख्यो नि पास्ट मा टाइम सँग खेल्नु न भन्ने कसले सिकाओस् यार यिनीहरुलाई यार
भइसक्यो गीतको गीतै छ
Obviously, we touched
आज त
two other squads that I'm assuming towards the end of the day will be in a very different place to our understandings right now.
50 केजीको मान्छेलाई म हिजो भर्खर जोकेर आएको
They've got so much firepower. Even just as well. Fanak gets some of that old four back out immediately, mate. You won't only see it, you'll hear it from the crowd.
Drop class both are going to fight one.
He looked happy when I saw him this morning. They're ready to go. He's got a little shy smile on his face.
Idea Nigma Galaxy.
But even when I was talking to him yesterday, it seemed like he was ready and raring to go. The rest of the team all looked happy. IQ is in high spirits, which is very, very good news for the team.
त्यो त म त प्रो हो नि त भाइ म त अलरेडी त्यो गरिसकेँ नि टिमले गराएर त्यो त्यति बेला चाहिँ हामी एक्सपर्टको गाइडेन्समा खेलिरहेको थियौँ कि भाइ तिमी अहिले एक्सपर्टको गाइडेन्समा छैनौ त्यही भएर त्यहाँ नखेल त्यो टाइमसम्म
दिजु भन न
अल्फा 7 त घर गइसके पछाडी हल्लाको गरिराख भने
आज उसको छ के अरोराको अघि चाहिँ नान्दाखेरि परेर
जियो भन्ने यो भन्दा अगाडि कुन टिममा थियो यार मलाई त्यो टिमको नाम याद छैन हैन मलाई त्यो टिम साह्रै मन पर्छ यार देख्यौ नि मेरो
probably get back into the run of it like by match 3 eventually, but if it takes till tomorrow, I think that's fine as well. OG already still showing off that they have the rotations capability to make it happen at that late game. Not a lot of eliminations, that's fine.
तिम्रो लास्ट ओ आज के हो 4 ट्राइब्स मा हो
I like to see it.
but maybe not
ए हो र हाम्रो पनि छ नि त ओ माइ गॉड कत्रो भ्यालु लगेको बे केटाहरुले
Aurora हुँदैछ भाइ Aurora ठीक चिप्लेको यार जाउ लाग्ने यो Aurora को के अघि चिप्लाइराको
ST जियो हो
but that's the difference as well. They come back into this area going, sure, with the noise cancelling headphones, they might not be hearing it, but they can feel it. The vibration. I know the floor is trembling under my feet, so it'll be the same down there on the stage for our players. And if you're trying to instantly snap back into that tournament-winning mindset after a few days off with all this going on, it might take a game to try and lock back in.
Yeah. I don't like that though, from Aurora. Because you can scout that a lot easier just by sending over towards the beachhead, having a look over towards Lighthouse and be like, okay, there's a guy up there waiting. Try and check the girders. I was thinking
Jesus भन्ने वाला छ भाइ Jesus
send someone slingshot.
ए Zeus Esports
We know there's someone across
Zeus Esports भन्ने माथि भाइ यसले पहिले Esports स्टार्ट गर्ने बेला
It's so early into the game. Could have even just waited for zone 2.
त्यति बेला यसको टिममेट को थियो यार
Curious to see what the analyst has to say about that, because for me there's just not EWC, PMWC potential.
Zeus
Not what that is.
Zeus
ढोल बजिहाल्छ नि अस्ति उसको पनि त बजेको थियो त अल्फा 7 को
Economically,
हुन्छ
it's not the best trade on it.
बिए हुन्छ जस्तै छ भाइ त्यहाँ त के हो अल्फा 7 घर गयो ओहो
S2G को हैन न S2G को
Even this circle,
जिगरमा शॉट छ
where it's down towards the eastern side, Fourth Rise knows that. This is prime time to go for bridge camps.
ब्रो ड्रिफ्टिङ गरेर देखाइदिनु नि यार एकछिन यार
Further towards the northwest, maybe you don't go for that type of thing, but I think this one, if you're Aurora, it shouldn't be a case of, oh, let's check it through some of that. You should just know.
Devils in the
Horaa
and it paints a very pretty picture here for some teams.
ए 40 का केटा त्यही साइडमा
Players alive again to kick us off. Flash also having one player knocked.
दे जिगल हो
It's still in play. There you go.
प्रीमक्स पुरै खाली छ त
त्यसम पानीको सल्प कति परेको यार यो इभेन्ट भरि यार
के मिर्चीको पर्छ हैन
Bridge across both sides, which is super unfun to play. Because now this really could go back over towards Sosnovka. I'm sort of expecting it to head towards the northwest.
Vitality.
They're stuck now. As are ALULA. ALULA's kind of considering whether we should take an eastern crossing or should we just play over towards the ridge side on the southern edge. Cuts out a massive amount of space though. So much water involved. So teams are just going to be sending towards Ferry Pier because there's safety in that location.
Vitality did thunderfoot their way down from Stolber quite quickly, so you can see there amongst the rest of the pack, everyone else attempting to forge a path into the zone, knowing that play space will be
गाडी छोडिदियो यार
cut out by the water, and that bridge dividing either team from each other. Only two squads on the island right now.
निकाले केटाले
We've got EARENA on screen now. This is the POV.
ए होरा हुँदैछ कि
TIANBA though.
ओजी को जोड गयो यार
With God being hit very heavy.
त्यो बिटले
ओ माय गॉड एक स्पिन निस्क्यो यार केटो यार
यस्तो के कोले अहिले त्यो फर्स्ट म्याचमा देखाइरा छैन के अस्ति किन हो
Very close to going down.
बिआइडीको हुन्छ फर्स्ट म्याचमा देखाएको हो बिआइडीले
कभर लिने चक्करमा गयो केटो यार
Right, you know, there's a lot of nerves that came.
कभर लिने चक्करमा गयो केटो यार
Popularized weapon.
आरु
ओ आरु जहाँ गएर त्यहाँ अलरेडी टिम छ मेरो
जाँदैन ला त्यो उसमा मोरनाङ हो कि भन्ने ठाउँमा गयो
Horaa fans enjoying this one so far, getting quite loud there. You see the banner flying.
वान विकेट पनि गयो
Oh, going back in. Let's see what he can do in the DB.
उइ ला हानु त
He's the DB best up close and personal onto Schweitz with the open.
Oh.
Not ideal for his teammates though, as Joker strikes with a shotgun and Tony K.
दा हामी किन गयो बाटो भएर
आरुले के गर्यो अनि यति बेला मान्छेले अगाडि गएर हान्यो यार
छी
आरुले हो यार
ओजी गयो घर जाँदैछ ओजी
पछाडिबाट हान्दिनु मजाले
अन्धा धुन्द खेल्छ
केनमा चाहिँ हैन EARENA चाहिँ अन्धा धुन्द खेल्छ जस्तो लाग्छ
Unfortunately, some good shots to start there, but tried to crumble slightly.
Ball mismatch भयो जस्तो लाग्यो आरुलाई थाहा थियो पछाडी प्लेयर थियो भनेर विज गोड अगाडि वर डाउन भयो त्यही पनि हाम्रो केटाहरुले क्लोजिङ गरेन यार नकै निक्ल्यो
पछाडी किन बस्छ त्यो मान्छेहरु
We are close towards our next circle now. Nigma Galaxy making me laugh at the moment, man. They're like, this circle looks horrendous. We're going to play
military base
the rest of the game.
Top
Very
6.
looted.
Oh, nice. So respect. This guy can't बसेको टापु हो कि भन्ने त्यसमा गएर बसेछ एक्लै
S2G को स्पिड हेर्न एकजना वारी छ एकजना पारी दुईजना पारी छ
Trying to confirm over towards that
military base बाट हेर्दा
the field. I don't think it's a bad idea here. Gives you a lot of control.
यो हैन 2v2 अबे उ दुईजना गएर फर्केर अर्को ल्याउनु गइराछन् बे
दुधवाला चियामा चिनी हालेर मतलब हाल्छ तर यति
मिलुले गडलाइकलाई पेल्यो यार स्पावरले मिलुलाई पेल्यो यार मिलु फ्री हान्दियो यार स्पावरले यार म्यागान्डु यार
बोलेको के
फ्री यार अहिले यार
Decent start, but GodLike have received one knock onto their roster. This is the establisher. You can see the fight here from the top down. QZZ with a nade into the ditch. Manya very low, but backpedals into safety with cover to play with.
First nade goes long here.
please Horaa support गर के तिमीहरु अरुलाई नसोध के
Keeping that drawbridge pulled.
NGX ले राम्रो खेल्दै छ यार
Takes a fair bit of damage here, but he's refusing to move. Manya will reinforce the front gates. Actually goes for a swing by, try and get some information on that. So Eagle's going to move round, understanding the position has been compromised.
Slowly trying to take some space back. Faint smoke wall goes up. Only gets worse for Aurora as well.
Jewel go, yeah.
From ALULA finding there. This was the other team that was on the island. There's now a third party that's joined there with that late rotation now from STG. Looks like they did go back to grab the rest of the squad. Yeah, it was Karki in the hovercraft. That's paid off for them to fight towards it. Ulf interestingly taking a hit over as well to GodLike. So that battle turns into a fight.
For GodLike there, quick swing around. Take shots over towards Ulf. For them, Ulf should be able to pick the players back up. They've got a good spot right now. It's not as safe as they might like it to be, but it is decently central. It feels like the circle's peeling away from Sosnovka at this point. Yeah, very limited space to work with. ALULA trying to make the cross. S2G, Hamzi at distance. Will find a shot over towards Aurora there, leaving them at 0. Out of the game early, 23 points is where they'll end.
मलाई बस्नेतलाई मेसेज गर्न भन है तिमीले भनेको त मान्दैन म बस्नेतले मेसेज गर्न भन्दै म गर्दिन्छु
A great start on Rondo, but a bit of taste left in their mouths off the back of the Erangel performance.
These guys have been playing the same game. I think this is the first time they've been inside the circle since the beginning. How does their entry work actually? How are we still on the bridge?
Yeah, this is kind of
40 versus EA versus Horaa पर्छ एउटा टिम मात्रै गर्छ
We're still here. I mean, Sosnovka is still in as well. I cannot believe
के हान्छ होला त 40 ले Horaa-लाई गन्द दामी
40 versus EA versus Horaa पर्छ केटा एउटा टिम मात्रै गर्छ
actually rushed over the bridge now into the mainland. Yeah, that's only a trio.
सब पानी चले गएर Horaa स्कोर अलरेडी छ त्यहाँ
Nigma Galaxy might try and trade up. They're just
Horaa
in.
अलिकति खाऊ सर्कलको
They're absolutely playing a different game at the moment. I mean,
किन Horaa-ले पोइन्ट लिन पाएको छैन त
towards them now. This is such a wild play from
Nigma Galaxy.
taking a hell of a lot of damage. Slowly careening back in towards his team. And lock it down. They have lost one off the back of that. Vehicles are smoking, flaming. Rushes dash with gone up. I mean, that's 3 elimination potential there for them, but they're worried about these sidelines at the side. FURIA. Ooh. Go on. Give it some welly.
TIANBA ले EA में पुश हान्दियो केटा ल 3v3 को ब्याटल हाम्रो केटाहरुले थर्ड पार्टी लिनु पर्छ बट TIANBA को इगल ओ माय गॉड TIANBA ले त
onto Eagle. Akin gets a little bit high octane as he charges through the ground floor. Nade on the stairs. Mormon's cooking one of his own to bounce down. GodLike the fight. That's Manya just outside the window. Big Papa Pump in his hands. So many teams crunching in.
Good Molotov here, but really...
अब त्यही हो फिनिश भइदियो यार अब यार TIANBA गयो खतम EARENA अझै पनि बसिरहेको दुई जना हैन TIANBA कुदापट्टि छ बाँकी GodLike मा कुनै दुईटा टिमको बीचमा फर्स्ट पनि सक्छ यार मान्ने डाउन लिएको ग्रेनेडले
TIANBA goes down.
Smoke on the stairs. Mormon's going to clear.
Oh!
Straight in with the clothesline. Whoa!
Oh!
The turnaround. Mormon saying, "Feed me more." Has GodLike charge into him. Quick decision, but not
enough
on the mantle. Sume will save it.
क्या हान्यो यार?
The only player left alive for the squad.
हाम्रो केटाले पुस हान्दै नि हुन्थ्यो र हैन सर्कल छ छैन
What a play from Mormon.
यो भाइटालिटी आयो बे फेरि
Straight in there.
Vitality आयो त्यही कम्पाउन्डमा यार
Vitality. They're up into it. This place has been the graveyard.
यो पट्टिको रेट हाई भयो केटा त्यहाँ
गयो अब
Vitality finally just come over towards the dregs. The funeral's almost over. Can Salme stay alive as the sole participant?
कुनामा ग्रेनेड फाल्यो कुनामा
Vitality evicted from the top floor.
Team हो त्यो EWC टीम हो त्यो
Axel being shot in the back.
ओराले VID लाई निकालो फिनिश निकाल्नु ला गयो नि छिट्टै
Is able to punish and soften them, leaving them with 3 players left. Sume still just guarding the stairs with a nade pin pulled. He's going to go down. Razak going to die in the corner. He wants to punish him with a shot. He will find it.
Really, really good job from Razak. I think you have to make that play in that moment.
GodLike.
Nice sound read गर्यो यार केटाले
Trying to get the res off you, trying to go for the
हाम्रो केटाले क्यापिटलाइज गरेन यार तर यार
in that location. So Razak goes for the risky play to keep him up as 4.
Don't buy this big
Need that
amount
amount of players to push through the next couple of compounds. They've got Aurora in front of them and 4 strikes after that. ALULA down towards the south side. Circle finally moved away. Still a lot
यत्रो लफडा भयो त्यहाँ नजिक हाम्रो टिमले चाहिँ एउटा किल पनि ल्याउनु पाएन यार
Ida as well as Ulf now going at it. Play from Ulf downstairs is not. They have 4 players up though right now. This is very easy to recover from.
And he should be. Whoa, you run straight into that one. Catching the as Ida try and clap back. It's good damage. With such an awkward setup. Casualties on either side. Scarface.
ULF ले ओके फिनिश दियो माथि ओके नाइस
Side Emre charging round with the SMG.
कहाँ उता गएर बस्नु
NONGSHIM
NONGSHIM रेडफोर्स पनि आइराछ ULF को एडिन लाइन पनि फिनिश हाल्यो बे
Pretty quickly. Ulf is not looking too good right now. Neither is Vitality.
ओ भाइटालिटी कहाँ दियो
Flipping into action. They lose a vehicle.
भाइटालिटी ल्यान्ड
What's
गरिरहेछ
Try and get the buggy through the window, but dismantling through normally. That was a speedy road. I like that. You put your losses. Moving through Aurora as well. 4 fights is going to be hard. And eventually, if they're tied by one of them, you hear the engagement happening. Now Wolf is in a very tricky spot.
कहाँ ल स्काईको पलकले ला हैन त गेम मात्रै चलेगा
Shades of the vitality that we were so impressed by prior. Once again, back on our screens, it's only the one elim they've been able to garner so far. But they are licking their lips at the prospect of so much more.
Getting a little bit more here, you get yourself the Naruto skin in-game, as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. Both looking very cool here. Ulf's going to hopefully have to drop a substitution jutsu here to try and get out of this one, because it is going to be hard. Vitality, Rosy, Razak, move up, quick shot up towards Rosy, tries to move around the corner, NONGSHIM still in play. Getting the most of the damage though.
Vitality
At least we'll confirm one.
and it's
Quick
new.
switch around the side.
Anna tele haneको नि
Some of
त
the sidelines.
Vitality
Ulf does go down.
Vitality
So far.
Vitality is still charming, no?
Not allowing a single moment for NONGSHIM REDFORCE.
Oh, man.
That spot race act, though. What are you doing? Testing the waters, a little bit hot.
Yeah, did not like the feeling of that one. Although maybe he wants to go for it from a slightly different approach. Runs back out. Meanwhile, attention turns onto Federales, and that is another knock going the way of NONGSHIM.
Oh, nice, yaar.
He's got so easy, very low.
Easily finish one ninja katra grenade yaar.
Oh mate, Hyunbin with the instantaneous conversion. Now it's a raw 3-on-3.
Batu.
Luckily they will save Federales, but he's got to top himself back up.
Mirezak understood the idea.
Vitality like going
Now, towards the wall, pay a different angle to deal with. NONGSHIM was quick to it. Hyunbin pushing up right now. He's a little bit close for comfort here.
राजमहर्जन अर्को
I
अकाउन्ट
think they
डाउन
really want to
भयो
get rid of this guy sooner rather than later, but he has pulled these kind of antics before, getting a little too aggressive. Without the help of the rest of the team, so easy goes down the back lines. Is
NONGSHIM REDFORCE पनि उडाइदियो बे छ फिनिश मात्रै छ त अनि यत्रो हानेर नि निले यार
But it does leave Vitality
GodLike ले हान्यो
They are next in
ULF
line
लाई
to
हान्यो
try and
NONGSHIM
keep
REDFORCE
them
लाई
hidden,
हान्यो
knowing eventually they'll have to move. Slightly
छ किल त हानिसक्यो
behind them.
Blue is ushering Vitality forward, swinging in on the same angle as Flash. How will they make this work? X2G, you were right. You were actually right. They had two hovercrafts in play. Being able to keep both of these alive all the way through to this end game is giving them a lot of pressure. Loss isn't quite able to get it up though. And the hovercraft is stuck on the side. And just about, we'll take it.
Free kill पायो यार
Just letting it happen. Come on,
तर मलाई हैन त्यो होराले स्लिपले हेर्नु पर्ने हो के यतातिर फाइट भएको देख्दा त बाहिर त छ
His teammates taking a little bit of damage, but with added armor of these big hovercrafts in play. You said it like this, man. You can get him into the zone. There could be a lot you could do with it late game. I'm surprised the ALULA have been able to guard this for so long, making it uncomfortable. Nade after nade as well, just trying to soften them up.
फोर्टी में Vitality पुसाल्ला क्या 40 versus Vitality versus Horaa हो त फलक लाई पहिले मात्र फिनिश ले
फिनिश छिटो
Get out. Balak down.
Finish नहीं था finish
No fear. Drops them all up top side. Looks very decent on that one. Airburst out slightly too far.
फलकले नै लेको अघि चक्कु लिएर गएको छ सन्ची गर
This is some comedy.
ओइ गाडी फुटेछ ओ नाइस नाइस
Should be able to clean up from here at least, as long as there's not any more.
केटाहरुले होभरक्राफ्ट लगेर खेल दियो यार
But they do hold on.
यो गाडी त इल्लिगल हो यार
What was that?
Bit of a weird one.
It was a weird
फलक सकिन लाग्यो कि किल चोरी हुन्छ दिदैन फलक
फ्ल्याशले Vitality लाई पेल दियो केटा
Vitality go down in the meantime as
Kusto.
Flash continues to push the advantage. But it is majority
40
full
lane
drive
is
doing that damage.
फलकले अरूले किल चोर्दिन्छ त फलकको
Nigma Galaxy को push down 40 very finish दियो nice
Slowly but surely, just Ralph as well as
होरा
Lord.
स्पोर्ट 14 मा झरिसक्यो
Flash has been all over the place so far. Next circle will pull in, stage 7.
and finish finish
Fourth rise haven't weathered it though. They have held a ton of space.
हाम्रो
They've
झरि
been a
स्काइला
little
हान्दियो
greedy, but
स्काइला
they've been doing
फलक
a
त
good job
दो
of
भाइ दो
playing
मुता
off
भाइ
one another.
गरिरा
Needs to take some knocks here and there, but they've maintained a 4-man. They're in this area early, and they understand better than anyone else. This is a game that they should be doing well.
Really open cross गर्नु चाहिँ पर्ने छ
I would say this is the game they should win from the spot they want to start, but it should be at least a top 5, which I think, you know, we've already achieved. So this is a good game for Fourth Rise. It shows that they still have it in them.
And with them being able to have enough timing here to get IQ back up once again, the 2-2 split from them could still pay dividends massively. It's been a very elongated firefight between them and Horaa, effectively just mirroring each other's movement up along the ridge into the zone. A little bit more split here, no fear in the back.
No fear ले माथिबाट आउने लाइन नदिनु पर्छ यार एउटालाई चाहिँ at least
Right above you in the building as well. Meanwhile, that's an engagement over onto Nigma
Galaxy को rough down.
After moving in and cleaning out ALULA.
Nigma Galaxy completely eliminated. Yes, 2G the key हो.
Final blow Goodbye, Nigma Galaxy. Stealing points here, there, and everywhere.
Call this play the kamikaze from now on, where S2G just launch him out like a rocket to center circle and leave him there on his own. He leaves him kamikaze. This is crazy stuff. The rest of S2G trying to regroup him, but it's not likely. Kamikaze in play right now. Let's go down, not really any of the vehicles might need to regroup, pick it back up again, but Kamikaze, he's going to hold that spot. He planted the flag, the S2G flag. T24 goes down, jiggle around the side.
nice.
You can't weather the storm as 4 Frides arrives and the brain of the operation kicks in the brawn. The shot Falak there in the back line to assist, but no fear. Charging up. He's going to play on the edge, wants to run in now with the timing, see if he can shut them down. Falak charges back, can't do it.
Sexy bro, 1v3, 1v2.
Quick switch to the primary. Gets himself onto an off angle. With one more play, if he can shut down IQ, he can take out 4.
1v4 enough.
1v2. Damn bro.
40.
Not finish on here, kill that there. Yes, 2G को get out, की करेगा को?
Top 3 आयो.
Kill feed read करेगा, kill feed read करेगा, kill feed. Yes, 2G को दूसरे डाउन जा.
हमले रीड करने की काम प्लेयर रीड कर रहा है मोटा खेलने में तो ना
ए आइज भाई बाहर आइज न तमनी
ए अल्लाह नो फियर उता
we do right now is going to top himself back up, play this
heal गरिरा आनन्द
the last man there with Kamikaze continuing to punish.
Finish लियो
राइज आउट नाइस नॉक द फ्यून त
सेक्सी यसको नि एउटा राउन्ड छ अझै एउटा अझै डाउन गर्यो भने चाहिँ नाइस ड्यामेज दियो बाहिर आउँदै गर ब्रो बाहिर आउँदै गर बाहिर आउँदै गर
ले लाने भयो
बाहिर आउँदै गर ब्रो
ओरा हुँदैछ त्यहाँ ब्याक ग्राउन्डमा
peppering the ground.
1v2 हानेको 1v2 हानेको दुईजना छ त एउटा 1v1 परिरहेको नि त उता उ S2G को हान्दिहाल्यो नि 1v1v1
The outside contender in no fear.
राम्रो नुफिलले देखेछ कि नै
अलि ढिला गर्यो यार गोली क्या यार अब कहाँ जाने यार
उदा ला
second game chicken dinner.
लेफ्ट here left
No fear already picking up that big clutch. He's amped up as an individual.
ला यति बुढाइरा छ कि नो
I
फियर
believe Solkay can be stationed tucked in behind this burnout hovercraft.
ओपन छ नि
He knows there's a team in that general direction, but he does not know where No
S2G लाई यसको पोजिसन थाहा छ
I think No Fear has
तर होराको पोजिसन थाहा हैन
on this hovercraft though. He has the information.
नो फियरको पोजिसन थाहा हैन त्यसलाई
Both of them.
त्यसले स्मोक गर्यो माथि हेरि हेरिरहा
Unbelievable double clutch up versus 4 thrives.
प्लिज ओरा प्लिज ओरा को
Zias is just pushing over towards No Fear. And now Zias with all to do here.
यसले स्पॉट गरिहाल्यो के यार
Swept everyone aside. Solkay, the last to fall potentially here versus Team Flash.
कोही नै दामी खेलेको दामी खेल्यो टप 3
The lightning reactions for Flash have guaranteed them a second place, but can he take it to first, or will Solkay get it done for S2G? A smoke wall, giving him limited play space. That tree, the only protection
GG.
Flash. He's going to make his move. Starts charging in, wants to close the distance. Here's the peak up, bullets on target.
S2G. Sexy यार.
That's the damage coming through.
ए अस्ति को अंकल हो हैन
ठिकै छ दामी खेल्यो S2G ले नाइस गेम गाइस GG
It's an explosive finish right at the end.
W for the S2G nice game यार nice game
चोक गर्दै छ
Feeding the crowd energy. A celebration
S2G
for the nation as they pop off on that one. STG locking it down and everyone's living it up.
And it's all in the name.
Nice.
It is all gonna be okay at the end of the game for S2G. They had a lot of confidence coming into this one. They look good on the stage. They look good in the game. Is this the S2G comeback that we were looking for?
नेपालीहरुलाई देखाउ न यार
Aggression, confidence, some brilliant gun skill, showing us a lot of the moves we needed to see on that one. A smart rotation from start to finish as well, playing by their own rules, Blank.
I think the thing for me is just, man, 2 matches so far, they have been both electric. I mean, this shot from dude, that sent me. His eyes must be going 2 different directions, man. He was so locked in for an STG fight. I don't even know how he clocked it, but instantly, he said it, lightning flash reactions. That's what it is. I mean, it's so good from this team so far. I mean, they were involved in everything. I think Horaa, honestly, for them, yeah, it's a tough fight versus 4th right, but you've got to be happy with the way that No Fear clutched up there. That is an incredible finish up those guys. Yes, Horaa had a good spot on the sideline, but cycling out time and time again. I don't think that was an easy game whatsoever.
And you can feel it looks a little bit
Indian team
groups, right? Yeah. Everyone's so much more quick to the punch. A lot more early contact. It feels like sometimes we were seeing maybe a bit too much respect for the big dogs. Now everyone's playing on the same level. Feels like we're all on equal footing here. And they're giving it their best. It really has changed the dynamic. But let's get down and hear from Kalaris himself on the stage about what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Yes, you can cut the tension with a knife here at the moment for our first 2 games. And I'm here with our winners from game 1, of course, Ralph from Nigma Galaxy to talk to about them. Some of the games that have happened so far. So let's talk about that first game in that late game against Aurora there. What was your anticipation as a team? Did you think Aurora had maybe moved a little bit earlier? Or talk to me about the late game and what you guys were experiencing.
I mean, we didn't really know. We didn't have much info. But we just played it slow. We took our fights that we need to take, and we just secured a win at the end.
I mean, it looks good at the end, right? Of course, getting that many points off of a Rondo, not a bad start at all for a grand final like this. That second game, a bit harder, I think.
Yeah, second game was a bit harder. I mean, we have the team hot dropping us, but they're scared to fight. I don't know, they're camping. So we'll see next game what they do.
I was going to say, were you surprised by that? Because it was in the back, we were a little surprised that they were going to come your way. As we've talked about multiple times, it's your territory. So what are they doing?
They know we won't change, so they're just wasting their time. And they're coming to fight, but they don't want to fight, so I'm really confused right now.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me here, Ralph. You heard it out there. He's got his eyes on you.
And Blank, I've had 4 coffees, and I'm testing my reaction time right now.
I'm Hot Juice. I just had a massage, and this is my reaction time.
Let's get it.
को बे क्यामेरामैन यो जहाँ पाए त्यहाँ गएर पछाडि राख त्यसको
त्यसको काम देखाइरा हो के
This is good.
क्या अल्छी लाग्ने गेम खेलाइराछ हो अस्तिको त्यो बच्चाहरूले त्यो खेलिरहेको थियो नि स्टार्नेहरू जहाँ टाउको गेम चाहिँ त्यही हाल्ने होला कि
Yes, my reaction score is pretty damn good. I actually don't think it has something to do with anything else or anything like that. But what about you, Juice?
त्यो त बाउनु जस्तो छ
I don't care. Cut.
एउटा प्लेन टी सर्ट लिएर टक्क पारेर त्यो मतलब ऊ हाल्ने कि PUBG को एउटा त्यसै उनीहरूले लेभल 3 हेलमेट हालिरहेछ नि अनि हामी बुढाबुढी हो र घरमा चाहिँ हाल्न लाने कि
के छ केटा तिम्रो हाल खबर
हाई होरा रे Horaa Esports जिंदाबाद तर हाम्रो कुनै देखाएन के पोइन्टहरु
अब देखाउँछु
सानी हेर्नु त ज्वाइ र म
5 फिनिश third position.
S2G
Last
in
point?
hovercrafts.
That
That is like white on rice right now because my goodness, what a performance out of that squad. Before we break down that second match here in finals, don't forget that we do have the fan experience that you can check out here at EWC. Make sure you go check it out. You can check out the new mode. Check out the collaboration right now. The PUBG mode is doing Naruto and so much more. And you can win some really cool shirts, which actually we've been wearing them. Not right now. I think Jukes does have one on, but you'll be able to check out so much stuff. Yeah, check out that Steel Brain Rot. I mean, that Brain Rot Royale. I've been playing it. I think I got to level 7. I see people being able to get to level 11. I got to grind so much.
7.
Yeah.
Hey.
Gotta keep it on brand, baby. Now that's it. I'm not gonna play it anymore. But S2G, Jukes.
Bro.
My goodness.
Oh, dude, that double hovercraft play right there at the end was absolutely insane. They were able to take out ALULA in a very nice
19
way.
point class,
And then
12 full size, 12
just
10.
one player there, right?
As said, मैले भनिसकेको त अघि तिमीले पोइन्ट टेबल हेर्नुपर्छ म भन्दा
able to clutch it up at the end.
Total
and
16
get that
points.
chicken dinner. Finally, an S2G win and nice and early.
Yeah, really nice, and the momentum they were able to pick up on after getting those hovercrafts. Very.
Sleepy Lady nice हानी थियो हान्न त एउटा त
Very quick side note here while we're on this fight. 4 Thrives are looking, I hate to say it, very shaky. I don't know what happened because solid, just not able to get that win. Here, the splits are kind of off. They're pushing one by one. They're not really communicating, it feels like. So the last 2 games, I've not been super impressed with them, but hopefully that changes.
I felt like it took him way too long to engage the fight there with Aurora. Just coexisted with no fear came in clutch with that 1 versus 2.
And he continued to
त्यो स्कोर हाउस हैन पोजिङ के हो चार रिकल वाला
ट्रेनिङ गरेर ट्रेनिङ गर्ने बेला
For a lot of the game, actually, he was a big part of the team this game.
धोका छ नि स्कोर हाउसमा त्यो रिकल वाला त्यहाँनिरको त्यो सानो दुलोबाट ठ्याक्क लिटरली त्यहाँबाट हेरिन खोजिरहेको थियो स्टेजीले फुट रिड गरेर माथि हानेको
Big
थियो
play. I mean, what do you do against that? When no fear comes up and clutches it up. I mean, Aurora fans are screaming these guys' names at the top. To be able to clutch it up like that is just huge. So yeah, fortunate for 4 Thrives, huge for No Fear.
Another team that has been performing quite well today when we talk about eliminations has been none other than NONGSHIM Lace. This was the biggest feedback that we gave this squad during groups and also survival, and they're finally starting to put up those eliminations. As you can see, NONGSHIM REDFORCE right now.
Absolutely 7. I mean, they're finding important fights on their rotation to solidify that position, especially on that northern side. They were able to sort of catch FURIA off guard, and now I do want to kind of segue into FURIA and to why I need to highlight this. But one of our most aggressive playstyle teams is prioritizing the rotate on Rondo. We actually saw them grab utility, move into zone, and Max actually made a good point about this when NGX was sort of on the, I think it was the eastern side next to EARENA. FURIA should have just pushed them into it, caused that fight. They would have had control over that whole entire side because they just sort of stopped the revive from Ulf. Then again, on this map, they found themselves in the position and NONGSHIM from the northern side just obliterated their defense. This is just unusual for FURIA. They're the power play team. They're the ones that get in the goddamn vehicle and shooting out the window.
All vision like change of the market get out ki bhako yasto.
They're currently not showcasing that in the opposite, like you just mentioned, and I was mentioning too. But something happened at the end of that last game. With the hovercrafts and S2G, that was a little bit sketchy.
It was a little bit, it was a bit touch and go here, but the momentum they've been able to build with these hovercrafts, they had 2 or 3 and they just went, let's go for it. And it's this replay that I want to talk about here. Because look how they're going to play this. It's a bunch of, first of all, secondly, look how they take that first hovercraft and they deny the sightlines of ALULA. Right? They separate them one by one. They can no longer play as a duo. They try and get as many of the sight lanes abolished as possible with those hovercrafts. And to be honest, S2G with those hovercrafts have been actually insane. It feels like because they take more damage to explode, and they have it's just a tank, and so they are able to just run with it. They were making crazy rotations from the very beginning of the game. They had those positions on the rocks in the normally inaccessible. But having 2 hovercrafts, I wonder if other teams are going to start picking up on that, because that was an insane game from S2G.
And you just sounded like Max there for a second. I was going to have to double check to make sure it was Michael Jackson or if it was Max Man. As we're looking at the overall ranking here, Nigma Galaxy is currently in first place with a 46 points. Aurora.
ended
up falling down and he actually ended up hurting Aurora with the rotation that they were looking to do into the main island.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate there. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you're trying to be able to get into that end game and make those plays, and if you're Aurora, 24 points on the board, you can't shake your head at it.
48K Wasi. I love Nepal people.
Thank you. You know, I like what we were talking about there about NONGSHIM a little bit earlier, right? They
just look at the eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. 18 eliminations, and they would have gotten even more if it wasn't for those close mentality right there. Because we saw absolute Hyunbin in action, making some serious plays, but hey, again, super clutch moments here.
एउटा चिकन हाम्रो पनि हानेको भयो नेपालबाट
I know it is the first day
Mizoram is a state of India.
at EWC 26 finals. It's only 2 games, but there is some things that we're starting to notice here, especially with
just 1 chicken difference.
We're kind of talking
Oh,
about
here the white top it na दुईटा गेम त भन्छ हेरौँ न 6 गेम सक्ने दिन न अनि त्यसपछि भाग्छ
and making sure that
but I don't know your language.
When you are being aggressive, because they were pushing 1 by 1, it seems like a chicken without its head.
Yeah, it really did.
We can teach you if you want to learn.
Very early on, I think we've had that in both games now, where
you can speak Hindi if you
2 of their players
know how to
better opportunity
speak
to
in
keep
Hindi.
their players alive. They've been split up a little bit more. They've been using a little bit more of the
You
zone
heard our
positions.
English already.
When they actually get down to the fight towards the end game, that's when
Not
they
quite
start
good
to
in
falter,
English.
and that's why we're not seeing those strategies convert into
Aurora
points.
on a
So that's what
mission.
we need to see there.
Yeah, we are also on a mission.
No, he will talk in love language.
It is they.
Yeah, that boy will talk to you.
So don't count it out yet. I've learned my lesson.
Land and back.
Orangutan in their 3rd match. What they
no,
tend to do
Rando,
is
yeah.
actually
Really hard to get away. They're
just
putting
kind of
very sick
scoping
in the
what the
arena.
rest of the teams are doing.
Yeah, baby, let's go, Aurora.
Game 3, 4.
कुछ और something के लिए
Oh, I like that one.
हिंदी
Now
थोड़ा
this
आता है
is the group of death. This is the
हमको
group of
थोड़ा
death.
थोड़ा
This
आता है
does feel like a finals
हमको
right
ये
now with the
थोड़ा
way that
थोड़ा
some of
आता
these
है
teams
उसको
are
थोड़ा
playing.
थोड़ा आता है मेरे को बड़ा बड़ा आता है
He ended up
क्या
picking
आता है
that
बड़ा
team
बड़ा
that was in the top
हिंदी
3 here.
धीरे धीरे आता है ना ना
Maxman
बड़ा
is
बड़ा
looking to make sure he reverses curse. So let's send it over to Maxman in Colares.
ओ सब्जी
Well, we're not going to let him do any predictions here. That would be
सब्जी का
very serious
Sabzi.
indeed. But of course, we take a look at how things have gone down so
Sabzi
far
uda.
in these 2 games. And we did have an interview just with Ralph.
Team
I was a
Horaa.
little bit confused about said hot drop.
I saw the hot drop that could happen on the map before this event. I'm like, they're not going to go for it because Nigma Galaxy has been dropping in Pachinki before I was even born. And yet, a team is trying to contest it away from them. And as he said, they're going for the hot drop, but they're not fighting and very confused. And they just see the loot truck pass by like, oh, my P90. No P90. So, Ida, I might want to change that because it's not helping you out.
I think it's going to be difficult for them to go up against that, but we will see if it continues. We're also a little bit confused. Let's look at where we're at here as well. They've already alluded to it on the desk and how things have gone down so far for S2G, which is masterful control of the double hovercraft, some crazy plays, and the send out of Kamikaze to be able to make it work. For S2G, that was very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's just
लिखो जिम्मेदार बुका बंदे जा
I'm sure you get that reference right.
आवाज में बुझे ले
Especially you saw there in
लिखो
the
तो मैं बुझू है ना तिमीलाई गुहा बंदे जा
one of the players of ALULA to really
तो
separate
खाड़ा
them
बोलनी
and win
ना
the fight. Off
नी
the back of that, when you're near the water, when you have these open-ended finish, hovercraft are, I'm going to have to say it, they're completely broken, and S2G made full use of it until the very end of that game.
It's a circle though, right? If you think about where Aurora was when it comes to the bridge as well, we're having kind of conversations in the back about this is a
चिंगम के जंगल से बंदा impossible बोले तो
bridge seems like a
impossible
conundrum to them that can't solve like a Rubik's Cube.
It was a bit weird, especially this top was on top of the bridge itself. And I think a
Aurora
better
support
prize
गर्दा
goal
पर्पल
team
आर्टिस्ट
goes
गर्दा
down.
त्यही भएर
होरालाई स्प्यान गर्दा पर्पल हार्ट स्प्यान गर्छ किनभने कि होराको टिम कलर पर्पल छ के भाइ बुझ्यौ जर्सी नै त्यस्तै कलरको छ नि त त्यही भएर पर्पल हार्ट स्प्यान गरेको गडलाइकले येलो हार्ट गर्छ सोलले चाहिँ रकेट गर्छ सर्च इन गुगल द्याट मोड रे
Ward.
There we go. We'll pick up that throw. Thank you very much, James. There's a good arc on that one. Swift, great elbow on you. You can tell he used to be a drummer. But we'll be beating the drums of anticipation.
यो लिकुलको तुमने लिकुल गुरुङको मुखालो बोलाए टट्टी लिकुल गुरुङ टट्टी है वो खेलना नहीं आता है लिकुल गुरुङ को
There's a lot to break down over the last match, even just the 2 games you've had.
Ora. उनीहरूले कसरी बोलेको 40 को बोलेको रहेछ हो ए ओ अघिदेखि 40 को केटाहरूले देखाइरहेको रहेछ होला स्पोर्टको हान
Very common to say this is about as competitive as it
Water.
gets in PUBG Mobile right now. I think we have the right teams here with
मलाई
us.
भन्नु है अब सुरुको टिमदेखि च्याटमा
Get towards our halfway point.
मतलब मलाई भन्नु है अब सुरुको दिनदेखि च्याटमा बुझाइरहेको छु नबुझेकोहरूलाई उल्टै मलाई भन्नु होइन उहाँहरू राखी लगाएको रे
Last game, like you said before, looked a little
ए
bit
सुभाष
weak.
त्यो हेर न यार यो किन जहिले यस्तो गर्छ के
Hey, this team's very experienced around this area of the map. Should not be going down so early like this. It should be a game that you are a bit more in control of. Wasn't the case here. TIANBA
नहीं
go out early.
सर्चिङ तर नहीं देखी
A little bit further down towards the south side of the map on the west.
I hope they'll be able to bounce back from that one here.
Auroraले जित्छ PMWC रे Auroraले जित्न गाह्रो छ यार
Has meant there was a little bit more fluctuation in the
These are lovely
standings.
छ यार
Obviously for TIANBA as well. Far quieter. It was 16
Time out
eliminations
हामी
in
त
their own
सुभाष
game.
भण्डारीलाई
Only 2 added to that count. See Emilio still living his movie though in terms of individual plays as he was popping off on Rondo. It was a big piece of the team. We wonder if we'll have something early.
Hard game of the day, boys.
तिमीहरुको त्यता हेटौडामा यो
अबे Aurora कहाँ गयो
Wacky zones this land. It's been kind of crazy.
के हो केटा
Have just been very strange.
तिम्रो हेटौडातिर यस्तो पकेट टिस्युलाई कति पर्छ
Pulled towards the end of the survival stage. We're trying to
अरे जोनै त्यही पर्यो यार
that we're more normalized on Erangel at least.
अस्ति जिएल भन्दै थियो आज आउँदो
अरे Nigma Galaxy versus आइडिया लेट्स गो
आइडिया 16 मा छ यार
फाइनली फाइट पर्यो यार केटा अघिको म्याच त यतिकै गर्थ्यो
I'll explain once it's done. I mean, Polaris already went over in the interview, but the context
Oh,
is
nice.
Ralph with the M249. There's some good shots.
Last one.
Did quite well here, but already losing a player does feel bad.
ला यो सुरुमै त भर्न पठाइदिएको भए नि TIANBA मिलु पहिलाको डब्लु
गरेर फिनिश हान्छ त्यसले बे
प्लेयर हो रे
Here, Swain, last
50
leg.
60 70
And Ralph will get it done.
नाइस कनेक्सन्स थियो उजीको लास्टमा पनि रकमा चाहिँ पनि तर भएन क्लिप्सलाई त लगिदियो यार
It is absolutely insane.
अरे 40 त्यही छ
50 60 70 रुपैयाँ के को एउटा यत्रो प्याकेटको एउटा प्याकेटको
In this location
Hut.
for years.
एउटा
Years upon
प्याकेटको
years upon
ए हो
years. And they say it every time.
नै कति कमाउँछ
WBG भनेको त्यही हैन यो उनीहरुको के भन्छ यो हाम्रो टप पनि हैन WBG
Worth it to fight Nigma Galaxy inside.
अब निमा ग्यालेक्सीको पर्ने भयो
Nigma Galaxy सँग हिलिङ छैन यार
We can get some easy points.
Lord the गयो केटा
You guys just come off a fight. We know you've come off a fight. This is a
लर्ड गयो उजाइफाले खायो यसलाई
look this.
अरे 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 मेरी जान खायो
Fried spotting Lords.
काचै
So as much as there was a pop-off of them defending their home turf on the hot drop, like you say, 4 Frieds know you're slightly weak. They'll look to get in there, twist the knife, and completely knock them out of the game, denying any more points on this.
I mean, to be honest, you do wonder. Fourth rise,
Let's
boys,
go.
they see a big hubbub go over by the Nigma Galaxy camp, and they're like, they've just won that fight.
We should get it
We should fly over.
ए 40 नहुँदा हो र देखेको रहेछ अहिले त्यस्तो हुँदा 40
You gotta make a point somehow.
रुलरको चाहिँ 70 हो क्यारे यो पकेटको त 25 30 कति होला
Some good damage, but
20 रुपैयाँ पर्छ
the shouts from the crowd start to ring out.
त्यहाँ वाला पसलमा
Fourth rise.
एक किल लिएर निस्क्यो केटा
यस्तो प्याकेटको 10 वटा प्याकेट वालालाई म 80 रुपैयाँमा लिएर आउँछु एउटा दाइसँग यस्तो सेटिङ मिलाएर
सेटिङ निस्किसक्यो रफ त्यही छ 40 को आईक्यू
नाक बन्द धेरै हुन्छ के यार गाह्रो छ
throwing away all of your Erangels. Yeah, it feels like one of those where it's despite your face. Yeah. As much as, you know, it's your spot too. If it's not working, you got to adapt.
त्यो रोलर वाला
समाते यार सेटललाई समाते यार केटा हो यार
You fought this hard to be in finals.
पलक र T24 गइरहेको लेट्स
If you don't need to. But for 4 frags,
48 subscribers remaining.
They wanted off the back of this counter play.
Jamma.
T24 spotted on the drop. Let's see if he can go for the peak off this. And of course for you can get involved with that route.
केले हुँदैन के अब अपरेसन गर्नुपर्ने हो लास्ट टाइम भइसक्यो कि नाक बन्द भएर कसरी खुला गर्ने यस्तो गरेर यसरी खिचिराख्यो भनेपछि एउटा नाक खुल्छ
अबे हान्नु बोल
Slightly slow on the timing there. T24 tries to use the DBS. He's swinging around in circles. He's not sure where to look on this. The rest of 4th rise will come into hold.
Finish ninja. Oh my god, धन्न बचाइहाल्यो यार
पलक आयो पलक चल साथ मेरे
Church held. They get a revive back on T24.
Rough last one यार Nigma Galaxy को फर्स्ट चिकन लिए त्यसपछि केटाहरुको ओराल लाग्यो गति
एउटा चिकन लिए नि भिआईटी कुरेर बसिरहेको रहेछ हेर त
Even because of them. Yeah.
थाहा पाए के हैन नि भिआईटी त्यहाँ
Well, I think it just comes back to haunt you, right?
किन चाहिँ लोडिङ भएको हो किन फोनको चार्ज
थम्बनेल चेन्ज गर्नु पर्यो क्या यार केटा थम्बनेल मजा आयो जस्तो लाग्यो
Get all the action. Oh mate, it's carnage from the start.
त्यस्तो वाला हुँदैन कि कुले त्यस्तो खालको मेरो बन्द भएको भएन के
हुन्छ फुल्नु त त्यसले तर सधैँको लागि होइन
त्यो पम्प वाला त्यस्तो वालाले होइन कि त्यो मतलब कस्तो भन्नु तिमीलाई कि यति बस्दा बस्दै नाक बन्द हुने भयो एउटा साइड पल्टिनु पर्छ अरू यो खुल्छ अनि फेरि अर्को साइड पल्टिनु पर्छ अर्को खुल्छ अनि फेरि अझै यस्तो बस्दै दुइटै बन्द हुन्छ सब निकालिन्छ मासु पलाएको भन्दैछ सब निकाल्छ कि
अरे यार अरोराले कहाँबाट समाते बे
फेरि स्काई सुरुमै गयो के
अरे नो फियर पनि जान्छ ला नो फियर पनि जान्छ फिक्स हो नो फियर पनि गयो
No fear getting ran down by Aurora, who's top
on
the move. 4 frags did piece.
तेस्रो गेम हो यो तेस्रो गेम पनि राम्रो भएन है
त्यसको गेम चाहिँ राम्रो भएन
The zones do a bit of loot and obviously wasting a decent amount of time on that as well for the Elim they were able to garner.
एस्नाको घाँस यिनीहरूको त एस्ना हो नि खासमा त
Vitality down towards the southwest in conventional style with
यिनीहरूको त खासमा अनि एस्ना हो नि त हो र स्पोर्ट्सको त
as much as they can.
गडलाइको अपार्टमेन्ट झर्ने कुरा भएको थियो रे नत्र यिनीहरूको क्लास हुन्थ्यो नि त नाक काटेर फाल्दै त्यस्तो काम गरेको छैन कुले मैले नाक काटेर फाल्दै
ए गडलाइको समय पनि जान्छ क्या अब यार
shooting range area.
बाचो
अलिक गाह्रो छ यसलाई
Tighten it in with EARENA, Aurora, Salme currently holding down the gas station. Pops of tire. He can't come through here for repairs.
फेरि नक्लियो भनेपछि मस्त हुन्थ्यो यार ल ओ माई गड गडलाइको खतरा यार अरोराको गाह्रो छ केटा
Yeah, only 18 left.
होइन तर मान्ने महोदय के हो
टिआरको पनि एस्ना थियो त्यही भएर लोकेसन चेन्ज गर्नु जस्तो छ ओराले
गाडी फोड
So Aurora taking a fair bit of damage. More as
कस्तो राम्रो ठाउँमा पाएको थियो यार
पानी त परेको छैन नि मेरो लुगा आज मैले टन्नै धुछु
Reserve taps now. Got to find himself some ammo to play with. Switch it out to the Tommy just to keep the pressure on them. Suppressive fire.
Spraying it through, cutting the grass, but not quite finding the shots over towards the players.
गाडी भयो नि फोडिदियो भनेपछि सजिलो हुन्छ है
Next circle, 10 seconds roughly on this one. Aurora still figuring out where they want to play. Probably going to be a big old retreat here out. Migrate for a lot of squads. Hard shift potentially. No, actually. Very, very kind. Up towards that north side. Obviously, Lake is a bit of an awkward one to play around. You're going to see a lot of people playing on the rocky outcrops. The staging, it goes up towards Stalba. Big old mountainside. There is also... Never mind, it's horrible. I lied to you. It's not great. You've got the field down towards Yasnaya too, so there's not a huge amount of fun spots to play in. You have to decide a rotation in now and quickly. Do you wrap on the north? Do you wrap on the south? Because you can't really change that as time goes on because of Yasley.
Woman from EARENA once again being able to throw out some big uppercuts. That's back onto Aurora. So a single knock there. TIANBA on rotation. Themselves into a fair place so far. There's vitality as well with Rosy hitting it. A lot of fights breaking out across the battleground. Individuals being knocked off, coming in with some show-stopping rotates. Oh, into the nade. Wizgod had that one ready for him.
Got it primed.
Nice nade, yeah.
Aaron comes in swinging. But yeah, got shot down very, very quickly there. Scarface looks to send a nade, but I don't even know if I think it's worth it anymore to go for this. Ulf's deep on the south side of the map. Needs to swing further up. In Yazway, ALULA instantly takes up the top side.
Final, oh my god, most manila down the gari
I mean, to fair, they had
chat
spent a little bit of ammo. Potentially some of the vests are starting to wear down, some of the helmets. Get some resets on that before you get moving.
Refuse body that. Each would take the paper in my lap.
TIANBA against the vitality killer once more.
TIANBA
and it's Milu that's already showing that consistent form. Putting himself up to 10 million top 5 on and after that.
Top 1 on
Nice start for the first 3 games.
Keeping it a little bit quiet though. Now playing a little bit of split on this one. They've got Ego a little bit further forward, perched up. Over towards Aurora. Very much slowing down now, the halfway portion, Jackie. Trying to maintain some of that lead because some teams have struck out in a big way. I mean, Nigma Galaxy are absolutely 30 points right now. Aurora 26. They were able to earn 3 after that last game.
Nice position was man disadvantage.
Hope they can find more of this one.
TIANBA
as well as Aurora, so those 2 compounds there are going to be a really big deal. The high ground this one, the plateau that surrounds them. Very nice to be able to take shots out towards teams as they push on in. Sadly, ALULA's much more high ground spot gets pulled off. So you're going to have to move over towards that western side. Yasser pulled away. I like this move for 4th Thrive though, Jackie. This is good.
4th Thrive still looking pretty nice in some of the encounters we've seen individually. Another roster that we know that can be very explosive. Let's see if they can bring the boom on this one. Straight up towards the setup from ALULA. Quick on top. Got a pump action in the back pocket ready for it if they can close the gap. Bit of overwatch from R3B. Claws relatively close to assist. Fast reactions onto the position of Falag, but the shot's not connecting.
Falag taking a little bit of damage here, not to half. Claws as a nade though, it's not the craziest of sends on this one. Good bounce on it actually. That would have been on target. He had the move and Falag just takes the time. Here's the off on that one.
तर हैन टिम ओजी पनि डाउन छ ओजी त अलि सर्भाइभ गरिरहेछ तर गडलाइक इन्डिया डाउन भएपछि टिमले चिकन लिन थाल्यो भने नि 500 पर्छ होला यार इन्डियन टिमले चिकन लियो भने स्नेक्स चाहिँ 500 600 के लाइभ वाचिङ गर्छ होला त्यस्तो क्रेज छ यार
face you got flashed down towards those compounds, but STG
हाम्रो पनि टिम होराले चिकन लियो भने चाहिँ 100k कट्यो गरेर आएको
just holding out teams on the south here.
100k त पहिला पनि कटिरहेछ के
TIANBA's actually
200k पुरा
अरे क्विक
in towards that.
Quick is already late. T20 40 ले ULA लाई भगाइदियो यार ठाउँबाट यार लो ग्राउन्डबाट हायर ग्राउन्डमा भएको टिमलाई धपाइदियो
Meanwhile, OG
wow
crossing past the crosshairs of NONGSHIM REDFORCE was busy taking the peak over the top.
बनाउन त एकछिनमा बन्छ कि
Got the heavy
जस्ट
weaponry
त्यो
ready
टेक्स्टमा
to
चाहिँ चेन्ज
rock
गर्नु
them
अस्ति
if they
पुलमा
stay
बनाउने
close
त्यसमा
by.
ये जुन थम्बनेल राम्रो
Hopefully
त्यसमा
they have at least been able to
चाहिँ
create some
टेक्स्ट चेन्ज
space
गर्दै
between
भनेर
the two.
टेक्स्ट चेन्ज गर्ने हैन के
To the bridge where Rolf is stationed.
टेक्स्ट चेन्ज त गरे
Yeah, they know OG's in the area as well. See, Aaron struggled versus them earlier on his flying maneuver into the gas station. Tried to go for the movie entrance, but we went straight to credits instead. Yeah, all hoping to hold them on the bridge side.
त्यही त टेक्स्ट चेन्ज गर्ने त हो नि ग्रुप स्टेज डे 1 भनेर होला ग्रान्ड फाइनल्स भन्ने चेन्ज गर्ने त हो नि
Aurora currently have a really strong position on it, and we do head over there. In
त्यति गर्ने नि
fact,
त टाइम
a
लाग्छ
case of Aurora holding the central spot. They have a lot of 360 vision, but it's very open, Jackie. This is a very, very open area, a little bit of fun. There's quite a few radio towers and the square concrete that sit underneath them that end up being like where you literally just lie down next to them, try and set up vehicles. You can see Vitality already sending over. This is quite a nice spot for Aurora.
अनि थम्बनेल यस्तो भयो उस्तो भयो पुरा मात्रै गरेर अनि के भयो त अनि के किन
For as long as he can, but finally falls to STG. STG possibly being collapsed upon as well by Fourth Rise. They fall next.
Yeah, good fight. Very good fight from Fourth Rise. STG tried to jump the gun there, Jackie, and ran straight into titanium wall. A lot of hopes riding on these three players from Aurora, though. Another good game here. Sits them a little bit further ahead. Make up for that previous match there on Erangel. Not the greatest of pushes across the bridge to begin.
To be fair with Nigma and STG.
थम्बनेल राम्रो भएन बेला थम्बनेल कस्तो लाग्यो तिमीलाई यार थम्बनेलको कुरा गरौँ बरु थम्बनेल चेन्ज गरौँ भनेको GodLike एडमिन गरौँ FURIA लाई निकाल्न त निकाले दियो
GodLike unable to withstand the hit that is thrown towards him. FURIA will get their mates
फायर लिएको त ब्याक जान दिनु पर्छ नि आनन्दले त्यस्तो नभए
4 of our squads out of the running.
ए ओजी पनि के हो कोही राम्रो नखेल्ने भयो यार
On that south side, actually trying to push on him. There's quite a few teams there. NONGSHIM's just going to barge over towards OG. Tanky's already down. Another nade towards the backside here. Good damage from Hyunbin, as always. Looking very, very strong. Hits the deck. Good dodge on that. Second nade's a bit stronger though. Aru now needs to get back into action. The rest of NONGSHIM REDFORCE lagging behind as Flash still continues to create a little bit of a nuisance for them in tops.
Back and forth blows, but Orangutan still being able to withstand. Uncomfortable for NONGSHIM, actually, man. Yeah, that's a nice flick back up towards the Wizard Tower, and it keeps him pinned in position, so he can't provide too much overwatch.
ओजीले ठाउँ त राम्रो लिइरा तर गाह्रो छ यार सर्भाइभ गर्ने
No position about the rest of his team.
जहाँबाट सर्ट आइरा
It's a cool side swipe coming through from tops as well. Caused so many problems on the back line there for NONGSHIM REDFORCE. Just weren't quite quick enough. He's going to have an even deeper look into this one. He wants to get up close and personal.
3 minutes from so ठीक छ अघि यही मरे हैन एउटा यस्तो
eliminations here left at the crime scene.
Top G.
Still trying to get an angle on this.
NONGSHIM REDFORCE गयो यार.
Got to move. He'll be ready for the catch. FURIA over on the other side of the coast have been taking shots over as well, so it's all been a little bit uncomfortable for the 4 squads that have been
exercise garo.
Station for OG,
Welcome back to for sure.
a very formidable defensive area.
XYG त गयो.
Calling it from its own.
FURIA को silence गरिदियो.
I got a little bit lucky, but Yeah, Aurora in a really, really good spot now. This is definitely redeemable city here for Aurora. We just need to not see them go for something silly again. That is all.
Yeah, just keep their cards close to their chest and be able to close this one out with some good plays. To be honest, mate, that is kind of the dream with what we saw off the back of this game with the other squads above them falling out early. It has presented that opportunity, and like you say, if they can grab it, you've recovered from that. We can all forget about game two. Everything looks good for them, and they'd actually be on that podium spot in first place come the end of this game. But that's still in the future. Still a lot of other teams we could potentially look to upset. So we'll stick with the narrative as it develops.
Esports Arena धेरै पछाडी देखियो त यार के हो
4 Fries going in against the Arena. Doc looking to decimate some damage out, and he does hit nice. Good shot onto Falak. A little bit more they can do here.
I like that though. Good smoke.
Isolate
this engagement between them and 4 Thrives in the Arena on the northern edge. Makes a ton of sense to me as well. That vitality location is going to be a real problem. That's a long nade. Actually hits on target. Great damage, and they just keep on pumping in. 4 Thrives are out. Massively long nades on that one. Just checking it together as well, one after another, after another.
They want to go in to grab the bits. Drop the smoke, try and stay alive. Issue is you're now in a position where other teams can take shots onto you for free.
Top 6 top 6, top 5
He's holding on. He's got that mentality where it's like, well, I'm sorry guys, I ran out that time. I will play anchor for the rest of the day, and I will keep you lads safe. It's a good shot over towards Silence. The rest of Fury need to re-angle over towards it, but it takes a gun away from that western side. But Aurora had to do that. They had to push over towards 4 Thrives. They knew that it's not likely in the near future they're going to be getting many more death crates. And they need that util. They need their ammo to carry on inside of this match. TIANBA though looming off in the wings.
Themselves ready for what's yet to come. TIANBA pretty effective job as well throughout the past couple minutes. Playing a little bit safer here in the setup. Window peek with good eyeline onto some of the other teams. Scarface on the long wrap around back up.
Scarface top 3 minute
coming in from the back near Vitality and Flash. Starting to lose his HP bit by bit. Got to drop down to the deck and hope that he can hold on.
Open road हिँडेर क्रस गर्दियो यार.
I'm sure how he's lived this life.
साला लक कसैको त यार.
Someone's moving here, the pitter-patter of the footfall. Close the distance. Scarface is instead just going to go for the heel. Tops pulls the pin.
New kira kasto dami lagke.
Good air burst will do the trick. Ruins the amount of
Sleepy! Only 5 knowledge away.
We'll get Sleepy and over towards the top though is the one to refrag over towards that. TIANBA moving forward. Gets behind that radio tower. This is a good spot to aggress over towards Aurora on. But more importantly, hold out on the southeast side. Good nades again. Goodness me, Aurora's having none of it.
Got a base on that one. More coming as well. Air burst over the top side, trying to arc it round the corner. Ooh. Eagles crossing his fingers, hoping the smoke is enough to get the pick-up play back on A-King to stay alive.
I wonder if they're going to push this, Jackie.
I mean, with a money, you could. You get the spread on it, just try to follow up off the back. You know they're weak.
Oh, man, I think they just wanted to get the flush, at least, but not meant to be. That's a lot of nades invested there for basically nothing. A-King's going to send back one of his own. Now they're fully set up over here on the radio tower.
No fair को मम्मी जानु भएको छ र त्यहाँ गेम हेर्नलाई
Chip damage from the nade should be good enough. So start to bombard now. They're splitting the difference on these ones. They know they have to go for one side, and it is over towards Dog. Survives the first blaster shrapnel and should survive the second.
So many nades though. Although the shrapnel hits him in the face, he takes that peak and shuts one player down once again. Snares thrown out for no real follow-up from it. It goes both ways for either of these two teams. Top with the instant adjustment back over onto EARENA. No, he's being collapsed upon from two sides between this team.
Schweppes now. In the res on of EARENA. EARENA, you know, actually haven't been too bad. I think for the points they currently have, 19, but they've been consistently up towards at least the top 8 every game. Vitality still taking more shots. TIANBA's playing as a 4-man, and genuinely the way they weather the storm here versus Aurora, they have a place to play inside the circle going forward.
Vitality can say, yeah.
More about dealing with a couple of players inside that shack right there. And it's hard to line up those nades. Always have that angle of Doc to worry about. He is so critical to his other two teammates living.
Schweppes with a bit of a forward scout play in the buggy, reading onto it.
TIANBA र Aurora ले राम्रो खेलिरहेको यार केटा honestly भन्नु पर्दा यार.
They've been here for so long and they've invested so many nades, so many
lead बनाउन जस्तो लाग्यो दिनमा एक दिनमै.
Push out to get themselves anything. Availability of crates becoming an all-time premium. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for TIANBA.
Yeah, they needed a break, honestly.
What do you guys think?
Come in, be able to get those shots, get those nades over towards Aurora. EARENA making a massive swing. Moment's got 5 nades to play around with too. QZZ finds shots over towards Vitality. They are trying to stop two teams from squeezing them together. But they will. This is a good play. This is actually a good play. It's a desperation play, but it's one that's very much needed for TIANBA right now. As he moves in, Razak last step alive. Where's the rest of the team? QZZ moves up. How is Razak living this?
Oh, this is unbelievable. Razak raising hell amidst the chaos as he stands strong to punish back. Vitality looked like it was all said and done, but they pop off on that one against TIANBA's clash in, knowing they needed to shut them down to get themselves any sort of ammunition, any kind of supplies to play on. And it does not work how they wanted.
Wild stuff.
EARENA
now. Send some nades in. Joel's the first to fall off the back of that. They have just played this game nice and slow from that northern side, trying not to get too involved in things. They've been saving up these nades for that end game. Mormon will move in. Just completely cleans them out. This guy's been unbelievable with the S12K today.
Esports Arena versus FURIA 4v4 very.
Slowly but surely the teams exit stage.
First game of 4v4 last fight, second game 1v1v1, third game of 4v4.
Back in with some of that firepower we had seen prior. Good damage onto EARENA. It's Tony K that's knocked behind the hard cover. Joker looks to wrap over to see if he can save his mate and put them back into an equal situation. 3 versus 4 right now. Schweppes warding off ALULA.
Nice one.
Still coming out strong. He wants more on the game, and they
3v3
he goes down. Big player on the squad. Now it's time for the likes of Ira as well as Chief to stand up tall. EARENA, they saved all their potential up for that late game though. We saw how much ammo they still had on board, how many smokes they still had remaining. This team basically played this one out for the chicken dinner. For EARENA, it's sort of not worth it unless they get the chicken dinner on this one. The amount they saved up, 5 nades still in the hand of Schweppes. I think the second place is nice though, but yeah, it's this overground disgusting to work with. FURIA is lining up for a big old bombardment from EARENA in the near future though.
Does he go down, man? It's kind of so brutal because he really has been this pop-off player.
Esports Arena को easy chicken हुन्छ यो.
Is that going to be enough of a deficit to nearly make this one uncomfortable?
Chief लाई निकाल्यो भनेपछि नि.
Egos, he's just providing all the information back all the time. Chief moves up over towards the loot crate. The nade has to be invested.
भागिहाल्यो नि साला.
Yeah, good. I was thinking that he was going to send it over towards Egos.
But he is just calling every single time they pull the pin on this one, when to move and when not to. Finally, the play zone takes him out, and Fury is blind again.
FURIA को अब अलि गाह्रो छ यार.
You lose your eyes in the back.
पुरै सर्कलमा स्प्रेड भइसक्यो केटाहरु. हुन त उनीहरु पनि स्प्रेडै भछन्.
Standoff between these two teams with open space in front of them, waiting to be crunched forth. Silence with the big guns in the back line, ready to spray. A lot of names dashing them in towards the middle here.
I mean, they're mega blind. I mean, they can't have moved that far. Unless Igor's giving that back the worst information in the world, but I mean, for Fury, I think there's a little bit of scaredness of that front line being pressed upon. Schweppes pulls the nades. We are playing battleships right now. Grenade to E5. You missed by a mile.
He's gone wide, man. Start forest fire out in this field of Erangel right now. Be the best opportunity for them.
Oh, nice damage here.
Drive into it though. Okay.
Assist.
I mean, I think we could just wait on these nades. There's plenty of time to wait on this one. EARENA can play off the back of the tree in the near future. Ayala's just going to swing round. Right?
Not how I expected the first domino to fall, but that's Ayala going in and opening things up with an advantage for EARENA.
Nice damage, yeah. Damage for Ira.
So, there's been an end.
Silence, it's silent.
Igor's confused everyone. Silence now. Trying to be as quiet as possible. Decent amount of these ones actually, trying to catch them on the rotate out. MG3 make all the difference. Joker's about to send this nade back into the blue.
दुईजना टिम छ कुन कुन भने तिमीले एउटा स्पोर्ट अरिना भन्यो मैले फ्युरिया पनि छ भने दुईटा कसले चिकन हान्छ भने मैले एले हान्छ भनेको
त्यो त अहिले स्ट्रिम
पाँचमा जानु हुन्छ
Oh, okay. Chief for the peek up. There you go. Follow up off the back of it. Let's see if they can deal some damage. Silence peeks up. Warning shots out. Low on health. Got about half left to play with. Runs in towards the
1v2, 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 1v2.
Kicking off here. They're going to be able to find it through in the end.
Esports Arena finally यार. एउटा राम्रो गेम देखाइ केटा.
A bit of a topsy-turvy one, but a chicken dinner they'll still be proud of.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you, really? Good game for EARENA. I think that the game plan was great. I think everyone confused one another.
49 pointer game लिएर यो टिम सर्भाइभल स्टेज खेलेको हो सर्भाइभल स्टेजमा चाहिँ
तर यिनीहरुले गर्दा
पोजिसनमा क्वालिफाई भयो
स्पोर्ट अरिनाले गर्दा के रे एसटीडी खेल्न पाएको
चिकन नलेको भए एसटीडी खेल्न पाउँदैन यार डिटेड टिम यस्तो दामी क्वालिफाई भयो त्यो उनीहरुले त आफ्नो 100% दिनुपर्छ यार
Yeah, it was a lot of utility investment, not too much information. Kind of felt like it was, we don't want to push.
त्यहाँ पनि लास्ट 3v3 बेटर भयो यार
And then have that respectful gunfight once we get
I think that
एसटीडी ला अगाडि बढाएर आफ्नो सर्भाइभल स्टेज
play
खेलेर
towards the tree line with the amount of
सर्भाइभल
nades
स्टेजमा
they
त
had,
दुईटै
they
सेम
collected the entire thing.
लास्ट 2 जिरो सर्भाइभल स्टेज
हैन के ग्रुप स्टेजमा आएको एसटीडी
You're right.
Sorry.
I also did not expect that to be the first domino to fall.
एक मिनट त झटाउ थियो एक भन्दा अरिना स्कोर एरिना
Really like a curveball just came in. Swift gut punch, didn't expect that.
ड्रेस पनि कस्तो लगाएको छ हो रिस वाला किनभने मेरो
Confirmed, that's where they are.
क्रेट ओपनिङ गरेर
That's where they are, lads.
Yeah, I got
म गर्ने वाला छु अझै क्रेट ओपनिङ गरिदिन्छु है अनि मलाई हाल्दिनु
Single player battleships.
कहिले यो त मैले लिइसकेँ त मेरो कम्प्लिट भइसक्यो
I think if we look a little bit prior to that game,
म
I think Aurora, the way they set
एक्सेप्ट लागि
themselves
ट्राई
up,
गर्छु
not bad,
मान्छेको
but
30 उसीमा निस्किरहेको छ
there was a couple moments
साथीभाइले
where it
पनि 30
got
उसीमा
real
निकाल्यो के
hectic. I think a lot of teams made it far into that end game.
त्यही भएर
TIANBA
मलाई
play out that
पनि
radio
यस्तो
tower really, really well.
वाला
Even I think TIANBA's decision making does require bringing up a little bit. The fact that they decided to push a little vitality in that moment, the play almost worked. The speed at which they do it, like we
पैसा नभयो भने के पैसा भएको भए पनि लोभ लाग्छ कि अब मसँग त्यत्रो इजी छैन अस्ति कस्टमर 10
they have
मिनट्समा
no
निस्कियो अरे
qualms
के
about just fully going for it. I really like that, and I think that that's the type of play style
No,
that's going to win you games more often than
Thank
it
you.
loses them.
No, absolutely. I think
Yes, I can see.
that was one where it was like Razak just kind of popped off on the hold.
Yes.
Message
Honestly, it was better play from him than it was bad play from him. Solo mission where it's like, oh, fair play. Yeah, but what the play was meant to do was great. They needed ammo, they needed
Yes,
supplies,
people
and
to
they went for it. So
Absolutely.
मुखमा दइकन स्ट्रिम हेरेर आउ क्या
Thing to do. And the right thing for us to do right now is to go for a little moment with the boys over on the stage, and we'll be back real soon.
Powers here at PMWC 26, joined by John Allen, Polaris,
Ele
and
Esports World Cup
with the
जाने
round
के
of Hot Drop Dance.
Ooh, we're going to be getting stuck into the board, hopefully. Maybe not for some. Some are having a bit of trouble during practice, but we're going to be taking some shots at the board.
It's like
The
Gora
person
Seer
with the next
Gora
score is going to
Boyne.
have to give their hot take. So let's jump into it. You guys, I think you two have to go first.
अनि कौन जाने हो इसमा आर्चरी में
Nep's in a prime position for this.
यो त हामी यही ल्याउनु सक्छ
ए मजा आउँदैन यही त गर्ने त
ओरे
Next one, yeah, that's
It's on the board.
Very much.
Shuffle up.
Thursday.
लेफ्ट ह्यान्डेड रहेछ यार
ए हिजो लेफ्ट ह्यान्डेड देखियो नि
This is good, this is good.
के डे हुन्छ यार
है अस्ति गर्लफ्रेन्ड डे रे
बोयफ्रेन्ड डे पनि थियो
हो
ओ सायद
गर्लफ्रेन्ड डे को त मैले केही पनि पाएन है
गर्लफ्रेन्ड डे तिम्रो कहिले थाहा
अस्ति भन्न रहेछ म त बुढा सकिसक्यो भाइ
मलाई थाहा थियो
हो किन चाहिँ नदेको त नि
It's a triple 17.
अनि मलाई बर्थडे गर उसको सँगै त्यतिको हेर्नु न
यस्तो नजिक हानेको यार डाट
My hot take is that the Uzi is a bad weapon and shouldn't be played. That's it. Wait.
This one was next.
No, that one was mine.
No, it's in 25. Yeah. Oh.
Oh.
Thank you.
Well, she's already done a hot take now, so.
Keep it up, Ray.
You did that on
Share पनि हान
No, I didn't do
किन
anything.
मेसेज नलेखिकन हानेको के
John starting
मलाई थाहै छैन होला सोचे काटिरा
Hey!
सरी यार
नहोला भन्ने कहाँबाट हुन्छ रे थाहा त भइहाल्छ नि
Polaris now. Forearm
लाडी त थाहा छ कि नै यो सुपर च्याट भनेको पैसा हो भनेर
That could be a trap. Get out of the danger zone. The splash zone's coming for you, Kale. Oh, that's a triple.
Okay.
Triple three.
God.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, take this.
I'm pretty sure it's probably the lowest. Wait, no, it's not.
I'm on
John's
a
the lowest.
5.
Yes, John's the lowest.
Or is that a 2? It's a 5, I think.
It's a 5.
Oh, and that's a 2.
That is a 2.
I've been saved by the upside down
It's
version
true.
of my own number.
It's your turn.
There you go.
Okay, hot take. Dino Park and Vikendi, infinitely better than Rondo. I miss it. Bring it back.
Oh, okay.
All right, considering I actually lost the first round, I should probably do a hot take because I cheated you out of it. I'm so sorry. TIANBA will not win PMWC despite looking really good.
I feel like I've got to follow in with a hot take as well.
Oh, okay.
I feel like over-reliance on ARs, nonsense. I want DMRs in, give the players a little bit more expression in the secondary slot, you know? Those submachine guns, something else popping in. Give a little bit more individuality. That's what I want to see.
I like it.
Don't give me this mic. You know what I want? I want all of
Hey.
your opinions from the viewers and from you in the chat. Tell us what you think. Let us know.
ए च्याट गर्न मिल्छ सब्स्क्राइबर मोड अन गरेर हो मात्र त
नाइ मतलब सुपर च्याट गर्दा सुपर च्याटको तल पनि च्याटहरु लेख्न मिल्छ नि त भन्न खोजेको त्यो हो के
मिल्छ त्यो मिल्छ तर मलाई हामीले त हेर्नै मिल्दैन हामीले गर्नै मिल्दैन
हामीले सुपर च्याट गर्न मिल्दैन हामीले के
लाबेर सिस्टम टेस्टिङ गर्नुपर्ने थियो यार तिमीहरूले यार यस्तै टाइममा गर्छौ यार यस्तो भएको म आफ्नो सिस्टम रन गरिराख्थेँ नि
अब कहिले कसै सुपर च्याट हान्ने भन्दा अगाडि भनेछ है बिनाजुलाई
भोलि हेर्न कपालमा आएको कार्की अनि मलाई गाली दिन्छ यार यो यार
mistaken if Terra.
And not taking that position early.
19 points यहाँबाट लियो 14 भइहाल्यो फ्युरिया को टियानमा 13 टपमा जाने भयो अरोरा गेमिङ 12 सेकेन्डमा आउँछ क्या हो निग्मा ग्यालेक्सी तल झर्छ जस्तो लाग्यो फर्स्टमा टियानमा सेकेन्डमा अरोरा थर्डमा निग्मा ग्यालेक्सी भाइटालिटीले के खेलेको यार म चाहिँ आएन यार त्यो 60 गेम खेलेको ग्रुप स्टेजमा
A little bit of tunnel vision coming out of some of the players there, and then I don't know what the vehicle situation was, and you could hear me screaming in the back. He's like catching nades with the vehicle as well, and I'm like, what plan is this? They had such a strong position after getting like
this one.
Yeah, after moving their way into zone on the rotation on the southern side, Max.
Look,
I'll give you my cat cancer. I'm really upset.
I know what happened actually. I was talking
to spot गर्यो भने त गयो के
what was the play with Ayala? And he said the idea for Ayala was to get an off angle on the team and actually catch them from behind. But then he saw two players and he got scared. And that's the thing is,
Hello, Q laptop
will make you do these kind of mistakes. So it could have been a good idea, and catching nades didn't work out. It could have been great, but unfortunately, two player setup was exactly
That was just a big something I like to call what the FURIA. WTF, because that's exactly what ended up happening with that one. I've been working on that one all day, especially with the way that they were playing earlier. There was a squad, though, that was able to put up a good amount of eliminations, and it was none other than Aurora. Aurora, once again, Neptura being able to back it up with the limbs, even though they wasted a lot of utility with TIANBA.
They did wait. It was a big old red zone, and it was fairly unnecessary. However, it does get you those points, right? And it's been really nice to see them actually, because I think in the group stage, right, we saw them just doing just enough to get into the top 5, just enough to get to where they wanted. Now we're seeing the team that we're used to seeing, and I'm really enjoying that. I think they've actually played a lot better, right? They're very even. They're not this team, and we've seen some really cool off angles from them, so very happy with them.
Hello guys, hello सबैजनालाई स्वागत छ नयाँ हुनुहुन्छ भने do the drills युट्युबरको ड्रिल भनेको चाहिँ लाइक गर्ने subscribe गर्ने
That's exactly what you want to see.
25 गोला छ
The best way to describe it is what you said, Niptra. They became a red zone at that moment in that game, and I love the way that any team would get in contention of their zone, they would start just nailing them to hell and back. So Aurora played it really well. I am still not sold on the performance so far. I feel like there's still a lot of power that they used to have in the past. So top 2 actually right now. He needs to wake up.
Wake up, Doc. Wake up. Just make sure you don't start going away from your team, because that's when things end up falling apart. The arena with that win that they ended up getting. TIANBA though. TIANBA right now, the aggressiveness that we've been seeing out of this team, if you want to give the mic to Lace, they're currently putting up those numbers, Lace, because 27 eliminations for that squad and only 4 placement points.
Yeah, I see. This is what I'm saying. They're finding those fights. They're gathering those eliminations, finding a nice power play position, but then unfortunately losing it, which is where we see the decline in placement points. But obviously this is still a really good trend for them, especially coming out of survivals into this sort of scenario, and to have that sort of trajectory is incredibly good for them. But of course we got to bring it back to the kind of smash and the way that you have to gather these eliminations. It's fine. It's good to do it obviously today. But then we've got to see more of those placement points and those wins out of them to be able to take more than that.
100%. And another team that's currently doing that, Max, is none other than NONGSHIM. And I know you weren't quite happy with what NONGSHIM, especially Human, was doing that last game.
Initially, I love the way they initiated the fight onto, I think it was Orangutan in that gas station. Like, okay, you've got some solid off angles, I like it, they're pushing the fight. But the thing is about the longer the fight goes on, I think it was one of the play on the Harry Potter tower, he had a great line of sight, but eventually, they're not going to pick you that aggressively. That would be the
game 14 game ma sakine
regroup, take the fight and send and hopefully they're very
maximum 18 हुन्छ minimum 14 देखिन्छ
I'm very upset with their opening performances so far.
Yeah, one team talking about aggressive, talking about people committing to a fight. We saw Nigma Galaxy and Ida finally commit to that hot drop. And if I'm being completely honest, I don't want to see it. I don't care about it. Leave that ego to some other time, because right now it's going to be hurting those two teams.
Yeah, it is, and we did see Forthright take advantage of what's been going on there, right? Just dropping in on, trying to get a few limbs and then move back to their position. They were trying to punish that as much as possible, just because it's kind of silly. In the finals, maybe day one you kind of get away with it, but keep on doing it. It's not going to work out. Forthright to do that, and you know they might not be the only team to take advantage of that. If the playing path's a little funny, if that keeps happening, other teams might just third party that.
Yeah, they will end up third partying that. We saw there towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. GodLike, OG, Crowley not being able to put up those numbers. Those are two teams that are looking to bounce back. But right now, we are halfway through that marketplace. Any team that has surprised you so far?
I would just like to say that, like, I'm very proud of you, FURIA. You know, I know I was a little bit mad in that situation, and I was surprised about you in the first couple of games, and I just want to make it note that that was a much better performance. But still, I'm taking a driver's license away.
That was a good performance. Next time you ever take my mic, Lace, this big old chicken is going to be hitting your head once again. But as we're getting ready here for match 4, let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti.
Luti, yeah, you know how last week we were talking about how to win PMWC?
Oh yeah, the big secret I told everyone.
You gave everyone some incredible insight. For those of you at home that were listening, teams were listening as well. Aurora Gaming, TIANBA, EARENA, they're playing very well at the moment.
Indeed.
But let's like break it down to the finer details. Okay, so I want to ask you a little bit more. Okay, so like, what's the best map to like capitalize on points?
I mean, there is different teams with different play styles, so it depends.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, it depends, yeah. How about like vehicles for like late rotations, getting into a good position? What's the best vehicle to use?
Horse, buggy, and so different maps, so it depends.
Red one?
It depends, yeah, as well.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Utility, okay, so like end of game, you know, smokes, nades, you know, medical packs, bandages. What's the best thing to have in your arsenal?
I mean, depending on your situation with the cycle, so I will answer, it depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
Okay. Luti.
It's not that easy, you know?
Luti.
25 votes. Polo participant guys.
It depends. Sacre bleu. No, Barney. Everyone knows it's a P90. No, it depends. Okay, back to you, casters. I hope you're ready. It depends.
In the finals, getting ready for the last few matches.
Absolutely, we have got a great day unfolding before us. We've had some real step-ups from a lot of teams coming on through, some great rotations, some insertions, some side swipes into those zones. That S2G hovercraft double roll-up, that was looking pretty, but we're going to be sending ourselves once again over to Erangel to find ourselves one more chicken dinner.
Let's see who's gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, this is it, the last Erangel of the day, and it's time to put up some serious points. I mean, we're still super early in this tournament, but we're already starting to see some teams, right, make some things happen. I was able to talk to one player in particular.
Last Erangel,
into this game, I happened to see S-Power from GodLike. You know, it's hard to miss. I went up to him and I said, hey, you know what, give me 3 words before we get into this next match. And he said, domination begins.
Ooh, using a whole word on the. That is bold. That's the sort of confidence that you want to see coming through.
Miramar
they do want to try and push a little bit further up those tables, try and get in the competition for those top spots. Having only seen 3 matches, we are still in a very uncertain situation, flux when it comes to those tables. Obviously, some performances standing out more than others, but it's definitely still achievable because of the fact that we have got an 18-match set, right? We've been playing so far on 12-match sets time and time again, but moving over to that expanded 3-day approach, that 18 set, that's where consistency really comes into play. So it's teams that are able to earn 6, 7, 8 points that
यसको मैले लिप्सिङ बुझे
will take those top spots.
एस पावर हो कि के भन्ने होला को
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it's all about putting up as many points as you can early
फेरि
on.
मान्छेहरूले मलाई क्वेसन उठाउँछन् कि तिमीले चाहिँ कसरी बुझ्यौ त भनेर मैले बुझिहालिसकेँ बोल्दा पो बोल्दैन त
In one single game,
किन गाली गरे
they
के
were able to make it. I mean, straight to the finals. They had to deal with the survival stage, and let's be honest, I mean, luckily we're able to get here, right? So, I mean, but they're crushing it now. They did a great job in that last game, right? And, so they're off to a strong start. Let's just see if they're able to keep that pedal to the metal. Aurora starting off strong is really good because historically they've always taken a long time to really get warmed up. But for them to put some points on the board early just goes to show that come finals time, they're adjusting their strategies and it's working out for them.
Maybe able to finally claim a title spot, you know, that's what they're going to be looking for. Plenty of other teams looking to do so as well. I know there's plenty of fans in the crowd for FURIA who are really on their backing, which has been nice to see. Hopefully they can keep up the pace towards the top side as well. There is so much on the line. That trophy, a threat to so many, but a promise to only one of our teams.
Man, one of the sickest trophies you can put on your shelf. I love every single year I see it. I'm like, oh, you gotta get one. And this is what these teams have been hunting for. They've been working all year long to get here. And we can tell the teams that have prepped that it's every single one of them. It's wild to see all these names. And the level of competition has never been so even, in my opinion, right? I mean, there is squads all across the board. They get a good couple zones, good couple situations. They're not messing around. They're going to take full advantage of it. We talked about FURIA, right? I think it's only a matter of time before we see them get a chicken dinner. We have to see some keys a little earlier. We saw that team Key, TIANBA, squads as well. So it's just really about that consistently that we talked about. But you know what? We're in the final Erangel of the day, John. One thing that
final
stands out
Erangel of the day,
without a shadow of doubt, is Pachinki, right? What is going on there? That last game
fight
has to mean that something's got to switch up, right?
TIANBA यसमा आयो आयो कि त्यो मतलब अरूको पुस्मा थियो नि त त्यो अर्को ग्रुपमा थाहा थिएन अब बसेको उसमा त अब यिनीहरूको त क्लास भयो नि त अनि होराले त्यहाँ नै छोडिदियो के दिदी तपाईँ कस्तो
I'm just unsure as to why Eden made
के
the
भयो
decision to stick to that drop spot. There are obviously other opportunities, and it reads ego to me. It reads ego that they're not disengaging. I liked 4-5's adjustment. They were able to get in. They were able to get, I think, 2 eliminations right at the start of the match. Really, really nice stuff from that very peer position that they normally drop around. They were able to move on up. They exploited that situation. But I think that the second good decision that 4-5's made in that scenario was not to hunt down Ralph, right? Because he's solo, he's hiding in a corner, you don't know exactly where he is. You disengage, you don't go hunting, because a solo in a corner in Pachinki, you could lose a player to that very, very easily. So I liked their withdrawal there coming on through. The other side of a hot drop in Pachinki that is a massive factor, certainly for later into the mid and later game, is the fact that in a hot drop, you don't get that loot truck, and you can't get it double either, which means that it went over to Vitality during that last match. It goes over to other teams who just sit on that northwest side. It's also an incredibly clear indicator that a hot drop is happening. So they could grab that one and send on in to maybe pick up pieces.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here before we get started as these teams are going to get locked and loaded here in just a second here, folks. But yeah, you know, when you go back to that hot drop, kind of watching these two teams talk to each other all
the game started on the
and I'd see, you know, Nigma Galaxy players walk by Ida players and kind of have some exchanging of words, and I was hoping they would kind of get this settled before the finals, because I think it's just a devastating loss for this to continue here for both of them. And in the last game it showed, just like, because guess what? 4 drivers, they were like, oh, you know what? We'll take those eliminations, and they got some of them, right? So I think having 4 drivers especially now on the hunt for this, it's gotta make
you क्या दाबे हाने यार केटोले यार Esports ARENA को मोरमेनले GodLike लाई पेल दियो यार हाम्रो केटाले पनि दामी हाने दियो शटले लफियरले सेक्सी हाने दियो केटोले
It's Ralph, Pachinki, Sanchez, Montero the third.
गोली हेर न गोली सकिसक्यो यार 5 बुलेट मात्रै थियो यार
He will refuse to let it
एकमै
go.
खतम गरिदियो 5 चाहिए छ यार
Right? We saw them be able to take out Ida, but now that you have
दुईमा हो
4 drives coming into play, it's got to make you second guess things.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that dropping in Pachinki is in Ralph's will somewhere. For any eventually, hopefully, in the very far future. But
Aurora
if he
gaming
keeps dropping in Pachinki in game, he's certainly not going to have a long life expectancy. Aurora Gaming able to do the business, but we are going to head to a quick video.
मेरा हात चिलाउने छ यार
Ready to rock for our last Pachinki today.
You hit the limit भन्छ बे यस्तो बनाइदिन चेन्ज गर्नुपर्छ
यहाँ मेरोबाट मिल्दैन नि त काल
डाउनलोड गर उता सेन्ड गर अनि गर
여기는 현빈, 조이지, 퀴즈입니다. 프로 선수로서 경쟁하는 일은 항상 힘든 일입니다. 하지만 이런 플레이 라운지에 오게 되면 즐거운 게 되게 많죠. 저희가 이 플레이 라운지에 왔기 때문에 이 플레이 라운지에 있는 것들을 즐겨보겠습니다. 가시죠. 이 공간은 협력 공간입니다. 대회 측과 소통하거나 협력해야 될 일이 있으면 이곳에서 해결하실 수 있습니다. EWC 공간에 있는 한 공간 중에 탁구장이 있는데 저희가 한번 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오! 벌써 많이 나왔는데? 어이씨 뭐야?
근데 검은 발령을 안 해도 깨서요?
여기는 여러 가지 즐길 것이 있는데요. 저희가 한번 다 체험해보도록 하겠습니다. 대회를 할 때는 항상 배고플 때가 있는데 EWC에서 제공해주는 음식이 있는데 그 품질이 아주 좋고 최고급이라고 해서 저희가 한번 먹으러 와봤습니다. 아 배고프다 빨리 가자.
Welcome back to the Hot Drop Watch here as we await the fate of Pachinki. It is still undetermined as to who is going to last the longest in that location, and if we may have a fourth, a fifth, or maybe even more teams. Perhaps everybody is going to Pachinki. It's going to be a 64-player brawl in the center of the map.
You know what? I want to see that action. That would be absolutely insane. I mean, if it wasn't going to be possible, now would be the time because it's the last one of the day. But you know what? It's time to see what exactly is going to happen as we get into the map. Final Erangel of day 1 of the finals. And let's see who's going to be able to put some serious points on the board before we get into the sandy deserts of Miramar.
I mean, I'll take non-serious points at this stage. Of course, every single team would as well. Playing path on the west side of the mainland here, coming through from North George to the west point of Sosnovka military base.
Aurora drop किया Aurora ले लिया है ना Aurora ले लिया है ना
Denied it by the playing path.
over
towards
first two game बिगाड़
TIANBA over into North George.
बिगाड़ रहा था नहीं जान
Keeping an eye out to see if any of our teams on the hot drop are going somewhere. I'm really not holding my
बोट जाते छन्
I kind of am here. You know what? I will say, yeah, you can see already. Looks like we're going to see another hot drop in Pachinki as Ida and Nigma Galaxy are headed in that direction. Very, very interesting. I will say, though, we got to give massive props to Nigma Galaxy for being so high up on the leaderboards, considering that they've been dealing with this all day long. I mean, they're in 4th place, 30 points. That's pretty insane.
Sure, I mean, they were able to take a chicken dinner towards the start of the day, right? So they do have a little bit of a foundation to try and do this with, but they could be so much further ahead without the situation. It looks like we're not going to see a 4th drive split.
AIDA versus NGX फेरि पर्यो तेस्रो गेम फर्स्ट एभोइड गरे सेकेन्ड पर्यो थर्ड फेरि पर्यो
Could potentially also flexing from the southeast side, but I feel like F2G are the most likely right now to cause problems for EWC. The north side of Pachinki, they're split right now, but you can see Rita on that off angle could be quite important. Ralph seems like they know he's in this building, but the nade won't connect.
त्यो चाहिँ कि ठुलो सिटी छ दुईटा टिमलाई मजाले भ्याउँछ तर
For sure, you can see Satan up
त्यो
on
पारीकोलाई
the roof
पेल्न
here.
पायो भने चाहिँ रिटालाई आइडी एनजिएस ले
He knows exactly where Rita is. It's a big stalemate though. This is the hard part about these hot trucks.
रिडीम गर्नुपर्छ यार
I can hear it.
आइडी ले
That loot truck is now driving on by. The precious loot. Satan's like, that should have been ours. I want it.
कोइले टच गर्दैन ओ लर्डलाई डाउन निकाल्यो फिनिश पनि लिदियो बे यो होइन ओ डगा फोडेर नक निकाल्यो नाइस
Able to take out the off angle there, and Ida are going to really struggle to get back to this one.
पुसानो बे अहिले नै हो
I don't think you can break past that. The res though in the meantime,
ड्रपलाई पेल्नु पर्छ अहिले नै हो
because it's so early in the game, it's so much less likely that you've
एक
got
नक भएको बेला पेल्नु छोडी माथि पेलेन यार
position, which allows Nigma Galaxy to go back to 4 and leaves Ida stranded on 3. Rita getting knocked there is the most crucial part of that fight, Jude.
Man, that was an insane shot there from Satan. I mean, that's that game sense, guys. Right through the door. He knew he was there, and he makes the play for his team. It's one of those micro plays, right? That when you make that kind of play, it just changes the entire situation for your squad. And now, because of that, Nigma Galaxy up
They still have to get a little bit more pace to it, though. And Ida are retreating now right to the south point of the Chinky. They've read that get this position on the off angle that they were previously in control of. The fact that they're aware of that is good, but you're just going to keep losing players. At this stage, I feel like Nigma Galaxy definitely have had a better result so far in this Pachinki hot drop. They were very ready for it. As you said, they would have known, they would have been aware that this is unfurled.
and what is he going to do if Ida at this point? I mean, look what they're this is crazy. 16th place, 22 points so far. If I'm their coach, anybody that is in the leadership of this team, I'm like, give it up, guys. We lost. I mean, I get it, right? Day one, you're going to battle it out with Nigma Galaxy to see if you could conquer this location. But it's an L. Like, you gotta at some point realize that this is not gonna work for us.
Aurora the key was the previous match.
The majority of the match we're gonna be playing here, we cannot afford to continue doing this.
It is pretty devastating. They have only lost one player this time around, but the loot is going to be fairly thin on the ground. The vehicle condition,
TIANBA को
man.
केटाहरु
That's really cutting the legs out from
नर्दन
underneath themselves.
छन् नर्दन सिटी तिर छन्
You got a player, you don't get the loot
Most
truck, you don't get
truckमा
anything.
गइराछन्
You're
बे
under-looted at this point. I mean, it's just a loss.
केटाहरुलाई गाह्रो छ
And where they stand on the leaderboards is a pure reflection of that. So, yeah, you know, I always say that when it comes to these kind of hot drops or these situations in general, I really do think these need to be settled in rehearsals, you know, in the pre-matches where it's like, hey, you know what, guys?
हाम्रो केटाहरु अघि चाहिँ बुवा गरेछ नि स्विच गरेछ नि त प्लेयर
This game, whoever wins it gets it.
है दामी आएछ नि त है दामी
I don't think that would ever happen, but yeah, I mean, I kind of understand. It is a question, right, that is rooted in a lot more.
उसलाई सारै गाह्रो भयो क्या यार
Because you have that question of if
नो फियरलाई सारै गाह्रो भयो क्या यार केटोले
you're
यार
just going to be easily pushed around in the future.
दामी खेलेथ्यो अघि
You're
यार
trying to do that sort of thing. I mean, it's like
No fear, bullet
contract
गरिरहेछ
negotiation business there. It is
के भयो फुड पोइजनिङ
just be like, okay, we'll go somewhere else. We'll go somewhere else.
ब्याड लक यार मा
You can't hold your nerve, and if you guys want to be
टिमलाई
the best, then you don't need to hold
सबैलाई
your
नै
nerve.
अनर
Good
फाइनल
using
मुभमेन्टमा आएर अनि
Naruto
स्ट्रो
skills here,
खेलेर
actually headed
अहिले
into game, get that character
ट्रफी
set,
लिने
get
चक्करमा
that 9
ट्रफी
Fury,
लिने
that
टाइममा
9
एलिमिनेट
Tails
भयो
Fury,
साह्रै गाह्रो
AUG
हुन्छ
skin.
टिमलाई मात्रै होइन आफ्नो इभन पर्सनल करियर पनि हुन्छ
Real good, as you know, TIANBA's been looking really good today.
Mafia
They're
did that
fourth place,
time,
31 points. Milu, man, the
Two
way he
sides of
started off
the
that Rondo match was just
Retirement
wild.
later on the
I mean, this
Game
man
बाट
has
retirement
been
लियो र फोर्थ त
performing
माफी
all
दिन्छ
tournament long for his
Coach
squad. He had, for sure, right, the play of the tournament. That 1v4 earlier in the group stage was so sick.
Yeah.
And then come finals time, the way he started out.
GodLike
they are
versus
looking
TIANBA
really
के
good.
पर्ने हो र
Absolutely. They are currently in 4th place
यो
right
छ
now.
डिभाइसहरुमा यो छ अहिले
Looking to try and keep themselves within striking distance of that first place spot, GodLike. Would love to try and join them. They are a little bit more destitute on that points front with only 8 towards bottom. Another circle heading up towards the north side, split by that central river. A lot of open ground south of Severny. Covered actually mostly by Aurora, who have a wide spread around the river, are causing a lot of problems. I'm interested to see how many teams look to head east of Yasnaya. FURIA likely going to do so. Could potentially see
GodLike versus
Aurora and ALULA. And maybe we'll see it from one of the teams who are still in Pachinki too, because well, looks like either looking to push back in and re-engage. Nigma Galaxy have been working the ground in the meantime.
Nigma Galaxy idea like
checking every corner. Or at least I hope they are.
Yeah, they better be, that's for sure. I mean, you can definitely tell they're keeping their head on a swivel here. They got to know that Ida's around here somewhere. They're just clearing building by building with Satan on the other side, rocking a 3-1 split. Got to be careful though. One day could be dangerous. Oh.
रफ गएन माग्री झन्डै दुईटा गइदिएको भए खतम थियो अहिले जिन्दगी होइन नि यार
and go for the cross, and again Satan is on that off angle, just about misses Swain on the cross, but he should be able to call that one out. Should have spotted it. Lord is already cooking a nade. He knows he's in the building now. Launches it forward. 40
sexy yaar.
Plays for PMWC and Pachinki are just insane. How do they do these wild bounce back shots that just turn the fight in their direction? This just goes to show you, when you know this side of the map like the back of your hand, it's going to pay.
Early prediction गरेर ग्रीन हान्छ नि त्यस्तो दामी लाग्छ के Nigma Galaxy ले के हो गरा फेरि 2-0 हुने भयो त NONGSHIM रोड फोर्स पनि भइरहेको यार 40 को
Akka मेरो तान्यो
they're going to try and get out, just leave a solo survivor coming on through, and another sweeping it under the rug. They're putting this hot drop to bed. It cannot come back tomorrow. It would be a terrible idea.
I can't stress how difficult this is to do, right? To be able to deal with this hot drop so frequently and to just execute in this perfect fashion. I mean, not losing a single player, getting those 4 points early on is just insane.
अरे फ्ल्याश बनाउनु फ्ल्याश कहाँबाट आयो
We are watching all of this hot drop unfold, but it is pushing down north very, very quickly, which according to Rosy, as Coops finds the final player on Ida.
2-0 get out 2-0
All 4 players from Nigma Galaxy.
Pachinki चाहिँ आइडिया को लागि हैन
Came on through as well.
आइडिया को लागि पनि हो र लागि पनि
towards the teams that are looking to put pressure on towards the north side. You talked a little bit about NONGSHIM REDFORCE losing 3 of their players. 4th Rights lost 1, but they did manage to get the 3 points for that fight. They are both still south of the river. Orangutan now on this northern side of the river. Trying to get their foothold to move in towards those shooting range hills, potentially over towards Severny way.
Yeah, we really focused on that Pachinki fight for so long. The zone is all the way up to the north, like you mentioned. We already got Qiddiya up there in Severny, EARENA over by shooting range right now. Taking that stable position.
यो डिभाइस पनि छ यो डिभाइस पनि छ यो डिभाइस पनि छ नि त सबै
rotation. Aurora gaming. Oh, the one rock. You gotta hit it for good luck.
YouTube ले चाहिँ अलि गाह्रो बनाउनु के पनि गराउँदैन गाह्रो तर त्यही हो कि अलिकति
I think we're going to go here.
unsubscribe भनिदिन्छ एउटै आइपी वाला एकाउन्ट डाउन भयो भने चाहिँ हैन
This is on the 4th and NONGSHIM REDFORCE fight. They'd already lost T24, but the hold from Hazaifa, the angles it is able to clock, it seems pretty efficacious on the high ground there. Love to see it for 4th Rights. Aurora on their crossing, run into Vitality. Looks like they may have run their last across these bridges. This western hold looking quite good for Vitality, who, for the time being, have been a little bit quieter, I think it's safe to say, than their group stage performances, but they're still very much there. They're still very much present. Well, certainly their presence is being felt by Aurora on this northwest side.
Vitality. Oh, southern shift here, and a big southern shift. This actually might be really good for the side of Nigma Galaxy, as they're going to be mushing in super late here. And are you kidding me? If this zone actually south shifts one more time,
Nigma Galaxy को लागि त easy entry भयो यार Aurora कहाँ घुमेको बे
Aurora
I'm trying to figure, what do you think they're doing here, right? They're over there by North Georgia.
गलत prediction भयो सर्कल को.
Well, I mean, they were being held out.
Orangutan versus TIANBA त पर्छ नि कति बेला.
Trying to take a turn around the town to maybe allow Vitality to disengage and then maybe re-engage later on. See what they can do with a little bit less pressure from the river crossing on that front. Team Flash over on the east side needed to settle their score with ALULA to try and get towards the circle. And it is not looking pretty for ALULA. They lose a player.
ALULA.
Not a good start. Yeah,
Habibi, come to Dubai.
Kind of mental to send all the way down to
ALULA coming to stay on
the Galaxy, right? They're still just on the north side of Pachinki, so yeah, they could just take up that mountain and lickety split, get themselves another chicken dinner.
Hey, yaar, I'm the godlike one handsome yaar. J1 handsome yaar. Esports arena one handsome अब यार. के गर्नु यार केटा हो यार.
It seems that they are.
भाई दामीको पनि अब जिन्दगी अलिकति छोटो देखिरहेको छु म.
The name looks good. Puts them all the way down to 1 HP. Mormon.
Hare Bhagwan.
Getting the finish. And look at that. I mean, teammate instantly there with
Well,
the vehicle
Jura
to make sure that they can get him over to safety. So Aurora going to have to go out pretty early here in this game. Only one single player up to it. Now we're out to the gas station with FURIA. Keeping their eyes on to Team Flash. Win has the P90 and the ghillie suit.
Reaction है
So
हम तो
he
अकेले
definitely
गाड़ी
won
और सीधे घूम तेरा वाली गेमप्ले में निकालते हैं.
absolutely stacked and hits the tree for good luck. That is a necessary thing to do here, folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Old
Just a
strategy.
Little tap on the tree, you know.
Tap.
Little shout out to Mother Nature there for saying hi, and then
Gotta make sure it's secure.
yeah, and then proceeding to unleash a lead into the hillsides around him. Hopefully with that P90. Team Flash.
No India answer, no Nepal answer, केटा हो.
Side could be tricky. S2G managed to make their way
गाह्रो छ यार
to
आज
the
त यार.
buildings here. That is this lineup from S2G, from Orangutan, from TIANBA, and from Ulf. On this lineup, very central on the circle, some very defensible positions, but teams will start to crowd in around them. Vitality and Aurora, this is the re-engage, dudes.
Here they go, they're battling it again. It looks like Aurora are on top so far with that knock on the raise at her. Driving around trying to get some information. Better eyes, up close and personal. Having to run back. Oh, it's godlike on the other side. Yeah, that's too dangerous. Vitality need to disengage this as their 6 is not covered, but Rosy is driving up close and personal. Giving an opportunity for Reese to put some shots onto him. And yeah, it's just down to these 2 players left for Aurora. This fight would have definitely went off earlier, but that third party...
Aurora le anta ki Vitality lai
a little bit, but now they're down
Last
to 2.
reason boy यार
And Vitality
आज तो last reason boy
doing a little bit of
म यार दाजु यार मजा आयो कसम यार आज अहिले ओ हानी केटा एउटा फिनिश त लिउ न यार 0 पोइन्ट नहोस्
accessible right now. Seems like they're
अस्ति
engaged.
पनि एउटा एंगल 0 पोइन्ट भयो यार लास्ट एंगल नै यार TIANBA versus S2G.
Trying to roll across, but TIANBA are holding face against it, and they are not.
Aurora पनि चढ्दियो हात साफ.
Aurora want to jump in and join the party here.
स्लिपी गयो के जोकरले हान्दियो.
Is it going to blast him down? But there's an answer, and Reefus falls. A third knock over towards TIANBA.
अबे हान्न.
Everybody has been isolated and evacuated from.
एकजना मात्रै छ यार.
He's left to put the pressure on this triple knock.
TIANBA को एकजना मात्रै छ यार कोही त हान.
हाई यार
Fire here.
तिनीहरुले चाहिँ रिड गर्न अब नि डान्दा झ्याप्पै ग्याप त भइहाल्छ नि दाइ आज गेमै राम्रो आइरहेन
ओजीले के रिड गर्यो मायाकुरी
Another nade from
ओ गरे यार
There is an
तनाव वाला सिचुएसन देखिरहेको छु रेस गर्दै
the run around there.
चक गर्यो के चक गर्छ भनेपछि म साच्चै गर्न थाल्छु सुरुकै म्याचबाट एउटा पनि फाइट लिएको छैन राम्ररी
Behind the concrete there to keep him safe from catch, but they know exactly where he is. He's got 2 smokes. He is slap bang in the middle of the circle though, Duke, and that might be a little bit of a help until another team rocks up with nowhere to go. They're
I don't like
right
it.
on top of this guy.
Yeah, Top's cooked.
He got it.
He's
He
just
got
like,
it.
I think I'm just gonna lay down right here.
Yeah, I don't know.
For
Still
as long as I possibly can. No standing up. He hits straight into the dead on the side of top. But hey, you know what? That's good, right? He's got a good position in zone.
Yeah, I know. PRP
so
छोरो
PRX हो के
it's a place of points. Good for him.
साइड त्यसलाई चाहिँ एउटा त्यो मोन्स्टरको टायरमा मान्छे कसरी सर्भाइभ गरिरहेको छ
And they're in a solid position in the circle as we now look on over to FURIA. Igor hopping out the vehicle here.
Kili nolipati placement point ta linu parcha ni.
It's not going well. It is not going well.
गाडी ल्याउनु त पुनः जान्थे भयो म भएको भए यार दार्जिलिङतिर जान्थे भयो जोन बाहिर बस्छ यही गाडी गर्थे
TIANBA, by the way, managed to fend off a triple team crash on this compound right
अब हेर न
now.
यार 20 मिनेटमा गएर चाहिँ सिंगल हिँडिरहेछ एउटा ठाउँमा स्लिप मरेछ एउटा ठाउँमा हल्की मरेछ एउटा ठाउँमा जिगल मरेछ जिगललाई त सुरुमै हालिरहेछ जिगल स्काईको त आज गेमै देखेको छैन सबैभन्दा अगाडि मर्ने स्काई हो टिमको आज कोटीले नि स्काईलाई पेल्यो अघि यो अरुणाको पनि स्काईलाई पेल्यो सुरुमै अस्ति पनि स्काईले राम्रो हानेको थियो
He's going to get backed off by a third party. I think that might be Orangutan chiming in. And now Top has to head towards fourth drive, so nowhere real to go for him. Hyunbin finally bites the dust, the last player alive for NONGSHIM REDFORCE.
EARENA put some good points on the board here. I mean, they're
अरु
really
हेरेर चित्त के बुझाउने अरुले त पोइन्ट टानिरहेछ त
because there's a lot
अघि
of open
40
field in
थियो
this
तल
zone.
होरा भन्दा
ओजीले राम्रो खेल्छ जस्तो लाग्यो यार गेम
6 eliminations so far.
छमा जति राम्रो खेलेको
दुईटै इन्डियन टिम राम्रो खेल्छ
Oh my, I just saw that circle shift. Are you kidding me? Nigma Galaxy, they'll take that all day long, right? Hey, you know what? Sometimes you gotta get a little reward for those crazy hot drop efforts. And they'll definitely take that one to the bank.
That's going to be very full for the time being. For them, I feel like a good strategy is to start scouting the other side of the river now, though. I feel like you need to get someone in fast. The difficulty, of course, is the 4-5s, and now Vitality is starting to move in, and they don't have an outpost there. Move over to the bridge, a little bit out of the zone. Yeah. I feel like somehow you've got to find a coastal position on that riverbank.
but the training
towards the warehouse, towards the it's just going to be a bleed out. Galaxy, the placements aren't really going to be enough.
Aurora going for the
more forward thinking there as Aurora lose their final player top.
ये तो बस रहते थे यार 43
Here they go, EARENA not messing around here, just full sending in non-stop aggression from this team. And it's been paying off so far. That's why we see them on top. Orman hopping on out, trying to hit that flick shot on Hazaifa. Hazaifa's really hurt here. Great team also from EARENA. Hitting hard. The likes of fourth round.
अहिले त ओरेङ्गुटनले आएर लिनु पर्दैन नि किलहरु यार ब्याक त क्लियर छ नि यार
EARENA the only team to be able to take him down, and it took at least 3 of them. Tony K goes down with him.
Very possible to get this race.
This is the chance though for Nigma Galaxy to move across and look around.
Nigma Galaxy like Orangutan is
perfect opportunity whilst these teams on the east are preoccupied. A little bit slow to get the third party, but it is a good first step. I like what they've been able to do there. We've seen counterpointed river cross positions in 2-2 splits work well in the past. I'm hoping they can leverage that here. I'm a little bit disappointed in Orangutan on the north side. I feel like they could have poked their noses into that.
Yes.
Third party did as well. Moved a little bit further out to the east. Been fairly safe from TIANBA. And I don't think it was going to be enough.
Yeah, one thing I noticed here in the EWC is the quickness these teams are ready to third party and take those opportunities. It's just kind of surprising to see OG just kind of hold back there for a second. Nigma Galaxy, just due to the terrain, weren't able to even think about getting that third party, but because of that fight, it opened the door for them to be able to at least make that safe rotation and get that 2-2 split going that you were talking about.
GodLike like TIANBA plays was the last. You left TIANBA
the calm before the storm, where you are in stage number 5, all these teams just planning it out, trying to figure out, okay, if the zone goes over here, we're going to have to make these plays. If the zone stays on us, then GG, baby. We just shoot at everything in sight.
Yeah, we're going to get the next zone unveiling itself in the next 20 seconds or so. GodLike try and keep their ridgeline in play. This is a replay of the roll-up. Okay, this is when EARENA crashed on towards fourth rise. Falak. Yeah, went up very quickly there to Joker. Not much you can do about that. When the flying vehicle launches over the top, the bunny rabbits bound on into your sightlines. It wasn't ready for it.
GodLike the team watching.
And it will head over to the west. I think the Galaxy do have to get on the road. GodLike are putting pressure on.
So the domination starts now. Let's see if they can actually make that thing though. As they got Wolf right behind them.
GodLike GodLike लाई
You can see Scarface getting up close and personal. Has power.
एडमिनले अहिले नेट पड्काउनु बेला हुँदैन आफ्नैलाई
Sometimes it's going to be up to him and Admino though, as they are just trying to hold this spot. Unfortunately, for them, though, it's outside the circle. Yeah, so now Wolves are in a perfect position to gain part of this. Oh, nice shots though from Admino, but unfortunately those smokes are perfectly put, and he's not able to get the thirst.
The nade is up high, doesn't quite go the distance. It went completely If it had been just a little bit further, that could have been a straight knock there.
Oh, yes, power right, Mino. GodLike को best assaulter, दुईजना. 0 kill मा छ नि यहाँ चलेकै छैन नि केटा.
As well as Nigma Galaxy also having to make moves in the meantime, Dukes.
दिल से GodLike.
From this east edge, TIANBA are gonna have to move. There is a lot of teams that have to make some difficult decisions.
PUBG
are making it right now. They're going to roll straight on forward, trying to get dead center here and contest with Nigma Galaxy on the coastline into Vitality. Managed to get across, not unscathed.
Great IQ of a rotation. They knew that one little plateau was right there. They were going straight towards it to get their safe moves. In trouble. The closest one is done. Able to get the heal off and now get some shots.
Nigma Galaxy की हो? दिदैन हो परमिसन त्यसरी हामीलाई नर्मली. हामीले कसरी पायौं पायौं. Esports Arena लाई Orangutan ले बचाएर हो कि यत्रो लफडा भएको यार. टिम अघि एलिमिनेट हुनुपर्ने हो यार.
Not working out.
That was insane for Coots to be able to do so much damage on that angle. He really held Ralph in the game there and are leaving Nigma Galaxy on 3. Orangutan lost players on the center as well. They are now down to just 2 as EARENA make the same mad dash, the mad crash against
TIANBA ले बल्ल हान्यो. TIANBA अब टपमा आउँछ होला. आउँदैन यार 9 पोइन्ट चाहिन्छ यार. 7 पोइन्ट चाहिन्छ यार अझै.
That is TIANBA. They did put some good points on the board for them, and I love to see that aggression.
यिनीहरुले स्पट हानेर अगाडि बढिरहेको के ओरेङ्गुटनले फटै हाले हैन ए यहाँबाट वहाँ गयो माकुरी जोन सरे वहाँ गयो बिचारा गाह्रो भइसक्यो कोटी अघि हेर भन्दा तलपट्टि थियो यार 13 मा आउट कतिमा थियो अहिले हेर न वहाँ 6 मा पुगिसक्यो पुरो त एउटा म्याच राम्रो गएको छ नि यार आज एक त स्काई रहिरहेको छैन जिगल रहिरहेको छैन अहिले अब हैटी आयो हैटी पनि गइहाल्यो हैट दामी
move up the hill. They're challenging Orangutan. They're challenging TIANBA. They're doing a lot on this eastern side. And Nigma Galaxy strike at the opportune moment.
Perfect timing there for Nigma Galaxy. They understand the situation. Hey, we gotta push up. We can't just sit back and relax, wait for them to come to us.
Orangutan को त त्यतिकै एउटा लास्टमा मर्ने भनेर बसेको.
I think they need to slow things down a little bit though. The circle is coming. The circle will push these teams.
कोही आइदियोस् न मार्दियोस् भन्ने हुन्छ यार.
Up until that last and final second. I think they realize that. That's why they're trying to hold on to those nades.
त्यही पाएको छैन कि चान्स आज होरो पनि छैन कि लक्की छैन जस्तो लागिरहेको छ
त्यो टिम मोडमै भइरहेको
कोही काम गरिरहेछ है
सोलो पिकअप भइरहेको कसरी भइरहेको देखिए
रस हान्दा छैन कोही चाहिँ रोटेसनमा मरिरहेछ अर्काको रोटेसनमा पनि उनीहरुले मरिरहेछ उसले रोटेसन लिँदा नि उनीहरु मरिरहेछ
transition from across the river has gone so well for them.
What a game for Nigma Galaxy, getting hot dropped over and over and over. They take out Ida in just a beautiful fashion. And now with this fortunate zone shift are putting the punishment on this
TIANBA को पनि सक्यो यार गेम #1 लिन पाउँदैन TIANBA जोन बाहिरै मर्यो नाइस ए हैन ULF को LL ले लियो
VIP र
Nigma Galaxy Vitality finally coming back stronger
back to front stand the line.
अबे तल हेर तल सेकेन्ड देखिरहा त सेकेन्ड देखिरहा त
He had to see him now. No, he's too focused downhill. Oh, never mind. It's Axel that catches him out. Axel, the last player up. Is he able to survive?
Oh.
Yes, he will be. ULF को easy peasy chicken हुन्छ क्या
1-1-4
They haven't had to leave it. And when they do, it's against 2
duo
Yeah,
teams.
like,
One of them
what's
players
called
on either
this
side knocked. Both, this should be a clean sweep. There are no two ways about it, but it might get a little bit hairy.
Ah, Bayo!
Nigma Galaxy.
2v2.
Nigma Galaxy played it well. Vitality को केटो पनि गयो सोललेस सोल निकाल्दियो.
And it's just Rosy to stand in their way. The smoke billows, the P90. You couldn't ask for a better setup.
Finish not the Vitality.
The nades, the ordnance to blast them apart in the seas.
And that is how you do it, boys. It all just taking full opportunity there and capitalizing it on it. We'd love to be able to see that. That building so strong, it was in circle all the way up there towards the end, but they didn't just sit on their hands, right? They just saw, they hunted down every elimination they possibly could, and then once they realized that those teams were weak, they pushed out immediately and were able to get it done.
Some real heads-up plays, some proactive plays during that match. I mean, we focused a lot at the start on the hot drop. The rotations up towards the north side also came in to be really impactful later on into that match, right? It was the teams that got there early that had the staying power. For me, a highlight of that game was also TIANBA holding off against the triple crash. It was ALULA, followed by S2G, followed by Aurora. Everybody wanted to get to the central part, but they denied them access at every single time. It was a shame that TIANBA couldn't go the full distance. They did get shut out. Side that would have changed the tune there, and hopefully they can find those opportunities in the future. It would be great to see them perform at the level we know them to be capable of from their performance in the group stage, but it is looking pretty powerful on multiple fronts.
It's so tough. I mean, everybody here is playing just hyper aggression, zero hesitation game
Bro,
plan
here
live in Paris. The second you see an opportunity, these teams are taking it. One team in particular, right? Straight aggression there towards the end game. They soaked up a ton of elimination. Unfortunately, don't get the chicken dinner, but when you get that many elims, it's a good game no matter what.
Yeah, that fight with 4 thrives over the ridgeline worked out well for them. And again, the lack of third party allowed them to keep for a lot longer. They were down to just a single player standing at one point, but they managed to get back to 3 to recover that pressure without any third party look-ins coming on through. And yeah, for EARENA, it's a good result. I would even say it's a great result to keep them at the top of the tables, to keep, well, I don't know if they're actually at the top of the tables anymore. We'll have to double check that, but a man who could find out is Kalaris down on the stage with EARENA.
I'll try my best, John Allen. Yes, that's right. EARENA looking fantastic so far, so let's ask them a few questions about the games here to get things rolling. So first things first, your previous win going up against FURIA. Were you surprised by FURIA's approach to the late game? And talk to me about that late game in general after you got the win.
ในเกมที่เราต้องเจอกับฟิวเรียนะฮะในเกมที่เราชนะเมื่อสักครู่เนี่ยฮะตอนที่เราเจอกับฟิวเรียฮะเรารู้สึกเซอร์ไพรส์นะกับวิธีที่ฟิวเรียเล่นเพลย์สไตล์ของฟิวเรียในเกมนั้นครับ
แปลกใจครับแต่ก็รู้ว่าเขาเล่นอย่างนั้นครับก็เลยไม่ได้ตื่นเต้นเลยครับ
Well, we expected, but we still surprised with how they approaching the teams. But even though the last result is that they winning the game.
Okay, so you guys got very close to qualifying via the group stage and then came really close to not qualifying via the survival stage. So has there been any difference in approach here to the final? What has the team talked about to adjust here coming into the finals of PMWC?
ก็สนามที่2นะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจเราก็เกือบที่จะได้ควอลิฟายแล้วส่วนในรอบ survival stage นะฮะเราก็เกือบที่จะตกรอบแล้วด้วยซ้ำในตอนนั้นอยากถามว่า
दुईटा मिरामर बाँकी छ यार केटा लास्ट मिरामर हो आज ल
พอเราเข้าไฟนอลมาได้ใช่ไหมครับก็ทุกอย่างก็เริ่มใหม่ครับทุกคนเริ่มจากศูนย์เราก็เริ่มจากศูนย์ก็เลยไม่กดดันอะไรครับ
Well, right now we have zero pressure at all. So we are here to win, of course. And it's since everyone, this is a new day, new group. So this is a champion group now. Everyone starting at the 0 point. So there's no difference. And we're gonna claim all the glory back to Thailand.
Okay, so that does it then. Well, thank you very much for the answers. That does it down here on the stage. We'll be with you for more from PMWC in just a moment.
हामीले पनि यो गेम खेल्न पाए हुन्छ यार बिसी
किसी वो भएको भए त पौडी हान्नु हुन्छ कि फोन कनेक्ट गरेर हैन सेटअपहरु गर्न मिलेको भए त्यो त लिनुपर्छ त नि लिराखौँ न है अनि बरु कहिले पछि स्याटरडे तिमी घर भएको छ बेला यसो फेस टाइम गरेर गेम खेल्नु हुन्छ नि त त्यसपछि नेक्स्ट मन्थतिर यस्तो हेर्नुपर्छ लाइट प्यानल लाइट एलइडी लाइट कुनै एउटा
तिम्रो युट्युबबाट पैसा आइसक्यो
आइरहेको छ तर LED लिउँ न त
Each team will be split into 2 pairs, with each pair receiving their own map. 5 locations are marked on the map and hidden in the player lounge. At each location is a mystery envelope. The mission is simple: find them, grab them, and bring them back. But there's a catch. There are only 5 envelopes, and each one is worth 20 points.
फेरि गेम खेला यार इनीहरूले यार चुपचाप गेम गराउनु यार मिरामर यार आफ्नो टिम हारिरहेको यार दिमाग खराब भइसक्यो यार
Set, hunt.
कोले चाहिँ दाँतै नमाजेर यार प्रार्थना गरे जस्तो छ बिहान उठ्नु बित्तिकै तिमी त हैन त्यो
Sini bang, kita stiker di sini dulu ya. Kita ini aja. Coba tengok mapnya lagi. Di dalam sini. Gimana cara dapat amplopnya anjing? Tengok gini mereka.
Fearless and Excel, Rosy and React. हाम्रो केटाहरुको किन छैन हो केही पनि छैन हाम्रो केटाहरुको कन्टेन्ट त त्यही एउटा माथि राख्ने मात्रै त हो यार
हात चिलाउँदैछ मेरो कस्तो के साच्चै यहाँ
Oh yang ini.
मलाई यो लाइटले गाह्रो गर्छ
Ambil gini. We have to. We lost. Nangis ya.
Today is going by so quick, it feels like a final here at PMWC at EWC 26. And
PMWC at EWC 2026.
Numbers. By the way, for everybody currently watching home, don't forget about the PMWC Lucky Spin that is currently in the game. Log into PUBG Mobile and get those PMWC skins. They are co-created with PvP creator, none other than Nana. You guys want to check them out, make sure you do so. The alien Rondo looks absolutely stunning. On top of that, the electric energy set and the proton power set matchment has all of them. If I'm not mistaken, I personally just want the Rondo.
Yeah, I do have the Groza. Unfortunately, I don't use it much because I cannot control that recoil. So I just stick to the Orb because I'm basic like that, 7. But the Orb is cool.
I'm with you, honestly. I won't be able to control the recoil, but I just want to see it. I want to see it glow.
Can be possible.
At least one elimination. One team that was able to glow in this last match.
Can be
able to keep
possible.
all their 4 players alive. None other than Ulf, Natura.
Oh, finally. You said it, right? We're finally getting a play where we actually have all of Ulf still around, still here to fight for the end game, to fight for that chicken dinner coming on through. Yeah, really nice to see. I mean, yes, they didn't have to contest it too much. They had 1 or 2 fights in the mid stage of the game, OG more notably, but then they were able to just hold their position, wait for the right time, and then once that time struck, Max, they were all over that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, really able to get himself some good presence at the end, keeping 4 players alive, which is my biggest issue with them since PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta this year. You know what, they're able to finally get it done. I told you, they're a slow starting team. We're getting into the finals. We're finally starting to see these more dominant finishes from Ulf, but second place, Nigma Galaxy, I got a segment later on, but you know what? It's good to see that once they do get out of the hot drop 7, they can actually put up big points.
They can put up those big points. Talking about big points here for some teams, it was none other than GodLike and OG. This was a match that they really needed Lace because the middle of the pack teams were eliminated very early on. They needed to be able to catch up, but they were only able, both teams were only able to catch 5 points apiece.
I mean, look, it's still a great improvement from them, and being so, they had like that kind of control in the middle of zone, so they were there for that early rotate. I would have liked to sort of see, I guess, OG apply a little bit more pressure to their eastern side, but still, to get to that point after the first couple of matches is a better thing for them. Obviously, we talk about slow starting teams, and they are one of them, but I do believe that coming into like the next match, we're probably going to see them a little bit more active. I mean, they need to be a little bit more active in that, but to get to that, I guess, spot that they have, it's a lot better than the previous match.
It is, and one team that was able to, that's also been starting off slow, but finally being able to wake up, Max, none other than 4 tries, getting 8 eliminations this last match.
Good to see, finally good to see it, especially a lot of those eliminations actually secured on 2 teams that were interesting. You had Team Flash a little bit early on in that game too. It was fun to see how they won that little bit of an encounter. Huzaifa in particular, he carried that.
Hello Raju, welcome to the stream.
From Huzaifa.
Raju पनि खतरा गेमर हो त Xbox लिएर राख्नु रे यार मलाई दियो कहिले आउनुहुन्छ बेच दाजु Xbox लिएर आउनु अब यतै बस्नु पर्छ दाजु अनि त्यसपछि रातभरि
No, they don't. And even in this state of where we're
मैले त खासै खेले हैन तर खेलेको चाहिँ हेर्छु अनि कस्तो रहर लाग्छ
don't really know what's going on. But it is nice to see that, yeah, they're still a threat even in this state. And it's just been really difficult for me to actually watch 4 tries because I'm used to a very confident team that knows exactly what they're doing at all times. And I can tell that they're not sure what's wrong, why this isn't really
आजको गेममा यस्तो मजा आएन कि दाजु 4 गेम भइसक्यो फर्स्ट गेम त ठिकै थियो यार 6 पोइन्ट दियो त्यसपछि त के भयो
दोस्रो पोइन्ट 10 पोइन्ट दिएको थियो
Yeah, and he's one of the big fragments. He's really
Erangel पनि एउटा नाइस थियो हैन सरी नो फेलले राम नाइस हाने थियो यार 10 पोइन्ट दियो
you know, T24 they need
बाकी दुईटा गेम त के भयो भयो कि काफी पोइन्ट भयो कि एक गरेर पिक भयो कि केटा
was able to start slow during groups as well, then he was able to pick it up. But right here in the finals, you don't want to be starting slow, so that's one team we'll definitely be looking to see bounce back. One team that has been really consistent, especially with eliminations, we talked about it earlier, Lace, is none other than TIANBA. TIANBA just keeps putting up those eliminations in a big way.
They absolutely have, and I also want to add into that, like, keeping up those sort of eliminations is also EARENA. Like, we sort of like look at these 2 powerhouse squads, and we're going to have to get a mashup with these 2 teams because they are making it in those top 5 positions. They are clearing their space. They're grabbing the eliminations along the way. Even in a fight where I saw, I think it was Nigma Galaxy, could have pushed EARENA a lot earlier in their position, but for whatever reason, I'm sure Max will cover it, they didn't sort of get into that contention, but EARENA just kept making power plays for the spot that they want. TIANBA is also making those power plays to get the position that they want. And obviously early eliminations, especially in today, is what will capitalize you for going into tomorrow. So this steady, I guess, excel in eliminations has been awesome from both of these squads.
Yeah, especially for EARENA, right? Remember what we saw of EARENA in day 1 of their Group B? They were able to get those 29 eliminations in Rondo, and then after that, they kind of just ended up dying off. So we're actually going to be looking at a comparison between Group Day 1 and also what they're doing here in the finals. And something that I want you to keep in mind is the placement that this team is currently being able to put up, being able to survive even longer, and the eliminations are even higher because they have been consistent with those eliminations.
Very consistent. It's been back-to-back games of just really good placement, good strategy, good synergy. The teams look fairly confident. The lobby is hard. I'm going to say that. It's very difficult. Night and day in the group stage from the survival stage. But they are handling it very well. I do want to say very quickly what I loved about the fight with 4 Thrives, right? That dip, the way they use the terrain, because there's a bit of a cliff area there, it's a dip, and then you've got those 2 cliffs, and what actually made them use it is they went off the cliff, back behind 4 Thrives, and then used that to terrain where they couldn't actually see to move around in front of them as well. So it gave the illusion that they were everywhere at once when really they weren't. And for a team that is slightly struggling like Fourth Rise, that was just the death knell. So very well played by EA. Good knowledge of the terrain and great synergy overall.
It was a magic trick almost.
Very good knowledge of the terrain there.
Pretty much pissing us off when we're talking about Erangel, and that is the hot drops that we're seeing between Nigma Galaxy and none other than ETA. It's good for Nigma Galaxy right now, but ETA is just they're just going their hopes.
Yeah, but Nigma Galaxy saw what could do when they could actually get out the hot drop. But here you go, Pachinki, Nigma Galaxy dropping there since the 1990s at this point, and ETA going to be.
हामी पनि डाँडा लाग्छौँ यार यो सक्यो भने कि यार
Okay, ETA, you should not be going for this hot drop. You know as a clear up fact that Nigma Galaxy will never give up this location. And it's almost getting to the point of miniature. I'm thinking Nigma Galaxy, maybe this would be a good opportunity for you to start leading, because ETA are not just ruining your Erangels, they're ruining your entire tournament run so far.
Yeah, it's really weird, right? Because Nigma Galaxy is like, ETA is the newcomers. They need to get out. Clearly, it's not working for them. They have 2 points over the entire day. 2, 1, 2, that's it. But you're right, Nigma Galaxy is ending up ruining their tournament chances as well, because we are seeing really good performances from Nigma. I love how they've been playing, but they're just entering the zone way too late because of ETA.
Yeah, of course, we did say this game was good, right? Because they got out of the hot drop as a 4-man team. They lose a single player. I promise you, they do not get a finish like that. They do not get that many points. So right now, Nigma Galaxy, I would say there are other options available, and I understand it's your drop, you've been there for the longest time, but I do not care at this point which team leaves. One team has to leave. This is a waste of time, and it's making me angry, and I'm just looking at that on the early game.
Can I also just interject here and go, ETA, what are you doing? Because this is a team, remember, that got in through the group stage. They were second in their group. They had a fantastic second day. They won like 3 of the games. They were hyper aggressive. We know this is a team that can play well, but they're wasting everything on a hot drop 3 times in a row. Again, they have 2 points. You're not going to win on 2 points.
And teams are starting to notice this is such a waste of time. Like Fourth Rise, I think it was on one of the Erangels early in the tour, they like just instantly third party it. And now teams are going around Pachinki waiting for the loot truck to come out, because they know no one is going to get that loot truck, because they're so focused on that clap between Nigma Galaxy and ETA. Of course here, big respect by the way, Nigma Galaxy, the smokes and the way they started pushing these solo players, that was very well executed, but one mistake, one slight error, and you lose a player and instantly your chances of a win dwindle to almost nothing.
Well, we know exactly what happened when Force Rise joined the Galaxy. Lost a couple of players, and then we didn't really see them in that game. They went out fairly early on. They had to full send game 1. They had to full send to the beach and just kind of stay there. There was no opportunity for them to get any points whatsoever. So yeah, for Nigma, this is bad on both sides. I'm mad at ETA for initiating this every single game, but Nigma need to figure out how to adapt to this.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to adapt to this. If I had to pick one team to stop hot dropping in Pachinki, it would have been Nigma, because Nigma has been getting the better end of this, especially they showcased what they were able to do in the last match. They're getting the eliminations too, so Nigma Galaxy, keep on doing your thing. If you're ETA, get the heck out of town. You need to find a different spot. But when we're talking about someone, you're gonna pretty much see here just the finish of this engagement between these squads. You know what, Max, Blaze, who would you want to see just give up this hard drop between Nigma and ETA?
ETA, obviously, Nigma Galaxy like balo finish leader.
They're not even getting any further into the late game. They should have just made the decision to sort of rotate from this position. I mean, you know, I was
Nigma Galaxy ले चुपचाप छोडेर प्याट्टा आफ्नो ठाउँमा जानु पर्ने हो बेकारमा यहाँ नाटक गरिरहेको सरी ETA ले
this is slowing their decision, but
तर जाने कहाँ इनले क्लोज लुटेर स्किममा हान्न त हान्नु पर्छ यार Nigma Galaxy लाई यार
stage technically, right? So hot drop's a bit weird, a bit different. You have NONGSHIM REDFORCE fighting Fourth Rise on their first rotation after the looting stage. This is, look, even here, you have the fight Orangutan fighting Ulf. Everything is happening. In the game, teams are not going to wait for you. And while that's happening, you're still in your initial drop location and you have no scouting gun. The loot truck, you can see on the left side of your screen, he came back for round 2. Round 2 and the fight is still not done. What are we doing?
This is Mikado red buildings all over again. It's really annoying. It's Mikado red buildings all over again, Max. I mean, we get so mad at that hot drop, and we still have the Miramars to go. So if either of you hot drop red building Mikado, I am going to come over to your table and I'm going to
Moonwalk.
be aggressive. Yes, I'm going to moonwalk.
Look, okay.
I'm going to hee-hee at you.
TLDR,
aggressively.
TLDR for the entire segment, we don't like it. End of story.
Yeah.
Unless you're Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy currently in third place. You have
Hot drop हुनु मजा हो तर यार यो त आइडियाको लागि त लास्टै घाटा भयो
TIANBA continuing those consistency of eliminations. This is the main story for TIANBA right now. 45 points, 37 coming from the elims. And if we start going down, we are seeing one team that has been going down as the day has been going on. And it's none other than Aurora.
टेक्निकल गुरुजी को भिडियो आएको डाउ
I still have not seen the comeback of Doc, right? I would even take the Doc in it at this point. I want to see something come out of it, but yeah, they've definitely been slowing down quite significantly. Keep in mind, they've got 11 placement points, sure, but they got second place on the first Rondo. That's 6 placement points. After that, the rest of the day is only 5 placement points after 3 Erangels back to back to back. Quite disappointing, especially when it's just outside of Ferry Pier. I was expecting way more. They're slipping down, and especially when Ulf now, they've just got a 4-man finish. You know Ulf are going to be chasing for that podium spot.
I mean, for me, I'm not too worried about Aurora right now. They've had a good start to the day, or start to the finals, and we do know that this is a team that really waits until the last
48, 45, 44, 36. So difference सुरु भइसक्यो यार. Top 3 को एउटा 8 पोइन्टर ग्याप भइसक्यो अलरेडी यार.
We haven't even seen Vitality at their best yet. You know, teams like this that are going to be coming up and gaining that momentum as the days go on, Aurora are going to get left behind pretty quickly.
So you are worried or you're not worried?
I'm on the fence as of right now. At the end of the day, I'll be a bit worried.
Okay, because you say I'm not worried, and then you started sounding very worried to me.
I'm not too worried.
Started to sink in. She's like, oh, actually,
Just kept saying more teams, and I'm like, okay.
हाम्रो एउटा त 25 मान छैन नि त यार.
4 drives ends up finding themselves here in the first page, but going here towards the second page, we really haven't seen much lays out of STG. With FURIA, it's been a hit of a miss, and then we got some of the other squads there.
STG are getting busy, right? But they are sort of like losing the contests on these fights. They're able to get the placement points. It's been great. Chicken dinners are coming through, but it's kind of like more of a gifted scenario in a lot of segments. But you've heard me about FURIA, guys. I'm not going to go on about that. But what?
Driver's license.
Yeah, I won't carry on about that. But
Southeast part of the team, Asia मात्रै छ त sorry 40 मात्रै छ यार top मा top 8 मा चाहिँ
after your sort of
हाम्रो त
statement, I am also
लाग्यो क्या हो
in that sense, because like even in that final zone there, they had the western side to sort of scoot up behind Nigma Galaxy, and they did nothing.
One team that I want to see more out of, especially towards that second page, is none other than GodLike. And I would love to see the player stats so far today, because this is a team that a lot of people were expecting to actually finish pretty high. And it has to come with the fighting power of S-Power. And right now, for S-Power to give a break, he is the only one that's performing for the squad, being able to average at least 1. But the rest of the squad is just not looking good.
It's looking pretty bad in terms of eliminations, and the reason why the eliminations are so low is look at their survival time. They're not even breaching the 20, and some of the players not even the 18-minute mark, which is not good in a lobby of this caliber if you want to be contending for that, let's say, top 5 situation right now. So GodLike, and even looking back on this game, I think it was Ulf's compound, but they got very idle, because the thing is, compared to the group stage where some teams might do mistakes and you might go to weasel your way in, here you have to take fights head on if you want to have a chance to get very late into those games, get those placement points. Like, in a lobby like this, you cannot be hesitant. We've seen in your group stage, you have that raw fragging power from S-Power, from Admino, even Sommei, and Mania is a great IGL, but you need to utilize it and take your chances.
Yeah, what I've noticed is Mania is making like these sort of scouting power plays, but the rest of the team is not supporting him. I mean, it's surprising to sort of see that.
One thing that we really need to think about, or they need to think about, is it seems like they keep going for positions that put them in a position to have to fight teams head on, and they're not succeeding in winning those fights. So if you want to make sure that you're actually going to get a position and be in there in the late game, you know, if you know that you're not really fragging out against these squads in the finals, then stop putting yourself in these tight positions in between teams that mean you have to frag your way out of them. Play a little bit more like Vitality, the way that they're on the edge. Nigma Galaxy as well, they're on the edge. They try to just wait out other teams, take a fight here or there, but just survive and keep their players for later.
Survive. That's the name of the game, all right? Just survive. It's so easy. Why don't you do it, GodLike? Actually, I believe they'll be able to turn it around. It is their first time here in the finals, international event for a lot of these players. Ace Power, I'm still proud of you, brother. You're still putting up the numbers, and I think you're gonna do even more as the day goes on, as the days do end up going on. But for right now, let's send it to none other than the stylish man, Blank, and our special reporter, Alaris.
Yes, the stylish man and the short man. I get it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We've got ourselves Mr. Blank here to talk about everything.
Oh, you're my special little reporter right there.
Right, yeah. I'll try my very best to rise to the occasion.
My special little man.
Shut up and go away. All right, we've got TIANBA to talk about as well, of course, as they have looked stellar in terms of their positioning and how they've been playing these games out, Blank.
Yeah, they have been really, really good. I'm so sorry. I do love you, bro. But honestly, there has been moments where the decision-making has been fantastic. I think that the way that they are speedily going to sometimes their demise is actually astonishingly good, right? Because I think me and Jackie were talking about this. I don't know if you'd agree, but there are times where they'll make what feels like the best decision in a bad moment, right? Where a lot of teams would just stand by and probably get naded and be like, oh, it's over.
Well, Circles haven't been kind to them, so they've been able to kind of fight against some of the adversity. And I think that when you watch those QZZ was able to get MVPs on international stages this year alone, I think a lot of people, including Max and some pundits, etc., wanted extra people to be able to step up to the plate alongside it.
Sure.
Milu's been able to do that like twofold, which has been really phenomenal to watch so far.
Oh, Milu's been amazing. Yeah. Milu's been really, really good. It's fantastic to see. I mean, you were talking about it was FMVP for PMI, where he was able to get 39 eliminations over 7,000 damage for QZZ. But yeah, they have balanced the load in a big way. I think it's a really, really nice thing as well seeing A-King, because it very much reminds me of the way that Alpha 7 used to play. They're not playing now.
Ignore that bit.
Ignore that bit. Let's just put that to the side for the time being. But yeah, A-King's kind of like the Revo of the team. He plays forward, he plays shotgun for the team. Milu's just very good in those clutch moments. And yeah, the load is spread out very, very evenly across the squad. Eagle is also a great survivalist. I think they have all the tools necessary to actually honestly win at this point.
As you're talking, you're getting further away. Come back, it's fine. No.
Where's my box?
I think when you look at TIANBA's performance so far, and we can wrap it up on this and move on to our next team, is that double chicken dinner that they got at the start of Survivor stage, revitalization for them to be able to get themselves back on the road again and actually push to be able to find themselves in this state that they're right now.
Yeah, very, very good. I do think that that's what they needed because the confidence came through. Every time I look down at Milu on the stage, right, it's very, I do like Milu. It's very heartwarming because there's, I like it when players are enjoying themselves, and Milu definitely enjoys himself. He's one of the smiliest guys I've seen. QZZ is a little bit more serious, I would say, other than the winning moments where he almost breaks his fingers on the high fives. That was funny. But I do think that for Milu, it's just nice to see a guy who's so good at the game, but also very much is passionate and enjoys his time in it. And he should be, because he's having an unreal run.
All right, let's move on to another team then, as we have Ulf, who moments pretty good as well. Obviously, they qualified off the back of having that last game survival win, which was extremely important for their campaign as a whole. And they was going to be able to attain those top spots. Right now, their space control is looking good, especially in this last
Yes, very much so. I mean, I'm one of those believers. I'm an Ulf believer. Okay, everyone knows that. Everyone knows that Eren's one of my favorite players. Kex also from way back when, MVP, in one spring.
He's not quite as old as me, but he is pretty old. Way back.
He's old, yeah, but he's still got it in him. Still got his original beard, his original warrior. But he looks good. And I think that for Ulf, though, that last game was fantastic for me in particular, because we were talking about it backstage, right? And I said, if Ulf wins this game, I want to talk about them. But it was nice for me to be in like stage 6 and really believe in Ulf to actually win the game that they should be winning if they make the necessary movements, which was to take out TIANBA and slowly corral the rest of the squad. So the fact that they did one, kind of a prideful moment for me, because I was like, get in, lads. This is quite, you've got it.
And you liked your prediction?
I did, yeah. Also, I was quite chuffed about myself. Yes, that is right. Okay, 50-50. Great job, lads. Great job, me.
I think as well, controlling that compound, it actually has great lines of sight on the south side. Any vulnerability normally comes from the north, which actually didn't really exist in that game due to the way the circles were shifting. So they had to turn all their attention to the east as the next main threat. And I think you're right, they prioritize those threats very well from a compound like that. So good stuff by Ulf so far. Let's turn our attention as well to EARENA, who has looked It's funny because I'm a little bit conflicted by what EARENA has been putting up so far. Because even in this last game, I really appreciate the wide wraps that they're doing, but 4-5s have like almost zero opportunity to be able to react to the snowball coming down the hill and, you know, crushing them all. It was tough.
It was tough. I mean,
I'm not sure
if they're really good at the game or very lucky, which even they, I don't think are very sure about this point in time. I remember a time when Schweppes, you know, was sweeping aside the competition. But again, I think EARENA just hasn't quite hit that full stride yet.
Yeah.
But they do have the massive potential there.
He's been able to win twice on the stage in the past, Schweppes, with, of course, Vampire in the past. But anyway, thank you very much, Blank, for joining me here down on the stage. It is time to head on over to Glitter with an update.
Because there's a lot going on in chess today, and a lot of it is very CC heavy. So talk us through what's been going on.
So currently the game going on behind us at the moment is Magnus Carlsen, the tournament favourite, playing for Team Liquid against Nahal Sarin for SAUL.
Okay.
So
mainly
for Team Liquid, you know, SAUL have popped up across a few games, but not really near the top of the leaderboard. So Team Liquid, I'm not going to pretend like they're near the top at the moment either, to be honest with you, because they're probably lower down than SAUL at the moment. But they're expected to get a win here this weekend, considering Magnus Carlsen being the chess player that he is. And he is up 2-0 at the moment as well. So even if he gets one more draw through the next two games, he'll be progressing to the semi-finals. Earlier today, we had the first quarter-final, which was Denis Lazovic playing against the Na'Vi representative, and he managed to get a win. So that's huge for AGL as well, considering they're trying to keep the top of this leaderboard. They pretty much need to outperform Falcons, which in itself, you know, it sounds kind of doable, but then you realize they've got two players, one of them's already progressed through, and Ali Reza Farouche is kind of playing now and beating his opponent as well.
Okay.
So Hikaru Nakamura already through to the semi-finals, which lines up a Hikaru Nakamura versus Denis Lazovic, AGL versus Falcons in the semi-final.
I mean, to be fair, Denis was trying to almost preempt the win. He was practicing, putting the key into the trophy yesterday. So, you know, maybe that's a good omen?
I mean, the thing is, he was literally putting his opponent's key that he'd beaten in the winning trophy. So it wasn't even his own key. He was like knocking someone out and then putting them on a pedestal straight away. But yeah, it's been a good one over here in chess. You know, there's so many club championship storylines that kind of lay on chess at the moment, considering, you know, AGL have been knocked out of PUBG.
केटा हो भएन जिन्दगीमा गेमै स्टार्ट भएन के गर्ने होला भन्नु त
AGL want to be that top spot, but then again Falcons are in Rocket League as well, so they're kind of in a great position to go far in the club championship.
And of course, already have managed to secure some points being in the top 4. So it's going to be a very close race is what we're hearing right now, and chess is going to be a big impact on just how close that race for the leaderboard is. We actually have way more matches coming up on the rest of the day. So as we have some more updates, we'll check back in with you, Trev. For now, we're going to say goodbye.
Shout out to the amazing Glitter Explosion and the amazing Trav as well for the Club Championship update. But now going back to PUBG Mobile's esports here at PMWC at EWC 26. We're going to talk about Aurora. I would love to see Aurora player stats because there is one player in particular that you're not happy with his performance. You over here like George St. Pierre, man. You're not happy with your performance. That's exactly what it sounds like because for this squad, I mean, they're truly... They weren't able to start off hot, but they just keep going down.
It's not even just Doc, actually. I feel like I kind of want to see Rufus as well. That's kind of like been underperforming a little bit. Even Ziola. Ziola can give him a pass because he had some incredible grenades early on Rondo. So sure, maybe it doesn't showcase itself in the stats, but in general, I feel like Ziola's definitely also been pulling his weight. But top, it's been the top show. Getting almost 3 average eliminations per game is crazy in a lobby of this caliber. But it's not enough when only one player's putting up those numbers. Natura, Doc, Rufus, again, Jolly get a pass, but Doc and Rufus, I want to see those guys doing well here in these coming Miramars.
Doc, Joel, Rufus.
So much more than they are right now. I also want to give Rufus a half pass as well because similarly to Ziol, we did see Rufus have some really cool information scouting off angles, like certain areas of the zone, really trying to get as much information as possible for his team. So in that regard, yeah, I do feel like he's
कति देखाको हो के भइरायो आज के टेक्निकल इश्यू छ हो
all of them need to really be stepping up to the plate here. Fourth place is okay. It's not far behind first, but we just want to see more because we know that they can do something.
Yeah, for me, no pass for Refix. Okay, Refix, I expect a lot better from you. You're the only player right now that hasn't gotten one of the international MVPs in that squad. So the pressure is on you. Okay, any passes that I had for him was last year. This is a new year. I want to see more survival time out of him as well. But here we go. We're looking at the overall place. We're talking about TIANBA. We're talking about Flash. We're talking about some of these teams that just we need to see more placement points out of.
Yeah, I want to ask Max. If he were to be an embodiment of
4 गेम बहुत 3 सेकेन्डरी लेको टिम थियो एउटा कहाँ गयो बे कसले होला
No, so I think Flash was wasn't that your
Esports
seventh place there? Not doing terribly.
NS कुन चाहिँ
Rocket up that leaderboard, so your prediction is correct.
Oh, it's complicated exactly to pinpoint what's going on with Oh, you're putting me on the spot right now. I didn't prepare a segment for this. But, okay, no, Team Flash, I feel like actually there was one fight that was versus 4 Thrives that I find interesting. That was actually the one that happened last game that eventually was won by Ulf. I feel like what happened with Team Flash, they got caught off guard and they didn't find a good way to get themselves back up on their feet.
total 23 points छ 10 त placement point हो यार
right, if they take a fight they're ready for, when they're not ready for it, they just tend to crumble a little bit. So I don't think it's a classification per se. I feel like it's more of a mindset issue that Flash need to try and resolve.
Second
So looking at the second page here, I'm also going to be looking at Horaa Esports this squad. I mean, they have the fan base here, they have the support from the fans, but right now in the second page, knowing Horaa Esports is not going to be happy with this performance.
No, they're not, and I think it's a bit of an odd one, right? Because I think it's hard to say, like Max, right? It's hard to pinpoint what exactly is going on with them, but typically this is a team that likes to play edge, likes to survive, likes to wait until the last few phases of the game to really start spreading out and taking third-party opportunities. They're very good at this. They try sort of half-heartedly making good on some of these plays, but they get overthrown very, very quickly by these more aggressive players and more aggressive teams, and so they just seem to be a little bit too passive. This is not a passive team when it comes to those fights, and it just kind of feels like that's what the name that they're living up to, unfortunately.
I mean, it's an incredible start. Obviously, we talk about teams that sort of start out strong, start out weak. I think they started out incredibly strong, but it seems like obviously coming into these later matches and everybody's reading the zones a little bit better in these positionings, they are getting caught out. I do agree with you in that sense, but look, it's just kind of that balance of mentality that they're sort of struggling later in these matches. I feel like tomorrow it's going to be like a little bit of a different scene from them in the start. I do believe so. I do believe they have it. They've got the fans to back them up. Of course, I'm backing them up. Maybe not for the rest of the day.
Fans, I want to see it. They want to see it coming up in Miramar.
The thing is, right, is that, okay, if you only have like a typical rule set, sure, fair enough, you can have one day off. You've got smash ruling. You might just have only 2 games on that day 3, and you just don't know how it's going to go. If it happens like it happened in the Macau Invitational, boy, oh boy, that was crazy. We had 5 teams in the smash zone at the same time. Eventually, NONGSHIM REDFORCE did get the win, stealing it away from FURIA, but smash ruling in play, you just don't know how long you really have, Nipture, so you got to make the most out of the games you're currently playing, because otherwise that might be impossible to come back from in that final day.
Oh, exactly, and there's your point brings up 2 teams to mind for me. The first one we've already talked about, Aurora. I said that they typically are a day 3 team, which makes things very complicated when you get to that smash ruling. Exactly. What day 3, right? The other one is for Thrives because, again, they do very well, typically, very well on day 1, because day 2 they tend to dip. The momentum just drops significantly, and then they can bring it back up on day 3. Again, what day 3? We could very well have a scenario where day 3 is really non-existent. So for those 2 teams in particular, that's really scary thought.
The leaderboard is looking, and depending on what because Smash Roll is just to remind everybody, the way that ends up working out is when we end up going to Smash Roll on the last day, whoever's in first place on the previous day gets 10 plus 10 points if I'm not mistaken, and then that becomes what we like to call the smash zone. Once a team is able to pass that threshold, in the next game, if they do end up winning, or whichever game after that, if they do end up winning, they would end up winning via smash win. This is something that we're going to be, you were especially hitting on just now, Max, because it could come into play. If a team is too far ahead, I mean, especially with Rondo starting off as well, it could be an easy 10 points for that squad, and later on, we can see teams just readjusting their playing style because all they have to do is just win, baby.
But it also adds so much pressure.
Yes.
Right? We do have to highlight it, and I want to take you guys back to PMJ Season 1, Jakarta, right, in Indonesia. 4 Thrives, what was it, 50-plus point lead after day 1? Like something crazy like that. They just destroyed everyone in those 6 games. And then comes over day 2. They're like, oh, wait a minute. We try and get to the smash in. They get in the smash in very early. Pressure gets to them. Ulf is like, oh, you're crumbling. You have a bad time. And they catch back up to that team and almost take it away in that last Miramar. But luckily enough, 4 Thrives do maintain that top position. But the smash ruling is a blessing and a curse based on how you approach it, and for 4 Thrives, I am scared if they do get into the smash room once again, how are they going to perform? Because back in that last event, it was looking shaky. They can't afford to shake up badly here back-to-back.
Yeah, that team, they ended up pretty much just showing us what we have seen in the past with 4 Thrives, which is the biggest question mark, and that is the mental state of the players, because when things don't end up going their way, they do end up getting into their mind. Yeah. For them, being able to be champions, though, for 4 Thrives is going to be looking different. For a team that's wanting to become champions, none other than Nigma Galaxy, they have had a great start here today, but I know Jackie got a chance to talk today.
Hello everyone, Jackie
Paris
here, and I'm joined by the legend himself, Raouf, from of course Nigma Galaxy. Now buddy, I've got to get in there and ask, the pop-off moment, Ida's been hot dropping you every game. It feels like every time we're in Erangel, they're willing to sacrifice their own points to target your team. What's going through your mind in these moments, and what was that like, kind of asserting the dominance of we keep winning this and I'm going to prove it, standing up on the stage?
I mean, Ida knows we've been landing and pushing me personally for 7 years now. So they want to challenge us, they want to prove themselves as a new team. But they know we won't change, and they know we're better than them, so just a waste of time for them. They're just giving us 3 points. First match they were scared to fight and they ran away. The other 2 matches, we fight them, we push them, and we just kill them easily. So, yeah, that's why I pop off, because it doesn't make sense.
Exactly. I mean, we kind of mirrored that on the cast in the moment, thinking it's doing more damage to them than it is you guys in these moments. Obviously, let's talk a little bit more on a positive term. It's been pretty good for you guys so far in finals. It feels like the comms right now on the team are really clean as well. Do you think this is going to be a Nigma winner? You're looking to take the trophy home this year?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like we're prepared more than ever to win the trophy. We're trying our best. Everything is going our way for now. It's a good start, but the tournament is still long, so we keep it up, keep the momentum, and try to grab the trophy.
Respectful as always with some brilliant takes. Always lovely to chat to Ralph. There you go, Nigma Galaxy. Let's see if they can do it.
I see the key crusher on stage. I think, yeah, that's cool, but it could be cooler. That's why I found a crusher of my own. Through totally legal means. Now let's crush this watermelon! That's how esports should be done. So this nerd...
म त गएँ ल मुख धोएर आउँछु यार केटा एकछिन तिमीहरू पनि फ्रेस हो
Okay, France was stronger than I thought. Don't need soap when you're in esports. Squeaky clean.
Study हान्न बिर्सिसके ल आधा घण्टाको ब्रेक देखाइदियो गामु
किनकि लफडा भयो केटा
हाम्रो नो फियर बिराम भयो त भएन
के भयो हेर न त्यहाँ के हो भन्नुमा आयो होला त्यो
आ छैन केमा
Can of cola.
हजुर बाहिर निस्किने पछि बाहिर निस्किनु
I love seeing them just crashing other stuff, you know. What's one thing, Lace? What's one thing that if you had the power to crush it, you would end up crushing? Besides Maxman's Hope's work team flash.
No.
बाहिर छ
Why? No, I think, you know,
स्कुटर भित्र हालेर आउँछु एकछिनमा
Oh!
Wait, what?
I took a shade off of Max at some point, and I need something to pick on, and I just was kind of looking in your direction, and yeah.
How would you do that though? What's like?
We don't need to go into details, Max. What would you be crushing?
बाहिर भनेको हुँदा उतापट्टि रुममा होला के
What would I be crushing? You know, who would I be crushing? No. Can we do the draw first? I don't know.
No, don't do me.
On the spot. Come on.
I would be crushing the key of Ida because they're making me very angry. I would take it like this, and it would not. The tournament would not even end, and I would just take it and crush it and turn it into a paste and squash it under my feet. So I don't know. I really don't like the hot drop, as you can tell. Probably, I don't like it. It's not fun.
How about you?
He's looking at me. I can see him on the monitor. He's looking at me very intensely. He's 7, and I don't have an answer.
Oh, you're gonna have to find one.
You know what?
You have to pick something.
Oh no! Don't put it on me. This is bullying. This is bullying.
Come on.
What's it gonna be?
Instagram DMs.
Please, Tara, no.
That's his answer. That's his answer, actually. Yeah. She's just gonna be printing them out. Mine, I would want to see how long it takes to crush the level 3 helmet for PUBG Mobile. That would be 6, I think. You know what? For next PMWC, how about we crush that? We'd love to end up seeing that, or maybe one of the
Squeaky chicken.
The what?
Squeaky chicken. See what happens.
Jeez, come down there in Farmville. As we're going to be going into Miramar, one thing that we've been noticing, oh my gosh, talking about Miramar, perfect time to us. We're seeing some of the bloopers that we have had so far. A PMWC, Aurora with this one. That one hurt to see. But this was, honestly, ended up working out for EA, especially because they jumped at the same time.
Yeah, it did. That was the only redeeming quality, but otherwise it was a sticky situation that they had to get themselves out of. So yeah, GG on that one, but yeah.
Did they hit the light post?
A little bit.
You say they got the light knocked out of it.
That one? Oh, that was my favorite one so far, Max.
That's so good.
You know how hard it is to do that? It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot replicate that. Also, XEY, when he was going over with the glider, who was actively getting shot at, by the way. Can't see all of the shots connecting, but some of them do. And before he explodes, he jumps out. That's some James Bond stuff right there in PUBG Mobile, and he makes it onto the tower. And actually, that position was really big for NONGSHIM REDFORCE in that game. I wish they got something similar in the finals, though. It's not been the case so far.
Oh, this one stinks. That one stinks. Just because they're not here anymore. You can even see it with Blank when he brought up Alpha 7. It was like, ooh.
Oh, never.
The reigning champions of PMGC, not in the finals of PMWC.
I was like, ooh, maybe not. Horaa. Oh, we love self-mating in this household. It's just so much fun, and it's dumb. But here we go. You do have it occasionally. Here we go, Aleka. I mean, and it's, you know, any team can do it. We had A7, we've had Fora, 721 GS now.
Sometimes you're just such a powerful player that you need to be humble and eliminate yourself from the competition. God damn, we have some humble PUBG mobile players.
We do. Oh!
It's like what we do, man. It's pretty much what this is exactly the playing style when we end up playing. We're just so good at the game that we have to make sure and give the other teams a chance. Give the other players a chance of like, okay, time to name ourselves.
You have to intentionally throw sometimes. You know, if you want to give other people, the noobs, a chance, unlike us, they need to be given an opportunity at redemption in these games and get those chicken dinners. Because otherwise, they're just not going to get anything done. So, yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, and as we're going to be going into Miramar, we're still waiting for the matches to be ready here. That's why there's been a bit of a delay. As we're going to be going into Miramar, there is some drops that we've been kind of keeping an eye on, especially for GodLike. You see Max is starting to get even more and more red. I love how the shade just went from like your regular color to now starting to go a little bit more red with this. The thing is, with GodLike, one thing that they have adjusted, Blaze, is with GodLike, they haven't hot dropped before. They did hot drop at the start of the tournament, but they realized it wasn't going to be going their way, and they stopped hot dropping.
I mean, they make these decisions based off of, I guess, all their play styles from previous matches. I love the fact that they're trying to make different decisions to see what can benefit them. Obviously, they need to capitalize on more elimination, so seeing hot drops come out of them is better, but also they do have the power and the great positioning to go into these final circles. So when we bring into Smash Rule and and if obviously they can catch up that leaderboard in eliminations, this is a team that can finalise it and break it out by getting that win at the end of the day. So even though their eliminations are slow now, say we come into tomorrow, they can capitalise on these eliminations, moving on up the leaderboard, they are a team that will be able to hit the smash roll because they can capitalise on the wins. What do you think, guys?
I think they could put themselves into that position, and we're just showing our sport here. We're looking at some of the teams that we ended up predicted, and for everybody currently watching at home, for everybody here in the arena as well, don't forget that you can go into the EWC Play app and put in your predictions. Turn in with just scan that real quick right here. Just go ahead and scan it and see what teams you're going to be selecting. I ended up selecting Aurora being in the top 3. This is the first time that in a long time that I haven't picked them to win.
That's fair. But I think that is fair.
Biram bhayera snacks ko live stream bhayera koi airahera bhaniraखेको le.
It's going, at least it doesn't look insanely likely unless they have a massive comeback in the next couple of days. But FURIA, also a team that needs to step up because look, I've been supporting you for ages. And I want you to have a back-to-back. I know you can do it.
Whoa.
Yeah,
I thought that was Horaa. I can't touch that. Okay, I thought that was Horaa. I'm not. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought.
No.
Sarah just kicks it too. She doesn't even try to pick it up.
Okay, okay, I need to.
By the way, huge shout out to Jackie because while we're waiting for the next star here, Jackie has been running around getting some interviews, and I think she was able to get another interview with maybe a fan this time.
We're still roaming around talking to the fans. We're going to see what teams people
are
enjoying over here. Who they think is going to win the event?
I think it's win. Yes.
Let's go. Big up for all.
Let's go.
सुन्दर त दिक्ता आउनमै भन्दै बसेछ स्नैक्स पनि केटा हो आज हुँदैन गेम खतम प्लेयर बिराम भइसक्यो रे
Thank you boys. Let's roam in a bit. There you guys.
आज हुँदैन भोलि पनि हुन्छ हुँदैन भन्ने हो.
There we go. Got some Four Fribes fans in the house. Who's your favorite player on Four Fribes?
Of course, all, but I will go with Huzafa and Falak. Okay. Yeah.
But there's been a lot of fans for Falak. What do you think it is? Is it how he plays the game or just his personality? What do you like about him?
He's a aggressive player, so and personality as well. Yeah, so. Yeah.
What about all Four Fribes here in terms of thinking they're going to win? Are you a big fan of Four Fribes?
Yeah, we especially came from Pakistan to support them.
हुँदैन केटा स्नैक्सले भनिसक्यो त्यहाँ पछाडी कोही छैन आइराखेनन् रे
represent us, so we are here to support them.
Have you guys been getting loud throughout the event as well, giving them
अघि आइसक्नु पर्ने यहाँ मैले के भइरा भनेर हेर्नलाई मैले बिर्सेको स्नैक्स त्यही भयो भनेर चिचा गेम स्टार्ट गरवाओ.
Good luck with the event. Fingers crossed for Four Fribes. They've been looking great. I'm going to roam on, see what else we got. Enjoy the show. What we got going on down here? Hello, brother. How you doing? Yeah? Who do you think's going to win the event?
Okay. Particularly, I can't say anything for first game because it's going to be a...
गाह्रो छ केटा हो गाह्रो छ कपिराइट अडियोबाट मात्रै आउँदैन त्यसै यिनीहरूले हान्दैन भन्ने यसरी इन्टेन्सनली गरे हैन
So let's wait till the tomorrow so then I can say
दिन्छ दियो भने कुरा गरौँ न.
I know the game, I know how the game works. So
चिच्चाले भनिसक्यो धेरै बिरामिसन कोही पनि आइराखेन सो अब यो चाहिँ हडताल हो केटा सबै मिलेर एकजनाले मात्रै गरे हैन एउटा टिमले मात्रै गरेको हैन.
love to see a big Horaa victory. Yeah. I love to see that, but still I will say
यार प्लेयरै बिरामी भएपछि सबैजना त एक दिन त
यार पनि जे पनि भन्छन् नि 10 मान्छे सबैजना अलग अलग कुरा गरेर हाल्छन् केले भनिसक्यो हुन्छ अगाडि
In the other sides of the arena.
स्नैक्स हो नि त स्नैक्स डेजिकल वाला यही त हो नि.
यो हो र
कतिलाई गेम खेल्न सिकाएको यसले यार
हाम्रो क्यामेरा पनि अर्तिर हो र
If the games are still going on by the time I get there, I'll say a couple words.
The beach is 5 hours from here.
आज की पार्टी किसकी तरफ से थी सबको बिरामी कर दिया.
कारीगर भन्छ
I really cared about esports more than anything in the world.
शेफ नै आज कसैसँग मिलेको थियो केटा जो टिमको मान्छे बिराम भएको हैन त्यो टिमसँग शेफ मिलेको थियो. त्यस्तो लोचा है ब्रो.
What are you doing?
I'm here for EWC. I love esports.
More than anything in the world? So you can cover
या पब्लिक पहिला दिन स्नैक्स के वाच पार्टी का उधर
रिमैच हुन्छ रे त अफिसियली 2 प्लेयर मात्रै होइन
अतीत गेमर 19 हेलर ब्रो रिम्याच हुन्छ भन्ने त अहिलेसम्म कहीँ पनि सुनेको छैन केही पनि आएको छैन भोलि 8 गेम हुन्छन् जस्तो लाग्यो आज क्यान्सल भयो भने कि पर्सि हुन्छन्
तर यिनीहरूले आफूले अफिसियली के अनाउन्स त गर्नुपर्ने हो नि त है यस्तो भयो भने
अहिले आधा घण्टा गर्छन् होला केही बेरमा
I just love esports so.
हाम्रो केटा मात्रै डिजाइन भयो भनेको
हाम्रो केटा मात्रै होइन आज
I don't need a raise. I have my key.
स्नैक्स पनि च्याट पढेर भनिरहेको सननन त्यही गएर एकछिन यसो घुमेर आउनु नि प्लेयरकोमा गाण्डुले त चिचा हो
Did you take this from somebody?
No. Don't do that! We were having such a nice tournament! Why does it matter? We were having such a nice tournament!
Okay, it's your key. Probably would have got crushed anyway.
एक भनेको त्यो हाम्रो नो फियरलाई नै भएको
Yeah, I wouldn't want to run into that because that is scary.
के भन्नु
Talking about scary, we had some
फुड पोइजनिङ होइन रे केटा टेक्निकल इस्यु भन्छ त यहाँ त यार
I mean, the only thing that would suck for those squads.
हटेको टिमले सरापेले हो रे अतीत गेमर होइन ब्रो होइन फुड पोइजनिङ होइन रे स्नैक्सले कसलाई फोन गर्यो भर्खरै त्यही अब गडलाइक क्या उसको होला म्यानेजमेन्ट टिम होला कोही गडलाइक या ओरेङ्गुटनको एन्ड फुड पोइजन अरू मेबी तिनीहरूको त आफ्नो इन्टरनल छँदैछ नि एसटिट्युडको कम्प्लिट टिम छ भग भाइ छ देन भगको बुढी हाम्रो सिडको बुढी माम्बा सबै छन् जस्तो लाग्यो उतै छैन होला सर छैन भात तरकारी पकाइसक्यो अनि छैन नि सर कहाँ
पकाइसके घरले तिमीलाई कसरी थाहा भयो पकाइसके त
भात पाकेको छैन होइन
जो एभरि खाना पकाइसके नि तँलाई कसरी थाहा भयो त
And for GodLike, I mean, you don't want to go up against a team that's currently being able to put up even more elims than you, that usually ends up being more aggressive, like you were talking about in the stance of Horaa.
Yeah, no. Again, yeah, if they
दो कास्टर मर गए भन्छ नि च्याटमा त के हो केटा
you know, if they were top 5, top 6, something like that, they were feeling really good and looking
Orangutan
very confident.
player got vomiting.
Try to contest the drop.
यहाँ पनि त्यही चलिरहेको यार
यार होरालाई कहाँको लोद लाग्यो कि यार त्यत्रो पूजा गरेर पठाएको
It really is down to who had it first and up to the other team to kind of figure out where else they want to go, because I'm not confident that either of those teams would win against each other. I think it's a 50-50.
Even if you lose a player, right, it just hurts your
I
do think that GodLike talking to S-Power, you and me, right, said we had a bit of a
4 बजे नि पकाएको हो कि खाना रेडी छ कि भात मात्रै बसाल्न बाँकी छ
Erangel in their group stage and like, you know what? It's just not worth it. Let's give it up. And I think that was one of the best changes in this entire tournament, was from GodLike, and I want to see that bleed into Miramar going into today.
Maturity, honestly, from the first time being at a global event, especially in finals, and well, during group stages, it ended up happening. But maturity out of that player for S-Power saying,
थाहा छैन स्नैक्स वही बसेछ त्यही पनि थाहा छैन स्ट्रिम पछाडि देखिरहेको कोही पनि बसेको छैन लाइभ चलिरहेछ
I want you to put your
4 बजे
high coach for some of their squads.
आज खैसर गाह्रो छ मलाई त मलाई रोजीले त के खान दिँदैन यहाँ यिनीहरूले चाहिँ खान दिँदैनन् जस्तो छ सर गेमै स्टार्ट गरिराखेनन् 8:30 भइसक्यो 2 गेम बाँकी छ मिरामरको 30 मिनेटको गेम लगेर पोइन्ट टेबलमा चाहिँ देखायो भने लागिहाल्यो 1 घण्टा 9:30 बजिहाल्यो भनौँ 10 बजाइदिने भयो यिनीहरूले 10 बजे भात पकाउनु पर्छ
बसाल्दिउ कि क्या हो यार
You need to be able to push through into those final zones and capitalize on those eliminations. They have it in them. You've got an Edu, and I believe that you will be able to do that. Obviously, we may need a little bit more time to sort of get that.
कति बोल्न सकेको यार यिनीहरूले यत्रो यार हामी त बोल्न सक्दैनौँ नि त यत्रो
Strategy might not work out for them. but then they'll try a new strategy.
जयेश भाइ भन्ने वाला एसएटीएल को वाला म्यानेजमेन्ट टिम हो जस्तो लाग्यो ब्रोले कल गरेको थियो अहिलेसम्म त केटा त्यस्तै छ रे टेक्निकल इस्यु भनिराख भन्न चाहिँ उनीहरूले अब no idea.
EWC 26, the finals. We've been sending it to Jackie over and over again. Then I want to see what Hot Jukes and Blank are up to.
अनि CR7 सोल्टी हाम्रो ओनर हैन न अनि ओनर भएर यसो मेसेज हान्नु पर्छ नि यार ए होरा स्पोर्ट्समा पनि गरिराखन लाइभ यिनीहरु
Playing some ball was a good time. It's been an incredible event so far, honestly, in Paris. Very, very
Raheko
fun.
bhanda tala
We're
patti
here
ke
right now in the Players Lounge, which is honestly ginormous. I think the first place we saw when we came in. Trying to hit some trickies right now, but it ain't happening. Also, I just want to let everyone know that I play pool. But I don't really, I play snooker. So this is very different for me.
It's not the same thing, not the same thing at all. Matter of fact,
Bro, the
I've
stream
never
is
seen a
right
snooker team in real life. This is the game to play. There was only one singular game. Okay, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? He is looking to take the
ओ यार
shot.
त्यो भनेपछि त यार बेकार हो यार त्यसो भए यार
Little bounce shot. There we go. Well, you know, we're getting things figured out here. Let's see if I can.
Okay. So what have you thought about the tournament so far? I mean, for me, the tournament's been great. I've really enjoyed it. It's been insane. There's been some crazy moments. That's a good shot. It's a good shot too. Fourth rows look fantastic. I mean, Orangutan, GodLike coming in over towards that top 5 is just some crazy stuff. Couldn't believe it. I think everyone I've talked to whilst they've been here said they're having a really good time.
Official announcement आएछ नि त IDA बाट
Plenty of stuff that we're
अलि
doing
एमर
as well. Honestly, that's the big thing. Like, we're having
तूफान हो गया कि यो player on our team has suffered food poisoning while at the Paris EWC and will be unable to compete in the match.
It's a lovely spot.
Has joined our roster to replace him. We wish Emerson a speedy recovery and wish success on behalf of our team.
By far,
Food poisoning
the best
here.
I've ever had at an event ever. And this place really does have it all, dude, right? I mean, like every game you can imagine.
Idea is to the
insane. Like I see some of the girls walking out of there, and now she's like booked out for 2 weeks, which is wild. But might even get.
अनि हाम्रा केटाहरु के गरिराखन् त हो र ए हो र त हाम्रो छोटी अनि ओनर हो अनि टिममा बसेर त भएन नि त जानु पर्यो हैन
Yeah, I know.
हाम्रो हो र स्पोर्ट्सको पेजमा के छ स्टोरी आयो के
I'm getting ready for mine. Yeah. But overall,
हो र स्पोर्ट्सको पेजमा स्टोरी आछ के छैन
might be the greatest event at EWC. PMWC at EWC, so good. We're biased as hell though about that, but we do get like 2 good weeks out here to enjoy the vibe. You know, it's been in Riyadh quite a few other times, but
I mean the last one
very fun going to Paris. For me, Paris is good because it's a 1-hour flight as opposed to an 18. I'll still take the 18 to go to Riyadh. Very, very good time. But it does mean I don't have to get a massage while I'm here. My back is not ruined.
Yeah, I'm in the same game. Oh, I mean, when I heard that there was massage therapists actually available, I was like, please.
Orangutan ma pani kehi chaina केटा GodLike
Because my flight was a whole lot longer than that. But yeah, man, so far this has just been a crazy journey. And the survival stage just finished.
GodLike ले के हाले हैन तर IDA ले चाहिँ हालिसक्यो हाम्रो एउटा प्लेयरलाई फुड पोइजनिङ भयो रे
But at the end of the day, someone's going to be the champ and another team is going to be the not champs. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. I'm just watching. I saw him shoot 2 different color balls. He really does play snooker here, folks. That was close. That was close.
Look, I'm just hitting balls and holes right now. Okay, I'm playing the equivalent of golf, just with a long stick. I hope that's fine what you did. I don't know the rules. Tell me the rules. Right? That's fine. I got you, bro.
हाम्रो त ठीक छ यार दाइ
Yeah, I heard you like stop. I heard you stop. You kind of confused what was going on. That's fine. Yeah. So you're solids, I'm strikes. Is that how that works? Or the numbers? I just know. I just go for colors. That's where I'm from. It's just colors. It's so much easier. Black goes in last. Boom. It's easy. That's all I need. So I'm stripes. Okay.
Okay, he's locked in now. Okay.
But what's one thing that you really need to make sure whenever you're playing any game is understanding the rules,
yeah.
right? But even if you don't understand the rules, sometimes you just send it, baby, right? You just put it into work, and you might come out on top. Like, that's what I'm
Playing
talking
4 बिराम भयो भने गाह्रो हुन्छ नि.
This guy is, I like it though, you know what I'm saying? That's how you make the plays, baby.
Yeah, sometimes you help other teams. That's kind of rough. Okay, I respect it. Sometimes you gotta make some difficult shots in your life. I trust you. It's a long reach. It was close though. It was that. I thought you were gonna really ruin that. I thought you were ruin that. Hey, like, tell me something. 4th rise, overrated or no?
Hell no, dude. 4th rise is insane. I mean, they are coming in champions of PMGO Season 1. I didn't think we were going to see a Pakistani team be our champs, not this soon. And this guy's giving me a chance. I really, really appreciate it. And hopefully, we'll see 4th rise try to give some of these guys a chance, because in Group A, these guys look like they were unstoppable.
They look really good. I mean, they were beat out points-wise by Vitality. But Vitality. It was ridiculous. You're right. It was.
के भयो यार यिनीहरुले यार छोडा हालेर भाग भयो के गाण्डुहरुले भाइ.
Big return to form for Indonesia. It's not been like this in such a long time.
केटाहरु उ भयो रे, फुड पोइजनिङ भयो रे.
Oh, almost. But yeah, big return.
बाहिरको फ्ल्याश न्यूजमा चाहिँ तर e-sports वालाले चाहिँ अझै पनि लुकाउन खोजिरहन्, टेक्निकल इस्यु भनेर भनिरहन्. यत्रो इभेन्ट चलिसक्यो, माकुरी टेक्निकल इस्यु लास्टमा आएर हुने चान्सै छैन. सो फुड पोइजनिङ नै भएको हो.
Was absolutely
and टर्न प्लेयरलाई भयो फेरि हाम्रो त केटो नो फियर त पुरै भमिटै गर्यो रे. अनि ककले त यहाँ एम्बुलेन्सै आयो भनेर पनि भनिरहा. सो आज गाह्रो छ केटाको गेम. फुड पोइजनिङ भयो रे प्लेयरहरुलाई. सो अहिले स्टार्ट हुँदैन कि
जबरजस्ती गराउन खोजिरहेको रे.
गेम त गराउन खोजिहाल्छ नि अभियसली. रिजर्भ डे हुँदैन अनि इस्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप जस्तो टुर्नामेन्ट हो. सो आजको गेम यति नै हुन पनि सक्छ. 8 गेम गराउनै पर्छ अर्को दिन चाहिँ फेरि. अलि छिटोबाट स्टार्ट गर्नुपर्छ भोलिबाट सायद यिनीहरुले गेम यदि गराउने नै हो भने.
I mean, AJL is a good example of that. They got themselves in a real good situation. I mean, top team TIANBA going for the crown, and honestly, they completely flubbed it. That was a lovely shot, by the way, dude. Well played. Winning up against TIANBA in that last game. Survival stage. They're given all the chance to the world versus NONGSHIM REDFORCE, but NONGSHIM, I would say they're one of the teams looking to continue on. And I don't think AGL had it in this year, but TIANBA just had a massive turnaround. But these things happen. Some mistakes happen. Oh, dude, I forgot that you were like right at the finish line. I've got like some more steps to go.
स्पिरो आयो ल. अब यसले भन्छ, यसले चाहिँ भन्छ रियलमा के हो स्टोरी भनेर.
Take things one step at a time. No matter what kind of situation you put in, you've got to just figure things out and make it happen. Yeah, take another one. Sometimes you got to take a mulligan. Little combination shot. I like it.
I've lined you up. You're lined up, you're ready to go. Look, I've created a runway for you.
गेम खेल्दाखेरि जहाँ बसिरहेको छु नि त्यही बोबिट गरेछ के.
In his back pocket. Yeah. I've got the lights. I'm guiding you home. I'm guiding you home.
Ew.
Okay, that was a real. The lights, they guided him home. It was good to see. Let's hope that some of these teams can get themselves guided home to a victory at the end of PMWC here at EWC. Thanks for watching. My name's Blank, and this right here is
Hot Jukes.
Catch you guys later.
This is probably my best acting performance ever.
गाह्रो छ केटा हो आज गेम हुन. मसाज गरिराख्ने गाण्डुहरु फेरि यहाँ. अब हाम्रो भात दाल खाएका केटाहरु वहाँ चीज र पिज्जा भयो दिए होला नि सरहरूले.
Team Vitality, dude, they had the craziest group stage performance I've ever seen. GodLike, we got OG, OG, yeah, they're insane. Dude, anybody could really do this, you know?
हाम्रै केटाहरुको भएछ.
That's a huge favorite of mine. They qualified in through survival stage, but it's one of those things where like
धेरैलाई भएर के हाम्रो केटालाई त भएर नो फियर आइसकेको थियो कोचलाई खेलाएर गेम गराउने त्यो त हुँदैन होला गर्दैनन् होला केटाहरूले सबै टिमले गरिराखन् नि त एउटा टिमले मात्रै होइन नि त अहिले त हाम्रो मात्रै भएको भए त रोक्थेनन् होला मेबी तर अब आइडिएको नि भइसक्यो हाम्रो किन आइडियाले त्यसरी अफिसियल पोस्ट नै हाले हो अनि हाम्रो किन भएन हाम्रो किन स्पोर्ट्स सिनारियो यस्तो नराम्रो जबकि थाहा हुँदा हुँदै पनि सोशल मिडिया म्यानेजमेन्ट नभएको हो हाम्रो होरा स्पोर्ट्सको के भएको मैले त बुझ्नै सकिनँ त केटा
One of my personal favorite teams, because their NA team was the Wolves. They made just the tiniest little car mistake. They end up losing and going home by 1 point. Wow. And the margins here insane. And if you look back at the videos, like there was one play where one of the players accidentally just drove into a wall, and they ended up getting pretty much flushed because of it. And you just think like if just any little tiny mistake was avoided, they could have got that extra point and went to the finals. But don't you have to risk it to get the best? You gotta risk it, dude. Sometimes the wall looks too juicy.
Oh, start राम्रो थियो यार त्यही भनिरहा
There's those coin flip decisions, right? And you can go left.
So केही थाहा हुँदैन केटा यहाँ बसेर हामी त अब झन् कसले भन्छ हामीलाई
So like I think it's just avoiding as many
अब हेर्ने हो
as possible. But if you do have to make those coin flips,
स्नैक्स को CS7 हरुको स्ट्रिम हेर्ने हो जे भइराछ त्यही कुराहरु सुन्ने हो
completely. The casting has been so tough. So hard.
Okay, try that out.
Oh man. This is officially my favorite part of Paris.
I'm the खाना पाकिसक्यो भाइ
A little bit to the right.
Setting Willow eyes.
That's the left. Go back.
हाम्रो त भात पनि पाकिसक्यो यार केटा
Thanks, Max. That was actually a pretty good massage. That was nice. Projects enjoying massages out there, being able to play pool, being able to do a bunch of stuff as well. But for some of these other squads, I mean, Natura, I know you've been wanting to talk about S2G.
They were cruising very nicely on like one game with those hovercrafts, which I'm still very impressed with. I think the momentum, they saw their opportunity and they took it. They absolutely ran with those things. Really, really nice to see. And this is what gives me a little bit of an issue here. Is it's because of the hovercraft they gained that momentum, and then in the next couple of games we've not seen the same come from them. So for me, that feels like that ends up being a little bit of a fluke.
अनि यतिको हुँदा पनि हाम्रो किन यार सोशल मिडियामा त केही पनि छैन त होला यसो
आएको छैन नि त त्यही भएर मैले जबरजस्ती रिम्याच गराउने खोजिरहेको छ रे
हाम्रो प्लेयरलाई गाह्रो भयो यताउता भनेर आफ्नो स्पोर्ट्स पेजमा त अपडेट गर्नु पर्यो नि त अनि हामीलाई थाहा हुन्छ जस्तै अरूलाई थाहा हुन्छ के भएछ भनेर हैन नो फियरलाई किन चेन्ज गर्यो भनेर थाहा हुन्छ हैन पर्फर्मेन्स इस्युको बेसिसमा चेन्ज गरेको भने नभन्दा पनि भयो तर
STG, they got that one chicken dinner with a handcraft, as you already stated here, Nitra. But they only have 2 points remaining, and I always love to say this point, which is chicken dinner away. What do you only judge a team on bad games? You still get 1 or 2 points on it, or you're a team that on your bad games get 3, 4, 5 points, a few placement points, that is the mark of a great team that generally right now, I would say that
second
actually look at their 37 points, right? Take away their placements, Nitra, they would still be in what is that 4th place? Insane stuff from this team in day 1.
That's so good.
STG, you take away that win, they would have 0 placement points. So going along the lines of what you were talking about, get a chance to talk about NONGSHIM REDFORCE, just black and white, honestly. I know we keep talking about this team, Max. Black and white in regards to what we saw during groups, during survival as well for this squad. We were talking about how they would end up getting so many placement points, but they just weren't being aggressive. This time they're like, okay, we hear you. How about we just flip it upside down and we end up being more aggressive and end up getting only 1 placement point after 4 matches.
This is not the NONGSHIM REDFORCE that were crowned your PMMI 2026 champions. I'm just going to be brutally honest right now. They look like a shadow of their past selves. We know they can do so much more, and I mentioned it earlier, right, is that especially They got caught on their rotation on that previous game, which was a while ago now, by actually decided 4 thrives outside protecting hill, and they just didn't have a plan B. They just didn't know how to catch up. And actually, a team that, in my opinion, Nitra is a great team when it comes to getting a second, like, plan B, plan C, the entire alphabet, right? Is TIANBA, in my opinion, because looking back at that Rondo, they were getting chased with Eagle, that recall player, outside in Tinglong Garden, and man, they booked it because they're like, if we lose that solo player, our game is done. Eagle, literally, by doing so, saved the game. I would love to see a similar kind of mindset and approach to the game from NONGSHIM, REDFORCE, and even maybe Team Flash.
Yeah, because I think if NONGSHIM played the way TIANBA are doing, they'd be so scary, right? Going back to our previous point of the Smash ruling, right? I watched the last game of PMMI, where NONGSHIM REDFORCE won by Smash, right? I watched that game on my couch in my living room, and I was still scared. I was scared and I wasn't even playing because that team, they knew what they had to do, and rather than fall underneath the
officially post आएको छैन ल शान्ताजी तपाईलाई फुल गुलाबको फुल टिपेर चारवटा
के हो त्यही पुगेर लाइभ हान्दै रहेछ त उलाई त अनि
परमिसन मिलेछ त हैन त
3 जना स्न्याक्सको लागि स्न्याक्स लगायत 3 जनालाई परमिसन मिलेको 2 जना अरु छन् अरु कसले गरिराख मलाई थाहा छैन तर 2 जना अरुलाई परमिसन दिएछ
शान्ताजी यहाँ हेर न गेम के भयो हाम्रो नेपाली टिमलाई सबलाई झाडा लाग्यो
I just want to say I agree because like the fact that they could have those placement points early on, and the fact that there was one scenario where they actually just
Nice like they permission दिथे यार
if they just could add that together, yeah, I just had to add on that. Like, I agree that they would be scary as heck.
A team that could be scary as heck as well are the reigning champions of PMGO, and it's not
like के कुरा गरौँ भइराछ अब प्लेयरहरुसँग गएर बातचित गरिराछ 40 सँग गरिराछ अब त्यो उहिलेको फर्स्ट त्यो ग्रुप स्टेजको म्याचहरु देखाइराछ त्यसको त्यहाँ कसले ड्यामेज हानेको थियो त्यही त त्यहाँ कसले हाईएस्ट ड्यामेज हानेको थियो कसको हाइलाइट्सहरु कस्तो थियो सब देखाइराछ के ती फुर्सद छैन अहिले हाम्रो होराको एउटा चिकन मिस भएको थियो नि
मलाई लागिसकेको छ अघि यो हुने बित्तिकै के न के गडबड भइहाल्यो भनेर नत्र डिले हुँदैन के म्याच पर्फेक्टली चल्छ नि तर
मैले ठ्याक्कै हेरेको 3:11 मा 3 घण्टा 11 मा एड स्टार्ट भएको 4 घण्टा 19 भइसक्यो भने चाहिँ 1 घण्टा गइसक्यो जबरजस्ती फोर्स गरिरहेछ रे
miscalculated. Still a great sort of, I guess, push from them.
हाम्रो नो फेयर सुरुमा नकआउट भएको हाँस्नु त हुँदैन तर सुरुमा ढलेको हाम्रो नो फेयर खेल्दा खेल्दै बोल्दै बोल्नु गर्यो
Max, the one we saw where 4 Thrives just decided to coexist with Horaa Esports, it ended up hurting them in a big way because we saw, who was it, No Fear that ended up actually clutching out that 1 versus 2. For 4 Thrives, I would have loved to see them being a little bit more aggressive, making them back off and not just waiting the longest time when they actually have to just fight. Usually we tend to see 4 Thrives being a little bit more
S2G the story है यार क्या
He's actually polite, they're still putting up the numbers. Yeah, he had some crazy good
S2G the story
I would fully agree
ए S2G को छ तर यसले के को भाषा बोलेछ के आज लाइभ कस्तो भयो रे झ्याउ भइराछ
at some point clearing out the entirety of Team Flash. I feel like the issue is
alert to हालेर
on their splits like that, a 2-2 split inside Fairy Pit, which I liked it. But then you saw Sleepy from Horaa. He's very sneaky man. Okay, he's boxed you with a mini 14 or even
सब प्लेयरहरुलाई फुड पोइजनिङ भयो रे अब गेम खै के हुन्छ
tear you down. He did that on Falak. They were able to get the reset.
सुरुबाट रिम्याच गराउनु पर्यो एक दिन लम्ब्याएर
You are going to be showing a bit of a kink in your armor.
यस्तो भाषा त बोलिरहेको रे
I feel like they're a team that don't really have a big ego. They're willing to change and iterate when they need to do so.
अरु कुन टिम थियो गर्नु
ए बुझे
A lot of people were expecting.
यिनीहरुको नबजाउ के जुगाल कपिराइट लाग्यो भने
they're not in the woods yet, right?
रिक्समा पार्नु बिनाजु नजानु
Okay for now, but yeah, it's
भएर
just that I
चालो
know the other teams are going to
भन्ने नि जिम गएन के गरौँ
a
त्यस्तालाई
lot faster in
ला तान्नु त्यो बहाना हो त्यो एक्सक्युज हो
really need a good
जी भनेको बेला बिनाजु एक्लै पनि जानुहुन्छ
They need to be more aggressive. Max says they don't. I think they need to be more aggressive.
अहिले होरेस्पोर्टको कोही छैन त सबै 40
Their momentum, right? Not in getting the not in getting the fights, right? but they need to be snappy. We're not seeing this team be snappy.
भिडियो खाएर खेल्नु पर्छ नेक्स्ट टाइम मजन केटाहरु आएर
Splits are very slow. Yes. They need to slay those rotations. No, I'm sorry.
They do. I agree.
They
actually do.
They really do. They need to be really stepped like Nigma Galaxy that we've seen. Like, who else have we seen? EA have been very quick. If a player gets
story हेर्नु मन छ नकुली एसपीसी को भाषा बोलियो बुझ्यो बुझ्यो
यहाँ लेखेको छ एसपीसी को ल्याङ्ग्वेज स्टोरी ल्याङ्ग्वेज नै बुझेन
मिलाएर make sure that nobody comes in behind them. Stuff like that I want to see from 4-5. We saw it in the group stage. It worked very well for them.
आज मलाई अब म तिमीलाई भन्छु तिमी रिजाउलो हुन्छ तर मजाले साउन्ड जान्न आज बाहिर बोलेको नि यहाँ भित्र साउन्ड गरेर तिमीको कस्तो प्ले गरेर चाहिँ कपिराइट लाग्यो भने जिम्मा पुरै लिन्छ जिम्मा लिने त हो गरे तिमी ए चुप है
Just go with it. Just do it.
Esports World Cup को जिम्मा पनि मैले लिएको छु
त्यसको जिम्मा लिएको छौ कि तिमी सर से चुनरी यार धीरे धीरे गरेर छौ बेला बेला
तिमीले गाको मजै लाग्यो भने तिमीले दिन्छौ जिम्मा मैले
And talking about that too, they've been aggressive when they need to, but I want to see the 4 tries that we ended up.
लाग्छ नि कपिराइट पीसीडी ले हानिन्छ आफुले गाए पनि गाना
त्यही तिमीले यो बजायो भनेर हो के कुले यार हेर न मलाई त
keeping track of everything going on with the club championship glitter explosion.
FTC Arena to check in with Ginny about what's going on over here, what's going on with CC.
ढाड चिलाइराछ के
It's a really good time.
लड्छौ रे आउ यो चेयरमा उभिबि हान्छु गालामा पुग्ने गरी
Absolutely cheering out of their minds. Starting off today, Gentlemaids had their game, which was in that lower bracket, and they needed to win in order to be CC eligible, which now they are because they ended up in the top 8. Okay. Same thing for KC. They were second on the second.
साला कुनको गेममा पठाइदिसक्यो केटा हामीलाई त
Way back when EWC has just started. So they need another top 8 finish. If they
हाम्रो टाइम वेस्ट गरिरह न हौ यिनीहरू टाइम पास होइन हामीसँग टाइम वेस्ट भइसि डायन
हमको जाने दो रे बाबा
भइसि डायन बन्छन् अनि जादु गर्न गर्छन् रे विदेश के बोलिरहेको हो विदेशी के बोलिरहेको हो भन मलाई रोजी रे विदेशी के भनिरह हो कि Santa Mohtara, Timmy Ramri, so beautiful, so elegant, just looking like wow. Please the falls out. मतलब हिंदी में अपन बार बात करते सो, so त्यही नि भेट्दैन रामली.
रामली छ त सेतो वाली रे भाइ के गर्नु त गाली भएछि. गान्डु आफू राम्रो हुनु पर्यो नि.
कसो सेतो वाली तिम्रो दिदी पर्छ त्यो आन्टी पर्छ होला सायद सेतो वालीले मुख च्याप दिन्छु कानसम्म यहाँसम्म पुग्ने गरी सेतो वालीले सब एक्सट्रोजीको स्टोरी हेर भन्दा चाहिँ कसैले भाषै बुझ्दैन Santa, Mrs. Santa. तालो अंकल पिछे तो आउटिंग लानु पर्छ रे
आउटिंग लगाउला नि भाइ के छ र जिन्दगी
म सेतो लगाउला
सेतो वालीलाई लगाउला रातो वालीलाई लगाउला कालो वालीलाई लगाउला सबैलाई लगाउला कि भाइ
I think 3 of us at this point from the team here, the talent team, we spoke to Ralph and asked him similar questions. Yeah. And when I asked him that, you could see that look in his eye where he's just like...
आज हुँदैन केटा हो म्याच बेकार हो
We're going to take it. But you're spot on, mate. Nigma as a team, they look great. And honestly, you're right. The fans have been bigging them up and saying, look, I'm pretty confident.
But it's not allowed. तिमी गोठाला कोन सा allowed हुन्छौ त त्यहाँ घर जाऊ
PMWC. Yeah. You think it's a bit amazing as well because
राजमोहन दाइ मलाई मिस त गर्नु भएन नि
You really do want to see Coach with the squad.
राजलाई मिस गर रे
It does feel like they're a well-oiled squad despite that.
दाइ मलाई मिस त गर्नु भएन नि भाइ तिमीलाई के मिस गर्नु भाइ बच्चाहरु गेमै पोस्टपोन भइसक्यो यार भाइ के गर्ने यहाँ दिमाग खराब खाना पनि खुवाउन दिँदैन क्या भात पाक्यो
पाक्यो
कसरी पाक्यो
मैले पकाएर आए त
5 मिनेटमा पकाइदिए ठुलो ग्यास छ यत्रो हैन ड्याङ ड्याङ बल्छ त्यसैमा बनाइदिए क्या यार
यार जस्ट Tona kha. Ke bolcha yaar yo?
That was fantastic. But again, I want to ask
you
about
bhagihalyo
when they came through and qualified to some massive events.
Ore bhaisi kina bhन्छ के गानु सम्झाउन.
बिहान दिदियो नि त तिमीलाई त्यस्तो डर लाग्छ.
तपाईँ यो कुलेलाई म च्याटमा हैन त्यहाँ हैन म यहाँ चाहिँ गाली गर्नु पर्यो. के रनमती. ओनासले कुत्ते.
इन्डियामा पनि चलिरहेको अर्को इभेन्ट एउटा यार कुन पो हो यार.
कदर नै छैन दाइलाई रे. दाइलाई कदर छ.
कदर भन्ने मुभी गदर भन्ने मुभी हेरिसके भए मैले.
सर चाहिँ त म्युट छ आउँदैन रे. जाऊ भोइस मेसेजमा हेर. एकरी गाली दिइसके दुई शब्द.
Max was saying they'll do well. I think they could have been a little
bit better
in the early groups. I think though they keep it up with the
जबकि जहाँ कानको गाली पिट्ने गरी.
Really far this finals.
Yeah, they're looking it's very mirroring the fact of like TIANBA where you.
म जस्तो जिरो फिगरलाई भइसी रे. तिम्रो घरमा जिरो फिगर वाला भइसी छ?
Certainly come into this with
Huh?
more of a lackadaisical attitude of just we just.
काट्तो जाला फेरि.
Funnily enough, it's like I actually to get my manicure done. At the same time,
नहीं हो पाएगा रे बाबा. आज तो गेम नहीं होने वाले. ये अहिले के भन्नु दादा स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप वाला झुकेगा नहीं साला भनेर.
बर्ड फ्लू भयो जस्तो छ रे. मान्छेहरु यार. कोही मलेरिया भयो भन्छ कोही के भयो भन्दै छ.
हामीले त चिकनै खाएन हामीलाई कसरी भयो बे बर्ड फ्लू.
आइडिएनएक्स फाइट रे नि त दाइ रे. आइडिएक्स र आइडिए रे. फेरि पोचिङ के होला. हाम्रो अफिसमा 90 किलोको छ भइसी. ओ 50 केजीको ला भइसी भन्छ हेर न. 50 केजीको त खसी बोका बाख्रा हुन्छ. गोबर.
हाम्रो अफिसमा 90 किलोको छ भइसी रे. नाइस को भन्नु दियो. उसोदेलाई भनेको
को छ अरु मुटो. उ त दुब्लो भइसक्यो राज भाइ. नो
उसोदेलाई भन्नु
70 केजी छ. उ 70 केजी छ है. त्यो बरु तिमीहरु दुवैजना जोडिएर चाहिँ होला 90 केजी. तपाईलाई भन्न खोजा होला रे. हैन उ 70 केजी छ.
मलाई कहाँ भन्नु खोजेको.
राज भाइ हैन लेको तिमी जस्तो बदतमिज छैन. आफू भन्दा ठुलोलाई रेस्पेक्ट दिन्छ उले. मलाई चुडेल भन्छौ भैसी भन्छौ जे पाइ त्यही भन्छौ. दिजु कहिले भनेछौ. दाइनसम्म भनेछ. कालो जादु गर्दिउ कोही केटले नहेला फेरि.
But yeah, I think S2G's doing well. Ulf on the other hand, there's still a little bit more to go.
Last time गफ दिए यार नेले यार.
यो के कुरा गरिरहेछन्.
It's funny to me because there is some big Turkish rivalry between those two. It's not.
नेक्स्ट गान्डु पनि म्युट गरेर बोलिरहेछ यार. किचा क्या कर रहे हो यार.
Organization-wise, you can see everyone's firmly in their own corner. If we want this team to win,
राजले बल्ल घर पुगेर
it's like, no, I love my team, my players.
केटीको चक्करमा लाग्ने हैन रे. कसरी लागोस् त. कोही केटीले तिमीलाई हेर्नु पर्यो नि लाग्नको लागि. त्यही हो फेकु.
It was like, dude, that's what I want to see. There's a lot of personality in PUBG Mobile, and I think PMWC seems like one of the better events.
CS7 होरो कहाँ गयो यार छोडी यार. के भयो यार द यार.
They absolutely are. That's still the best thing.
जुटी हो राइ.
Most likes on them, and they're living up to it. $3 million prize pool. You've got to bring your best. So we'll find out how it goes here in the finals.
बन्द गरेको.
लाइटमै हो.
बिस्तारै गर्न तिम्रो सम कति ठुलो गरेको यार. मेरो सम्झना तेरो चाहिँ गर्छु बरु. तेरोबाट आउँछ कपिराइट. Be right back, team EARENA leading with 48 fucking points. यिनीहरूलाई अब गर्नलाई केही छैन केटा हो
तिमीलाई आइमै मनपर्छ केटी कहाँ मनपर्छ त बिरयानी खाएर हो सब नान पर्यो कि टिम होइन बिरयानी खाएको हुन्थे
15-20 जना 15 मिनिमम भन्छ अहिले नि
ढले केटाहरू आज
फुड सेफ्टी को ध्यान दिनु पर्यो नि यार यत्रो टुर्नामेन्ट बनाएर यार मान्छेलाई हगन भयो रे केटा
बिरयानी खाए के केटाहरूले
अनि गोरेहरूले साला बिरयानी बनाउन आएन
गोरेहरूले होइन हौ इन्डियाबाट हो
इम्पोर्ट गरेको
त्यहाँ इन्डियन बनाउँदैनन् कसैले कोही हुँदैन इन्डियन रेस्टुरेन्टहरू त्यस्तो हुँदैन खाए पाए भन्दैमा ए ऊ खाइरहेको थियो त कसले 40 कोले पिक गर्दै थियो $27 प्लेट आउनु भन्दैछ फेरि काभ्रेमा बर्फ लागेको थियो नि खानु त्यहाँको कुखुरा लगे भन्ने पनि रस्ने ब्रो
दाइ हामी चिकन खाना भन न
त्यहाँ एक्सपोर्ट गरेको हो रे LK7 लाई रेड हान्नु होला अहिले
LK7 हो त्यो LK7 हो
1K watching को बसिरहेको छ
1K watching 951 likes
Oh, 95 मा होइन ओए कहाँ 1.95 छ यार 1.95 ए अ त
के
New subscriber with new I post new Instagram. Love you. Thank you. दिल से तुम्हारा तुम्हारा के भन्छ इन्स्टा नाम के हो अघि नै को हो
स्नैक चिच्चा के भन्दैन नि त यार गेट आउट के हो
You can't do it. You can होला नि can't कहाँबाट हुन्छ रे Poor English. Sorry, तुम हिंदी में बात करो छोड़ दो इंग्लिश प्लीज दिल से I post your link in my Instagram. तुम्हारा Instagram का नाम क्या है मुझे देखना है ऑटो करेक्ट होना सबसे
कड़ा यार बेस्ट फूड रिव्यू वाला छैन त्यो भिडियो त्यसलाई बोलाऊ यार त्यहाँ खाना टेस्ट गराउला यार
फोरेंसिक लैब में भेजो
I post your link in my Instagram रे
लाइक टिमहरु जो जसमा नि सबै उसमा छ के भन्छ लाइक छ के खेलिराको
देखिन क्या हो मासु मासु
मुसु मुसु
कस्तो माकुरी त्यो सानो छ कि स्क्रिन बनाएको मैले त्यही भएर के देखिराखेन त्यहाँहरुको
केटी के सानो छ
स्क्रिन सानो बनाउनु मलाई भयो बल्ल
केटी देखेन क्या हो मुसु मुसु हाँस्दै छन् रे को हाँस्दै छ
अजय दाइलाई बोलाउनु न रे इभेन्ट गल्ली बाहिर त एम्बुलेन्सले कहाँबाट हिँडिरहेको हो तिमीहरू कुरीहरू मैले त केही पनि छैन त युट्युबमा त्यस्तो स्न्याक्सकोमा त रिकल गरौँ भन्ने चलिरहेको रहेछ नि त यो के हो गेम जो टेकले त म्याकरी अनि के कल्ड अफ बनिहाल्छ त यार
अप्सन नआएसम्म पब्लिक गर्दैन नि त लाइभ फोटो
Milu from TIANBA, Manya from GodLike, No Fear from Horaa, Emmer from IDA. All food poisoned in Paris.
अब लाइभ अफ गरेर गयो त ओए यहाँ के देख्दैछु म यहाँ हेर त यो रस्मे ब्रो होइन 7 डेज अगाडिको रहेछ मैले यहाँ च्याटमा को देखिरहेको छ यहाँ के देखिरहेको छ तिमी च्याट जोरो सर देखिरहेको छैनौ तिमी ए यो हाम्रो उसमा गरेको होला हो आज गेम हुँदैन अरे हुँदैन दाइहरूले नै अफ गर्नुभयो
हो र भइसक्यो अफिसियल
अफिसियल त भएन अब हुँदैन अरे
अफिसियल भएन भने कसरी हुँदैन केही न केही त आयो होला नि केही त आयो होला केटा हो कहीँ त हाल्यो होला केही त
डिस्प्ले होइन होला साउन्ड कम गर न बन्द गर्दै त्यो लाइभ स्ट्रिम पनि
सक्यो त्यही मनी स्न्याक्सको हेरिरहेको थिएँ अब उतै छ त्यो अब बाँकी कसको हेर्नु त्यही भएर उतैपट्टि भएको बेला यसो न्युज सही हुन्छ भन्ने सोचिरहेको थिएँ विनम्र ओली हेलो सर अब यस्तै छ जिन्दगीमा केटा हो फेरि भोलि गरौँला भोलि 8 गेम हुन्छन् होला होइन अब भेट्दै गरौँला जिन्दगी गोरेटोमा है त बाई बाई है त भोलि फेरि भेटौँला है दुःख नभन ल केटा